Ahsoka Tano, mystical Jedi warrior, trained to be a child soldier by the Master of Evil. She must learn to walk her own path while maintaining order in the galaxy. Ahsoka, a Jedi who fights against the forces of darkness using her twin lightsabers and incredible never-before-seen abilities. Water breathing, whale song, and quick change. Joined by a ragtag band of friends, they journey into the unknown. Sabine, Mandalorian warrior, explosives expert, hopeless Jedi, street artist. Hera, a pilot with the heart of a pilot, who is always dressed to pilot. And Huyang, Ahsoka's faithful servant, a 25,000-year-old robot that possesses more knowledge and experience than any other living being in the entire galaxy. Possibly the most valuable relic in all of existence. He is now responsible for ship maintenance. With the threat of a new Star War looming over them, they wrestle against the intangible genius of Grand Admiral Thrawn and his supernatural minions.
And his supernatural minions with the threat of a new Star War. Why, hello, my dear sailors and starnauts. This is Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships channel, live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter, Hat Tip Oral Knots. For the Ahsoka 1980s intro, I thought I would treat us. Because prepare for battle. Stop hitting! Get your flamethrower! All hands to battle stations. Stand fast, men! Stand fast. Shots have been fired from the usual suspects, Kathleen Kennedy and Ice Cube-shaped human, Lesley Headland, former associate. What was she? She was the madam. She was the madam for Harvey Weinstein. Anyway, we, the fans of Star Wars, are the enemies once again, my dear sailors and starnauts, and we shall not stand for it. Actually, the interesting thing is, do you know what our victory is going to be, my dear sailors and starnauts? Do you know what our victory will be in the battle for the soul of Star Wars? It's going to be the absolute, inevitable, cataclysmic failure of Star Wars: The Acolyte. Folks, I've said it before. It's gonna be the worst one of these. It's gonna be the worst one. And I'm so excited. I am gonna be reviewing two shows: The Acolyte, The Wokolyte, and I'm gonna be reviewing House of the Dragon Part 2, because we need a little good, we need a little bad. we need a little have fun with the bad and enjoy the good. We're going to do both. I've been rewatching House of the Dragon Season 1, and it's just exquisite. It's just Ryan Condell's brilliant television fantasy series, House of the Dragon, and a little bit of co-writing from George R.R. Martin, who, by the way, has a very interesting... I am going to defend George R. Martin today. I have been critical of Mr. Martin. Well, you know, lovingly critical. Constructively critical of George R. Martin. I'm very misunderstood, your captain is. Oh, he hates George R. Martin. No, I don't. I am a fellow bard. Albeit a less professionally successful one. I am a fellow bard, and I understand the resistance he's enduring. So I have been constructively critical, and today I am going to be constructively, generously, magnanimously complimentary of Mr. Martin. So stay tuned for that. And I have discovered an absolutely excellent hidden gem on Netflix called Ripley. Ripley. It's based on the novel The Talented Mr. Ripley. And if you don't know, I am a giant fan of the film the film The Talented Mr. Ripley from the 1990s with Matt Damon and Jude Law. It was fantastic. It was a fantastic movie. And so I took a look at this Netflix show, and I just binged the whole thing. It's excellent. So we're going to talk about that as well. We're going to also dive into, why is this happening? Why are fans the enemy? You know, what explains the species? We have so much on the Wokolyte and Star Wars, and I chose the thumbnail. In fact, Mr. Producer, grab me this thumbnail if you could. I'm going to share. Wait, hang on. Let me grab this real quick. Let me grab this for you. Yes, there it is. Present. Share. Window. There it is. Folks, look at this. I chose this image for a reason, because we are going to revisit what Star Wars is all about. The actual goodness that is in Star Wars. So we're going to talk about that. But first, you, chat. We must speak to you. Who is in the chat? Wrangler's in the chat. Prepare for battle. Well met, man. Well met. Fu Man Blue. I'm feeling so much anxiety over the looming Star Wars. I know. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. I appreciate that. Where is it? Where is my applause? There it is. Sip of coffee for the under-caffeinated man. Let me know if that weird clicking sound is happening in the stream again. I have closed everything that I think on my computer. Oh, shoot. Turn off loop. It always defaults that. There we go. I have turned off everything that I think might be draining the power or causing any problems. So let me know if that happened. That was weird. That was really weird. I think the IMDb website is what was causing that, because I don't know. That website consumes energy voraciously. I'm just killing a couple extra tabs, actually. Hang on one second, and I'm going to get to the rest of your chats. I'm on an absolute warpath today with Star Wars. And it's, you know, honestly, it's not because I give a crap about what's my nickname for? I forget. What am I calling her? Head Cube? Cubehead? Cubehead. Ice Cube Head. That's right. Lesley Headland. Cubehead. It's more about, it's pity. I pity them. So let's get into that. Okay. We have super chats. Fu Man Blue with $4.20. Why, thank you, Fu Man Blue. Very generous, sir. I see that you have adopted Wrangler's custom. And speaking of Wrangler's custom, Wrangler with a $4.20 super chat. Both says nothing, just marking the hour. I'm not sure if those numbers are chosen for any particular reason. But very much gratitude, sir. Gratitude. Has anyone seen that show Spartacus? Showtime Spartacus. It's one of my favorite shows of all time. And I mean, I like it, but it also kind of annoys me. They try to adopt the cadence of Latin speech in ancient Rome. Everything's in English, obviously, in the show, but they speak in a way that, I guess if you translated Roman Latin speech to English, that's what it would sound like. So they have this weird cadence to how they say things, and instead of saying thank you in the show, they always say gratitude. And sometimes I think it's silly, because I'm like, it just sounds old-timey, you know, like gratitude. On the other hand, I kind of like it. It gives it some style. That is a fantastic show, by the way. I love and sort of hate the ending. I don't hate the ending because it's badly written. It's a perfect ending. I just hate the ending because of how it ends. It just tears your heart out. But it's fantastic. Wrangler says, never mind, prepare for pizza. Thank you. Fu Man Blue says, great title. Why, thank you, Fu Man Blue. I thought so. A new Star Wars. But, yeah, and by the way, that thumbnail is featuring the Master of Evil. Right, that's Darth Vader, the Master of Evil. That's ever since I've seen that Ahsoka trailer, you know, That's my new thing. I love it. That's like the best thing to refer to Darth Vader as. He's the master of evil. Trained as a child soldier by the master of evil. Fu Man Blue says, I'm sorry, App Swords and Starships. I can't agree that anything they will do will be worse than Obi-Wan. I accept your bet. That is a gentleman's bet if there ever was one, Fu Man Blue. And I appreciate that, because I'm telling you, I don't deny it is a bold prediction. It's a bold prediction. You know, look, it's been known to, rarely, but it has been known to happen that the captain is incorrect about something. And, God, when was the last time? I think I can count on like one hand. I think I did a retraction on, what was my last? Jonathan Nolan did not write Fallout. Okay, that was the last time I was incorrect about almost pretty much anything about anything. Jonathan Nolan was not the writer of the Fallout, which is weird, because they constantly, director Jonathan Nolan on the, he wrote Batman. It's like, meanwhile, these two idiots that have written nothing but half-hour comedy shows, if that, were the idiots that wrote the Fallout. Anyway, I could be wrong. The Acolyte, the Wokolyte, could be the worst thing they've ever done. It might, honestly, I can't even say it. It might be like Andor, where it's actually, no, it's not. Dude, folks, listen, Fu Man Blue, I think I'll have you convinced by the end of this stream. These are, it goes back to when I was watching the Marvels, okay? And it's part of a pattern, it's part of a pattern. You know how Az was playing Starfield, and he hit the, he saw the pronouns, and he's like, all right, fine, whatever. And he just kept going through that game, and finally he had that conversation with the character who's like, there's something I have to tell you. She's like, there's something I have to tell you. And he's like, you're a man. And then she's like, I was cloned, but I'm the clone of a man. And he's like, he pulls his headphones off and he just loses it. He just snaps. He just goes crazy. And he just rants about how, Bethesda. He just, oh, it was the best. It was the best thing ever, right? In fact, yeah. There it is.
We're boring! We're so fucking boring!
So I had a moment like that. And that moment for me was after I finished watching The Marvels in the theater with a paid ticket. And after I finished watching that pile of trash, I just was sitting there and I just thought, you've got to be not just untalented, not just have bad ideas. You've got to be someone who is just stupid. You've got to be a stupid person to have made this pile of crap. And I just snapped, and I was like, these are stupid people that write this shit. So Fu Man Blue, let me tell you something. There was actually some talented writers. I forget the name, but the guy who wrote, was one of the main writers on Andor, was actually a co-writer on Chernobyl, HBO's Chernobyl, which is the best miniseries ever made, in my opinion. Absolute masterpiece. There was some talent in the writer's room for Andor. I'm telling you right now that these wackos, Fu Man Blue, wackos that are writing the Acolyte, the Wokolyte, these are stupid people. I mean, these are morons. Like, this is not hyperbole. These are like, because, it's funny. I see the best in people. The captain is nothing if not empathetic. It's hard for me to accept that there are truly stupid people in the world. Yes, people may have a rough way of speaking. They may not have like book learning or whatever it is, right? It's like, but I don't look at that as like, this is stupidity. This is just, everybody has different strengths and weaknesses. We're all in this together. Okay. But once in a while, you talk to someone and they're like a movie character. They're like a movie character Valley Girl, and they say things. I'm not gonna there are just some IRL situations where I have run into people and I was like, I thought these were fictional characters. People, this like Joey in Friends, for example, right? He's like or Chris Pratt's character in Parks and Recreation, right? Like a stone cold idiot. And you think those are only fictional. I'm telling you what, they are real and they're working on the Acolyte. So here we go. All right, I'm sorry. Enough of that. You sent me on a warp. I am on a warpath today. And by the way, it will be my great honor and my great privilege this November to vote for a convicted felon and a political prisoner. I just want that on the record, but that's beside the point. Now, who else is in the chat? Wrangler, no clicking yet? Okay, good. Thank you for letting me know. Stormcrow, gentle Stormcrow is in the chat. Says, "Hail, my lord." Captain will suffice. Thank you, Stormcrow. I appreciate the sentiment, but I am not a member of the peerage. Hail, my lord. Hope everything is good for, even though I miss trekking the wasteland with you. My patience for your return is endless. He's referring, of course, to Fallout Dead Man's Cache, the RPG I am nominally, ostensibly running on this channel. But my hate for Rings of Power is infinite. Infinite. Well, you know, there's a great line in the film Furiosa, which I really did like Furiosa. It's not the best movie in the world. By the way, I have a thought about that. Don't let me forget. Let me make a note of this. I have a thought on Furiosa. What was it? Furiosa versus the old Mad Max films. Maybe we'll get into that. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, yeah, there's a line where Dr. Dementis, Chris Hemsworth character, which was fantastic, by the way, his character says to Furiosa, you know, love will drive you to do insane things, crazy things, but what you've done, only hate can drive you to that. I just was like, that's amazing. That's so amazing. And I don't, you know, the conversation is kind of at the end of the film, so if I give you the details, it'll spoil it. But basically, he's like, only hate can drive you this far. And I just thought that was hilarious. So anyway, yes, I understand Stormcrow. But, you know, honestly, I'm sort of beyond hate when it comes to what they've done to Star Wars, Rings of Power, etc. We're turning a page. We're turning a page in civilization. All of the classical constructs of Hollywood and writing and storytelling that have been completely taken over by a corporate machine and a sick ideology. We call it wokeness, intersectional identity politics, social justice warriors, Marxism, whatever you want to call it. That set of totalitarian, crazy beliefs, which have engaged upon us a cultural Game of Thrones, which I aim to win, and so do you, which they have created an environment in which all of our classical storytelling is decaying, right? But as Dr. Steve Turley puts it, it's not decaying into dust. It is decaying into a soil which is rich in nutrients. And from that soil will sprout the Iron Age. And so we will rebuild. Take heart, gentle Stormcrow. Take heart. Wrangler says, how about Blackhead? Blockhead, sorry. Not like, you know, the pimple. You weren't referring to that, Wrangler. Blockhead. I misread that. Wrangler says, if I can, why is my mouse dying on me? Hang on a second here. Dude, oh my gosh. Is this literally crashing on me? Frickin' StreamYards, man. It's like not letting me highlight comments. There we go. Okay, where's my pilot? With the heart of a pilot. Yeah, we'll get the full video, Wrangler. Don't worry. Fu Man Blue says you rolled back your take on Three Body, LOL, but you hadn't seen it when you talked your shit. Oh, fair enough, Fu Man Blue. Yeah, fire as you bear. I said that. I said I've only seen 2 episodes. This is my impression. But listen, if I read a book for an hour and I'm not into it, I return it. I said that at a writers group once. You should have seen the looks. These are all writers, right? You should have seen the looks on their faces. They were horrified. They were like, because we were having this discussion about being a writer and how you have to please yourself first. Frankly, it's similar to a lot of what you hear from professionals in the industry, like Jonathan Nolan, who says you've got to write for yourself. So there's an aspect of that. But like I said, I don't believe that. I believe yes, you want to please yourself, but you also should be writing for an audience. And if that audience is not entertained, they should return your book. And they said, who would do that? Who would return a book? And I said, I do all the time. I did today. And they were like, what? You did that to some poor author? I said, yes, I did. And it's like, so listen, that's how I am with TV shows. If you don't have me in 5 minutes. However, Three Body Problem swerved into being actually a pretty spectacular sci-fi show, I have to say. And I totally forgot to talk about it. So maybe we'll jump into Three Body Problem. But yes, Fu Man Blue, it turned out to be pretty spectacular. What was my concern with Three Body Problem? My concern was, based on the first 2 episodes, it was not going to deliver on the promise of the premise. Another way of putting it is I thought it was a mystery box. I thought this is a big mystery box. I'm never going to get to see some exciting idea about aliens versus humans. I'm never going to see any of that. This is just a mystery box. And probably the end of season 1 will just leave us back where we started, which is how a lot of these things go. Kind of like how The Boys is, quite frankly. And I thought, I'm not into that. It turns out it is a spectacular concept. And damn it, Ryan Kinnell, the angriest man on the internet, he kind of half spoiled a scene in it, but I didn't remember what he said. He said there's like a scene with a ship in like the middle that's like the Red Wedding, and I was like, and I didn't remember he had said that, but then when the scene was happening, I was like, this must be the scene he was talking about. It was pretty spectacular. So yeah, we'll talk about that. Eric Ma Varillion is in the chat. He says, save your brain cells, bruh. I'm being more careful, Eric Marr. I am. I really am. Like, I thought about watching Star Trek Discovery, because Star Trek is, or it was really, to be fair, I was a diehard Trekkie. I was an insane, obsessed, crazy Trekkie. And I'm really, that's like a chapter that's closed in my life. I actually don't feel that way about Star Trek anymore. I love it. The OG, I love it. But yeah, I don't think about the world. I don't wonder about the possibilities of the world anymore. That's all behind me, because it's been destroyed. But I thought about watching Star Trek Discovery just to meme on it. I'm like, dude, I can't inject this much stupid into my experience. And I'm not even joking. I do think it has an effect, because I'm watching this show Ripley on Netflix, right? Based on the talented Mr. Ripley. And the dialogue is fantastic. The cinematography it's a little bit, sometimes it's what's the word I'm looking for? It's riffing on Hitchcock a little too obviously, I would say, at times, but it's still pretty brilliant. The way that they frame a lot of the shots in the show, the way they use the black and white and the lighting is very cool. There is a really, really rich mise-en-scène to the show. Mise-en-scène is just a super snooty film critic term that just means the overall feeling and tone of a film or a show presentation. And I was watching it, I was thinking, wow, the dialogue in this is brilliant. It's so nuanced. It's like there's a scene in which Ripley deceives a detective using this just genius, like, inspirational idea in the show. He stumbles upon an artistic technique that has to do with lighting, and he uses it to deceive a detective that's after him. It was so smartly written, and I was like, oh my god, this is what it feels like. Cough button for just 1 second. This is what it feels like when talented writers are working. And so when I watch something like Acolyte or Star Trek Discovery, it's like it does not nourish the intellect. I mean, how else can I say it? It does not nourish the intellect. And if you watch too much of that, it actually starts to have the opposite effect. I think it numbs the intellect. Now, I am not looking down my nose at anyone who enjoys something that is not, let's just call it super intellectual. Like, I watched the show Survivor, and which is not, I would call that, it's not super nourishing to the intellect. Let's just put it that way. But, so I'm not begrudging anyone their guilty pleasure. I am simply saying that there is a danger in too much of that in your intellectual diet. Stormcrow says communists exist. I mean, yes, they do. I don't think that ideology as it existed in the 20th century exists in the same form anymore. But this is just not the channel for that debate. Eric Ma says, all the talent in the writing room cannot save a movie, game, TV series when the moronic activist directors are in control. And you are quite right about that. Stormcrow says, to the American gulag with you, how dare you vote for a criminal? Yes, well, just apropos of nothing. Swords, Eric Marr says, at Swords and Starships, you mean to say Faillosa? Yes, Furiosa failed spectacularly in the box office for, I think, good reasons, a lot of good reasons. But it did not fail because it's a... Here's what I will say about Furiosa. As a kind of episodic visual novel, it's pretty spectacular, and the action scenes are pretty excellent. I will say the middle set piece did overshadow anything in the final act. Like that set piece with the main rig on the Fury Road with Praetorian Jack and Furiosa, that was one of the most spectacular action scenes I've ever seen. Like it was absolutely, I couldn't take my eyes off it. And after that point, there are some good scenes, but nothing quite hits that level again, which is kind of a problem. But other than that, like I just enjoyed the ride. I enjoyed the ride of that movie. Furiosa herself is boring as hell. She's an extremely boring character. She fits an archetype. And when I say archetype, she checks all the boxes of like a character you should be invested in and be rooting for and be interested in. The problem is she's not actually much of a character. She really isn't. And I would argue the same is true of the characters in Fury Road. Dr. Dementis, Chris Hemsworth character, is much more interesting than anyone else in that movie. And he does have an arc, which is a pretty good one, I have to say. I understand why Furiosa failed. We need to start going for the low-hanging fruit here, okay? As creatives, it's bizarre. I actually think there's a mental block that's in place in modern Hollywood. And that mental block is, not to put too fine a point on it, but male and pale is stale. It's like, so in other words, if you can see, hey, let's just do a movie about a badass dude who's wandering the wasteland and just tearing shit up. And someone like George Miller, who I think is still a very skilled and veteran and credentialed creative, is probably going to say, that sounds rad. Yeah, we've done that before. Well, you know what might be more interesting is if we just focus on a babe. And I just think that, yes, there's the wackos, right? Let's put them to one side. I just think it has become a block. It's a trope that is just in the zeitgeist of Hollywood, and it just keeps circling and circling and circling. And so there's a mental block. I would say there's also a mental block on classical heroes. I mean, let's see. David Corn Sweat Superman photo. That first Superman photo. I just want to pull that up again to illustrate my point, right? I believe that the explanation for this photo, and I'm pulling up this dog shit Entertainment Tonight, so that might bring back the clicking sound. Hopefully it doesn't. Share screen. Present. There it is. Yeah, so this photo of David Cornsweet as Superman, right? I don't think that this was James Gunn intentionally trying to, take away Superman's heroic qualities. I don't think that this was intentional, okay? And I think that this is a result of the trope, right? The same trope that results in The Last Jedi, all these the idea of a classical hero who loves what he is and what he does. They feel like that's obvious. They feel like that's derivative. I'm speaking of Hollywood creatives. They feel like that's too on the nose, right? That's how they feel about it. And I'm not speaking of the wackos, the intersectional feminists, just your garden variety, well-meaning but diluted Hollywood creatives, such as George Miller, right? James Gunn comes to mind. They can't see what they can't see right now, which is that this is dour, it's awful, and that the real spirit of Superman is that, Superman, Spider-Man, Batman, getting up every day and doing, well, maybe Batman's actually is kind of a grim, dark hero, so we'll just stick with Spider-Man and Superman. Getting out of bed every morning and saving the city is no trouble. It's no trouble for them. Yes, they have problems in life, and yes, there's times where they think about quitting or they question themselves, but generally, it's who they are. It's what they're born to do. Hollywood creatives see that as boring. They see that as stale. In fact, what was the... oh, crap. It is... I'm getting a warning on my Wi-Fi. Okay. What was the name I'm looking for? Superman. Superman should find it? Yes. This is the comparison. Because I don't have the picture bookmarked, but I can just pull this up real quick. Hat tip Dave Cullen show. All right, so he has like a great still. There it is.
Can just throw together a...
There it is. This comparison right here. This comparison is just, this is night and day. The image on the left, Hollywood creatives cannot see, right? And this goes for all the creatives behind Star Wars, by the way. Because we're going to get into the ridiculous ideas you're going to hear from some of these Acolyte actors and so forth. They are on the left here. They are on the left, no pun intended. They are on the left, right? This is the filter through which they see humanity. This is the filter through which they see Western civilization. This is the filter through which, frankly, they see manhood. This is the filter through which they view the idea of purpose and meaning in life, right? Being slightly put upon, being slightly run down, depressed, not really sure why you're doing this. I mean, and by the way, I am saying none of this was intentional. They did not intentionally create this image of Superman as being dour and sad. But a fan who is still capable of seeing, we the fans are on the right here. The right-hand side is where we are. We still see the light. We see the beauty in just being happy or at least being content in one's purpose. And that's what Superman on the right here represents. He represents the Superman who, it's no trouble. It's no trouble to save Metropolis. It's what he does. It's what he's meant to do. So there you go. That's my thoughts on that. All right, let's burn through this chat and we're going to get right into it, okay? Stormcrow, yeah, jeez, you're just on a tear. Stormcrow, don't listen. Have you learned nothing from Anakin's fall to the dark side? Hate is the path to power. Power leads to action. Action leads to victory. Victory leads to freedom. I have to disagree with you, Stormcrow. I think that that's the path of Sauron. Okay. But you're young. You'll learn. Trust me, you will. Starfury is in the chat. Says, hail, you degenerates. Hail, Starfury. Get your flamethrower, Starfury. Get your flamethrower. Erigmar says, unless it is hate for the invader, the narco, and the slaver, it is not hate enough, Erigmar says. Yes, Erigmar, you and Stormcrow can hang. You can hang out. You and Starfury, Stormcrow, all the cynics in the chat. Starfury says it's decaying, meaning Star Wars. Disney Star Wars is decaying into shit out of which nothing but the plague will come forth. Well, that is a very Warhammer take. If he's a criminal, oh yes, we're speaking of the Orange Man. If he's a criminal, shouldn't all Democrats now vote for him, as he is now an oppressed group? I would agree. But that is not the subject of this show. Eric Marr says, no, don't watch STD. It will give you a real STD. I mean, have you seen the cast? Dude, there is a character on Star Trek Discovery. It's the trans character, you know? It's the one that they devoted an entire scene to they, them pronouns. I shit you not. It's like, I was watching this scene and I'm like, why do they keep saying that? Who else is in the room? They keep saying that. Oh my God, now I remember. Yes, it's because, and it was literally like a public service announcement of like how to use they, them pronouns, right? Anyway, the actor who plays this character, I think it was like season 3 maybe, where she came in, it's a she. She came into the show, right? And I you know, looked fairly androgynous, but you know, more like kind of a butch tomboy is kind of what she looked like. This character now looks like she looks like she's dying. She looks seriously like she's gotten way heavier. By the way, Tilly has too. Tilly was actually not that she was overweight in the first season, but she wasn't like, you know, Lizzo levels. She's like Lizzo levels fat now. And I'm like, these actors are getting more unhealthy as the show goes on. In fact, I may have a video on this that is going to blow your mind on Star Trek Discovery. So don't let me forget about this. I'm going to add Star Trek. Wait, hang on. I'm in the wrong spot here. Yeah, I'm going to remind myself. Trek Discovery. We may do that later in the show. Okay, what else in the chat? Neutron Pack is in the chat. Welcome, Neutron Pack. 3-body problems is cool, but I don't know how can human win at the end. However, maybe it will surprise me. Yeah, I suppose maybe later we'll do some spoiler talk on that. It's an incredibly genius idea. And the credit, by the way, does not go to Dan and Dave. That would be David Benioff and Dan Weiss. The idiots that maladapted Game of Thrones, they are the ones who adapted the great novel of Three-Body Problem into a show. They did a good job adapting. They get credit for that. They are not the minds behind this genius story. So I want to make that very clear. But in fact, who wrote Three-Body Problem? Three-Body Problem. Lou Shijin? I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Lou Shijin, I'm thinking. But in any case, he wrote the novel, and the idea is pretty genius, I have to say. In fact, I might just go read all the novels, because I'm like, screw waiting for the next season. I'm just going to read the novels. Staffjare says, yes, let us look down everyone who likes shit. That includes me and my enjoyment of Atlas. Oh, dude, Starfury. We're not going to get into it again. But I was thinking about it. It's like, dude, I can't believe I know someone who likes that. I can't believe I know someone who liked Atlas. Dude, the Critical Drinker had a great review of Atlas. It's hilarious. Oh my God. He has this takedown of J-Lo in the review. It's so funny. I was dying laughing. I'm like, dude, I have never been more dead certain of how worthless Atlas is. Worthless. It is a worthless piece of trash. I'm dead serious about that, Starfury. It's just a fact, Starfury. Eric Barr says modern Hollyweird cannot write good movies anymore. If they do, it is an exception or just some weird exception. They're gonna pay a damn price for it, though. They're gonna pay the price. Neutron Pack, Furiosa, carry the seed the whole movie. Just that payoff at the end, which is a good payoff, but the setup, it was so bad. guess I'm weird in this way. I enjoyed the whole sequence of young Furiosa and that whole chase all the way up to her being an adult. I enjoyed all that. I actually thought all of that was pretty engrossing and made sense, other than it did not make sense to me why Dr. Dementis did not try and coerce the location out of young Furiosa. I don't understand why he didn't do that. That was a weird plot hole, and I think that actually is the biggest problem in the writing of the whole film, is that it made me not... I think it actually hurt Furiosa as a character, because it was like the movie was pulling a punch. It was plot armor, basically. It's like, it was plot armor. She's kind of this girl who's the key to everything, except that Dementis just decides to forget about it. And he's just like, okay, well, I guess I couldn't torture it out of your mom, so, oh, well, I guess we won't go look for your homeland. That didn't make any sense at all to me. And so that was one of the big problems with it. But aside from that, like, the overall narrative of her in the chase and all that, I enjoyed it. I really did. And that is not necessarily the writing. That is George Miller's filmmaking. His filmmaking and the score from Tom Hulkenberg is so it just moves. It just moves so effortlessly, I think. The way he does an action scene, sometimes I'm like, what the hell am I watching? But I'm loving the hell out of it, whatever it is. Like, it's just because his action scenes tell a story. They really do. And everything in that action scene has a purpose. And that's the key. He makes it look easy, but it's not. George Miller, brilliant filmmaker. Like, no doubt about it. Like, brilliant filmmaker. But this is a dumb project. Like, it's a dumb idea to make Furiosa the center of this universe. It just is. She's not interesting enough for that. Stafiade says, an infinite number of monkeys at typewriters will eventually produce all the classics, but you still get an infinite amount of shit, hence Hollywood. I don't even agree with that, Star Fury. I don't even think that, I know I know you're being facetious, but I don't even, like AI cannot understand jokes. Like, the most funny thing is, like, the new AI chat summaries that it does for YouTube chats. It'll summarize what the chat's talking about. And there was one on D-Day Cobra's stream, Cobra Cast, where it summarized that the chat was debating whether D-Day Cobra should, like, lean into locals or focus on his own website. And it said, the chat is disagreeing. Some think locals would be a good move, but others in the chat worry that locals is too much like OnlyFans, and they don't want to see Jeremy go down that path. And I'm like, that's hilarious. And you know what it made me realize? It made me realize that AI is dumb. It's dumb, folks. And the problem with I said this before. I am not afraid of AI because it's going to outsmart us, right? I'm afraid of AI because we are dumb, and we are programming something that's even dumber than we are, and it is going to be like an out of control Frankenstein monster that's going to accidentally strangle us. That is what the problem is. The problem is not AI. The problem is the people programming it and using it. That's the problem with AI. We have created a dumb, let's just face it, handicapped child that is extremely strong. And, like, physically we can't control them. And it's going to be like, oh, hey, you said to go do this, programmer. And it's like, oh, no, no, that's not what I meant, AI. That's not what I meant. I'm telling you, the wokies are the first to go, man. The wokies are the first to go because they're going to program robots that go around policing you. If you don't use proper pronouns. And one day, some wokie in San Francisco is going to say something that triggers that AI, and it's going to be like, you have been identified as a hateful person. What's the word I'm looking for? Sanitation protocols, liquidation protocol beginning. And they're, no, I'm woke. I'm a progressive. You can't do this, robot. Trust me, folks. They're in as much deep shit as the rest of us. They just don't know it, right? That's why they love communism, right? They think, oh, communism, it was just some bad guys got a hold of it. It was only like those, 7 or 8 or like 20 dictators that tried it that were bad people. If we do it, it'll be nice. It'll be good communism. And it's like, so they've learned nothing, and they will program an AI, and they'll think, well, the AI will be fair. The AI will only do what's fair and right and just. And they're going to be the first ones. But dude, watch the Black Mirror episode Metalhead. Go watch that episode. You'll give up on your future. You'll just give up. You'll be done with, you know what? We're so screwed. It's the biggest, that is the most black pill thing I have ever seen, folks. And that's saying something, because I've seen a lot of black pill shit. I won't even watch The Whale with Brendan Fraser. Hell no. I ain't going within a mile of that movie, because just the trailer, I swear to God, I was kind of it was a bad day, okay? And I watched the trailer for that film, and I literally was depressed. I was like, I'm going to curl into a ball and just cry. That was how I felt. I'm like, I ain't watching that movie. And I'm telling you, Metalhead in Black Mirror is one of the most black pill things you'll ever see. Don't watch it. Do not watch that episode. I'm just warning you. Ultimate Kuna says, we need Superman. Legit, though, I'm glad superheroes don't exist. I really am. I'm like, what a terrifying idea that would be. If a being like Superman existed, no matter how good he was, think how terrifying that would be. To live in that world, we would be at the mercy of gods. And maybe there's a kind of subconscious understanding that actually is our position. We just don't think it is, because we've mastered this planet, but one well-placed asteroid and it's game over. One good solar flare, folks, and that's it. The jig is up, man. Dude, that's all it would take. One solar flare. It's incredible. We sit here wringing our hands about climate change and all this other shit. You know, we just wring our hands. Oh my God, what's the world gonna be like in 100 years? Meanwhile, all we have to do is put a few Faraday cages up, you know, at a fairly small cost, you know, and we'd be protected from another, what was it, a Carrington event, if memory serves, where, you know, a solar flare knocks out all of our power. A few Faraday cages, a couple, replacement supplies in strategic locations, and we'd be fine. Do we do it? No, we don't do that. We sit here programming Google Gemini. No, give me Google Gemini. Just say, anyway. Yes, Hugh chat are out of control today. Jeez, I can't even keep up. It's getting to be a problem, chat. No, I love you, chat. I'm so happy you're here. Staffyade says, I always liked well-written women protagonists, but Hollywood couldn't write a decent female heroine if its life depends on it, and Hollywood's life does depend on it, thus they're failing miserable. Dude, I watched Dredd again, and that's the Carl Urban Dredd. I love the journey of the character of Judge Anderson. I think she's a great character. And what's funny is, when the movie started, the first time I saw it, I thought she was like wet tissue paper. You know, I was like, dude, this babe is going to get torn apart. And to the credit of the movie, written by Alex Garland, by the way, and that's what a good writing talent can do, right? She is an absolute, she is just an easy mark when she walks into that meat grinder. And there's such a great theme stated kind of moment when Dredd looks at her, he says, "Are you ready, rookie?" And she's like, "Yes, sir." And he says, "You don't look ready." It's like, that's such a great line. That's so good. You just, you know, and then there's such a beautiful payoff at the end of the film when she's just gone through all this hell. She's survived being captured by the bad guys. She's learned, and she rejoins Dredd for the kind of final denouement of the film. And he says, "Are you ready, rookie?" And she's like, "Ready, sir." And he says, "You look ready." I was like, yes, that's so good. A girl boss can never have that, right? Because in a girl boss movie, she's not allowed to start here and get there. She's not allowed to go through hell and learn. Like, you know, a human. That's not a man's that's not a man or woman's journey. That's the human journey. The human journey is, none of us can do it alone. None of us can do it alone. That's the journey. That's what these stupid girl boss writers don't understand, is that no one is a real human who doesn't need some help and some education and have some lessons to learn. Frankly, I've said it before. One of the reasons that the girl as protagonist trope has become so popular is because Anytime a character is an underdog or has a significant disadvantage, it automatically makes it more likely that we will root for them. It automatically makes them more interesting in terms of like, how are they going to get out of this? Or how are they going to survive this, right? That's why the dude with a problem genre of stories is so great, because it's about an ordinary person dragged into an innocent ordinary person who's dragged into a life or death battle they didn't ask for. Such as, obviously, Die Hard is one of the most famous examples. The film Gravity with Sandra Bullock is a great dude with a problem story. Godzilla Minus One, an amazing dude with a problem story with Kishkima. Right? The idea of an innocent hero that is dragged into life and death. That is great. We love watching that. We love watching the ordinary person achieve. Forrest Gump, which is a fool triumphant story, is also great because we see this kind of, he's got a disadvantage to all of the rest of humanity because he's got a learning disadvantage, but that actually turns into being kind of his superpower. It's because Forrest Gump is unaware of what he's lacking that he does things no one else would even attempt. And that's kind of his genius in the film, right? His unintentional genius. We love rooting for characters like that. So a woman who, generally speaking, is going to be less physically powerful, more vulnerable in certain situations, is a natural underdog. The problem with that is if you just assume that a girl is going to be interesting in that place, you've already lost the game because you have to have a character for that to work. So it's a tempting trope because... But see, the problem with the girl boss is you're not allowed to have women be underdogs anymore. It's like, well, then you've just eliminated like 90% of the interesting stories you could tell. Because every story, in one way or another, is about an underdog, right? So there you go. There you go. Anthony is in the chat and says what people fail to understand is that people make the AI. People think that AI is objective and logical, but since people program the AI is going to think like it's the programmer. Yeah, paperclip theory, man. Read about it. It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. Stormcrow says, litmus test, if you'll buy my WIP, it stars a super collider with multiple voices in his head in post-apocalyptic Earth. 1 billion humans are left. Depressing enough for you? WIP, that's going over my head. I'm terrible with acronyms. I'm sorry, Stormcrow. But yes, The Road might be actually slightly... I don't know. I don't know what's more of a black pill, Metalhead or The Road, but The Road is pretty bad. I like to imagine that The Road is what's happening in the Northern Hemisphere and Mad Max is what's happening in the Southern Hemisphere. That's my headcanon. Starfury says, we live in a world where different versions of the Jokers run our governments. Yeah, Starfury's on a warpath. All right. Wrangler says he hates Forrest Gump. You hate Forrest Gump, Wrangler? How can you hate Forrest Gump? You don't have a heart if you hate Forrest Gump. He hates it. Why do you hate Forrest Gump, Wrangler? How can you hate Forrest Gump? I love Forrest Gump. I do. It's the classic fool triumphant story. There was a sequel written to it, by the way, that never got made into a movie. Now, let's dive into a couple of the stories. So, we are going to talk about Kathleen Kennedy and Lesley Ice Cube-shaped Headland, the former... what is the word I'm looking for? It's literally got out of my head. Former assistant, Lesley Headland to Harvey Weinstein. Now, and also the dumb actors of the Wokolyte who think that Anakin blew up the Death Star. They are claiming that fans are toxic. If you're not woke, you ain't a fan of Star Wars. If you ain't woke, you ain't a fan. You ain't a fan of Star Wars. Okay. We're going to talk about this. But first, I would like to share with you a philosophy, if you will. A philosophy which guides my understanding of why these wackos are what they are. Like why are the creatives behind Obi-Wan Kenobi and what else have we had? We've had Obi-Wan Kenobi, Boba Fett, Mandalorian Season 3, The Acolyte, Echo, Secret Invasion, She-Hulk, Velma, You know, just name all these Willow, all these absolute disasters, these dumpster fires, The Witcher Blood Origin, The Witcher, The Witcher Season 3, Star Trek Discovery. What is behind this mentality, right, where they attack fans? And there's a lot of reasons. I happen to think there's great insight to be found in Stephen Pressfield, author and screenwriter, and his analysis in his book, The War of Art. And so I want to share a couple of passages with you just to set the table. If you will indulge me, my dear chat. And so let me share my screen. Here we go. Okay, so this, and if you are an artist, an entrepreneur, a creative of any kind, I highly recommend you get this book. Okay, it's called The War of Art. Yes, you heard that correctly. It's a play on words. The War of Art by Stephen Pressfield. And he speaks of a concept called the professional versus the amateur, right? And he defines what is a professional, and it means many things. But for our purposes, I feel that these particular excerpts are the most pertinent. Quote, "A professional does not take failure or success personally. When people say an artist has a thick skin, what they mean is not that the person is dense or dumb, but that he has seated his professional consciousness in a place other than his personal ego. It takes tremendous strength of character to do this, because our deepest instincts run counter to it. Evolution has programmed us to feel rejection in our guts. This is how the tribe enforced obedience, by wielding the threat of expulsion. Fear of rejection isn't just psychological, it's biological, it's in our cells. Resistance knows this and uses it against us. It uses fear of rejection to paralyze us and prevent us, if not from doing our work, then from exposing it to public evaluation. I had a dear friend who had labored for years on an excellent and deeply personal novel. It was done. He had it in its mailing box, but he couldn't make himself send it off. Fear of rejection unmanned him. The professional cannot take rejection personally, because to do so reinforces resistance. Editors are not the enemy. Critics are not the enemy. Resistance is the enemy. The battle is inside our own heads. We cannot let external criticism, even if it's true, fortify our internal foe. That foe is strong enough already. A professional schools herself to stand apart from her performance, even as she gives herself to its heart and soul. The Bhagavad Gita tells us that we have a right only to our labor, not to the fruits of our labor. All the warrior can give is his life. All the athlete can do is leave everything on the field. The professional loves her work. She is invested in it wholeheartedly, but she does not forget that the work is not her. Her artistic self contains many works and many performances. Already the next is percolating inside her. I doubt anything is percolating inside Lesley Headland, but that's not here nor there. The next will be better, and the one after that, better still. The professional self-validates. She is tough-minded and not cube-shaped. In the face of, I'm editorializing just a touch there. In the face of indifference or adulation, she assesses her stuff coldly and objectively. Where it fell short, she'll improve it. Where it triumphed, she'll make it better still. She'll work harder. She'll be back tomorrow. The professional gives an ear to criticism, seeking to learn and to grow. But she never forgets that resistance is using criticism against her on a far more diabolical level. Resistance enlists criticism to reinforce the fifth column of fear already at work inside the artist's head, seeking to break her will and crack her dedication. The professional does not fall for this. Her resolution before all others remains, no matter what, I will never let resistance beat me. And close quote. And what he is saying there is not that you should ignore criticism. Right? He's not saying you ignore, I just don't listen to those toxic fans. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying is viewing critics as the enemy means that you have identified yourself with your art. It means that it's vanity. It's vanity at that point. You consider it your identity. It's ego, right? And so if the work is under attack, you consider it a personal attack. Now, this is going to be very relevant to Kathleen Kennedy's comments later, right? Where she describes fans as terrifying. We're going to dig into that. But the proper way to seat your artistic consciousness, to the extent that any of these glue eaters have one, the proper seat of that consciousness is as work, not as your identity, right? So you hear criticism, you adopt what elements of it can help it strengthen your work. You do not let it defeat you, but most importantly, you do not see critics, fans, whatever, as the enemy. Next excerpt that I wanted to go over, I think, was this the one I wanted to go? Yes, self-validates. This is the second piece of it that I think is very relevant here. Quote, a professional self-validates. An amateur lets the negative opinion of others unman him. He takes external criticism to heart, allowing it to trump his own belief in himself and his work. Resistance loves this. Can you stand another Tiger Woods story? With 4 holes to go on the final day of the 2001 Masters, in which Tiger went on to win, completing all 4 majors at one-time slam, some chucklehead in the gallery snapped a camera shutter at the top of Tiger's backswing. Incredibly, Tiger was able to pull up in mid-swing and back off the shot. But that wasn't the amazing part. After looking daggers at the malefactor, Tiger recomposed himself, stepped back to the ball, and striped it 310 down the middle. That's a professional. It is tough-mindedness at a level most of us can't comprehend, let alone emulate. But let's look more closely at what Tiger did, or rather what he didn't do. First, he didn't react reflexively. He did not allow an act that by all rights should have provoked an automatic response of rage to actually produce that rage. He controlled his reaction. He governed his emotion. Second, he didn't take it personally. So again, he's speaking about Tiger Woods was in the middle of a backswing and an idiot snapped a camera shutter. It almost distracted him and threw off the shot, right? So what he's saying is Tiger did not take it personally. He could have perceived this shutterbug's act as a deliberate blow aimed at him individually with the intention of throwing him off his shot. He could have reacted with outrage or indignation or cast himself as the victim. But he didn't. Third, he did not take it as a sign of heaven's malevolence. He could have experienced this bolt as the malice of the golfing gods, like a bad hop in baseball or a lineman's miscall in tennis. He could have groaned or sulked or surrendered mentally to this injustice, this interference, and used it as an excuse to fail. But he didn't. What he did do was maintain his sovereignty over the moment. He understood that no matter what blow had befallen him from an outside agency, he himself still had his job to do. The shot he needed to hit right here, right now. And he knew that it remained within his power to produce that shot. Nothing stood in his way except whatever emotional upset he himself chose to hold on to. So just moving to kind of the lead here. The professional cannot allow the actions of others to define his reality. Tomorrow morning, the critic will be gone, but the writer will still be there facing the blank page. Nothing matters but that he keep working. Short of a family crisis or the outbreak of World War III, the professional shows up ready to serve the gods. Remember, resistance wants us to cede sovereignty to others. It wants us to stake our self-worth, our identity, our reason for being on the response of others to our work. Resistance knows we can't take this. No one can. And I want to pause right there to point out something really important here. What Stephen Pressfield is saying here in The War of Art is that if Tiger were to react with outrage in that event and just cuss the guy out and just, go on a Christian Bale rant, oh, good for you, we're done, Professor. That is giving in to resistance. That is giving away our sovereignty to others and saying that they are the reason we failed. They are the reason that our art is not appreciated or our work has not succeeded. When you react with rage and outrage to the external, that is actually... that is losing the professional mindset. That's becoming an amateur. That's becoming ego. And it is allowing others to define your work. This is how resistance defeats creativity. That is his point. A professional resuming with the quote, blows critics off. He doesn't even hear them. Critics, he reminds himself, are the unwitting mouthpieces of resistance, and as such can be truly cunning and pernicious. They can articulate in their reviews the same toxic venom that resistance itself concocts inside our heads. That is their real evil. Not that we believe them, but that we believe resistance in our own minds, for which critics serve as unconscious spokespersons. The professional learns to recognize envy-driven criticism and take it for what it is, the supreme compliment. The critic hates most that which he would have done himself if he had the guts. That is going a bit off kind of what I'm driving at here, because that is true. That is true that, like, you cannot allow criticism to get in your head and stop you in the midst of your work. But if you react defensively to criticism, right, what it's actually saying is resistance is winning, because you are identifying yourself with your art. Now, how does this pertain to creatives in Hollywood? Well, what I am saying is a lot of these people that are working in Lucasfilm and Disney Star Wars, they're not qualified for the jobs that they're working. They did not get to these jobs by being professionals. That is putting in years and years of hard work. Just take a look at the credits for like almost any MCU writer, almost any Star Wars project writer. They have no credits. They've written for freaking Jimmy Kimmel. You know what I mean? Like Jeff Loveness, who wrote Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantum Nausea, wrote for Jimmy Kimmel and the Golden Globes before he ever wrote a screenplay. These are not people that are qualified to be in their jobs. They don't, or if they have credits, it's for things that have nothing to do with the it's like, comedy or something that's not at all related to what they're supposed to be doing. And so they're in a job that's in over their head. They were hired for diversity, equity, and inclusion reasons, or they are corporate knife fighters that have backstabbed their way to the top. And so naturally, when their work fails and gets the criticism it so richly deserves, they are incapable of saying the work is getting criticism, and my job as an artist is to control my emotions and fight through it and continue producing and continue striving for that next shot. Strive for that next shot and aim at the target. That's what a professional does, right? They're not aiming at the target. They hit the target in their minds. So when they hear criticism, this is how they respond to it. So let me grab this video. Hat tip, it's a Gundam. I have not actually seen this, but I want to react to this video because I have a feeling he's going to break this down beautifully for us. And then, oh, shoot, I also forgot. I have a treat for you later, chat. Hang on. All right. I got that, and then I have to load something real quick. This might slow down the stream for a second. There it is. Okay. Now we're going to go present. Share screen. So, again, hat tip, it's a Gundam. I didn't have time to put the link in the description, but you know him. The man, the myth, the legend. Here we go.
A whole Death Star. How many people died on that?
Star Wars is a cautionary tale of how not to handle an intellectual property.
You don't pass it off to power-mad women who see equality as oppression, or something to that effect.
To think of the golden
But, as Salty Cracker would say, this is a dump truck-shaped human. Lesley Headland is a dump truck-shaped human.
age that once was Disney, and to see it now for what it has become,
God.
it's almost a perfect mirror of how America went from being totally awesome to a 24-hour clown show. In another pointless interview that only confirms that Kathleen Kennedy and Lucasfilms see what the problem is, they just refuse to fix it. Lucasfilm's boss, Kathleen Kennedy, says a lot of women in Star Wars struggle with fan attacks because of the fan base being so male-dominated. Most of that struggle is fans saying everything post-Disney sucks. And the new trailer gave us a glimpse into yet another girl boss series that no one asked for, rather than blind praise and endless adoration from the fan base. which is what they were expecting. Lucasfilms now has the mental fortitude of a teenage girl fishing for compliments on TikTok while being totally...
That is such a brilliant point. That is brilliant. That's exactly what it is. They're like children. They're basically like, look what we made. Dude, that is how all of these shows are like, but that is how they all feel. Like when I watch shows like Echo, or I watch, what was the one I saw? Atlas. Yes, stuff. Yeah, Atlas. I'm watching Atlas, and it literally feels like they're saying, look what I made. Look what I made. Isn't this cool? And it's like, no, it's not cool. It's super cool. Don't you love it? It's so bad. That's why they sound that way.
Cringe about it. As the media machine tries to make disgruntled fans that are tired of being force-fed slop look like unreasonable bridge trolls that hate women and minorities, they once again disregard the fan base itself is comprised of women and minorities that don't really like where things are going.
Don't ask questions. Just consume product.
The Acolyte, an original story created by Lesley Headland that's set long before the events of the Phantom Menace. Headland, known for directing films such as Sleeping with Other People, never heard of it, and co-creating Netflix's hit comedy The Russian Doll. That was supposed to be funny. I had no clue it was meant to be funny. I watched the first season, and I just assumed it was kind of like quirky.
Good God. Go back to writing that, Lesley Headland. See, these are basically bad Tumblr fan fiction wackos. That is what is running Star Wars right now. We're talking like Tumblr. You know, there's a little corner of the internet for everybody. You know, there is a weird corner of the internet for every taste. The problem is one of those tiny little corners that the rest of humanity has no interest in has just hoovered up all of these properties. This is a con job, folks. Wokeness is a con. It's a con. Basically what it is a bunch of wackos with weird fetishes and weird hangups have managed to convince all of the elites running our society at corporate political levels, have managed to convince all of them that this is an issue of oppression and human rights and humanitarianism, and they have using this is the con trick. They basically said my weird fetish is a human rights issue. I mean, think about the fact that like the new strategy in feminism is if a woman cannot consider herself to be super hot and attractive, she should go the other way. She should make herself as freaking ugly and hideous as possible. That's what she should do. It's like, imagine if men get no sympathy for this, by the way. Men do this too, I think. I think men are like, if I can't be hot, I'm just going to do the blue hair and just 1,000 piercing and just go the other way. And it's like, but men don't get applause for that. It's only the babes that get applause for uglifying themselves in the woke mind virus. Now, this little show here, this is fine. This is fine for what this is. If somebody is interested in this weird show with this, butch character, God love him. Enjoy it. Have fun, man. This is not the story that should be in the galaxy far, far away. That's not what Star Wars is about. And it's not about this. That's what it's about to be, though.
Horror, fantasy, I don't know what the hell I was watching, but I tuned out after a few episodes.
This, the first woman to serve showrunner of Star Wars series. Her show includes major new female Star Wars characters.
By the way, that title, Sleeping with Other People, is so dumb as hell. That is so current day. That is so current day. As if to literally drive the point home that all dialogue now in storytelling is on the nose, on the surface level, no nuance or complexity at all. In fact, even House of the Dragon, a show I really love, had one little moment in it where there's a guy who's been nailed to one of the stakes. The crab feeder has nailed this guy to a stake on the beach, and he's letting the crabs eat him. And the guy's like, "Oh, Prince Damon's gonna come and get you. He's gonna take you out." And that was all fine. I was fine with all that. And then Damon shows up on his dragon, right? And he starts roasting all the crab feeder's guys. And so the guy that's nailed to the stake says, "Oh, yes, Prince Damon, my lord. Yes, burn them all, my lord." And I'm like, okay, that's all fine. But then right at the last second, the guy says, "Save me." And it's exactly at that moment that the giant foot of Daemon Targaryen's dragon lands on the guy and squishes him. And that little moment bugged the shit out of me because I'm like, he just had to say it. He just had to say the obvious thing that points out the irony. Save me! And that's right at the moment. No! That's a stupid line! He should just say something. He should just continue saying something along the lines of, yes, vengeance, burn them, and then he gets stepped on. Because the point is what? The point is that Daemon doesn't give a shit about that guy. They're just meat for the grinder, from Daemon's perspective. Daemon is he is a highborn. The little people are beneath him. He doesn't care about them. That's the point that scene is driving home. It was unnecessary to have the character cry out, "Save me!" Right? Because in his misguided belief that Daemon is his hero, right? This is what annoys me. This title is just like, it's like sleeping with other people. That's the title. Why is that the title, Lesley? Well, because it's about people sleeping with other people. Oh my God, you're a genius. Would you like to direct and write a Star Wars show? Yes, I would.
Played by the likes of a whole bunch of people you don't care about.
As long as no fans of the original Star Wars movies like it, in that condition, I will direct it.
The selling point of Acolyte is it's female-focused, as if post-Disney was a total sausage fest. George Lucas said it best last week when he was at the Cannes Film Festival or something. I was the only one who knew what Star Wars was, who actually knew this world, because there's a lot to it. The Force, for example. Nobody understood the Force. When they started other ones after I sold the company, a lot of the ideas that were in the original Star Wars sort of got lost. But that's the way it is.
And these are my kids.
And
Sell
you
them off
sold
to
them.
I sold them to the white slavers that take these things and
Basically, people now running
Can I just point out, this is like so odd to me. It's so odd to me that Lucas has this feeling, this belief, and yet he did it anyway. Like, why would you do that? Why not just put it in a trust, appoint someone to run it in your stead? I don't understand this. Why sell it if this is how you feel? Unless he's saying like he got snookered and it was only after the fact that he came to that conclusion. But I don't think so. I think that's kind of what he had in the back of his mind. Here's what I think happened with Lucas. I think that the massive fan criticism of him for the prequels, I think that unmanned him, to use Stephen Pressfield's turn of phrase, and I think it was kind of a rage quit. I think Lucas selling Star Wars was kind of a rage quit. I think he was like, you know what? If you hate what I did so much, here, I'll just sell it to someone else and they can give you what you want. And that was Disney. And then Disney gave us, oh my God, these are stupid people running this. And now he's like, well, maybe I shouldn't have sold it to the white slavers, but listen, it was an overreaction. It'll like Kill Bill at the end when Bill is kind of defending that he massacred. What was Uma Thurman's character's name? Because they don't say it until the end. It's been a year since I watched it. Uma Thurman's character. He says she's talking about how he killed everyone at the wedding and tried to kill her and her unborn child along with it, and he kind of says drunkenly, I overreacted. It's like, that's such a great line. That's kind of what I think Lucas is saying there. He's saying, I overreacted, okay?
Star Wars have lost the plot. Anyway, get ready to lose even more faith in Star Wars. Lesley Headland hopes the Force is with the Acolyte. I don't think the Acolyte is Force sensitive. This article is a mile long, and it's about as interesting as a colonoscopy. I took the time to read it, and I regret every minute of it so far. So here's some choice clips to really sell you on the new Star Wars show.
I essentially cold called Lucasfilms after a lot of conversation. Found myself pitching the show. Utterly elated. My ultimate career goal. The culmination of my fan.
You've got to be kidding me. She is saying, Cubehead, Lesley Headland, is saying I cold called. She was burning the phones down, trying to pitch this show. So excited. It's her ultimate career goal, the culmination of her fandom. BS. I do not believe this for a second. I think people like her, I think they're parasitic in nature. They see something that has clout. They see something that has allure in the popular culture, the popular zeitgeist, and they want a piece of it. I don't think that her dream was to tell a Star Wars story. I think her dream was to tell a Lesley Headland story in the world of Star Wars, which is so beloved and has all this prestige. This is how we got here, folks. These are I hate to be this way, but I've just got to say it. These are scumbag creatives who are looking for, they want to take a pound of flesh out of something valuable, and that's what they've been doing. Rian Johnson's been doing that. Frankly, Dave Filoni has been doing that, and Lesley Headland has been doing. I think that's what this is. They want their pound of flesh, and that's the dream. The dream is I took my piece out of it.
Disney for major TV deal. You can't even cold call a job at your local Target, for Christ's sakes. Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh my God, he's so right about that. You cannot call an employer anymore. There's no one answering any phone. There's no way. It's like, it's all ZipRecruiter. It's all online now.
Living up to the South Park meme completely. Are you a chick? Are you lame and gay? You're in.
Put another gay diverse woman in and make it more f***ing lame. At the same time, the Acolyte embraces what some people call new Star Wars, an era defined by diversity and expansion beyond the Skywalker saga, which started with Disney's purchase of the franchise in 2012.
Yeah, the dark times. The new Star Wars era is one that sucks and leans heavily on meaningless phrases like diversity and equity in a thinly
I feel so guilty that sent me into a fiddle. Dude, folks, I've said before, I am one part hayseed hick, okay? And so a well-placed fart joke is very funny to me. I'm not proud of it. I am a hayseed country American. I hide it well, but trust me, I am. It's so, God, that's fucking hilarious. One more time.
Yeah, the dark times. The new Star Wars era is one that sucks and leans heavily on meaningless phrases like diversity.
So, the most incredible thing about this board, though, is that dinosaurs with an exclamation point. This is the idea board. This is the whiteboard of these brainless drooling idiots that write this crap. Dude, folks, is there any more evidence you need that these are stupid people? I said it before. These are dumb people that write this shit for the MCU and Disney Star Wars. Let me just read to you some of the bullshit from their brainstorm, and I use the term loosely, for Star Wars, authentically lived in. Oh, if that's not a snooty, stupid, creative... God, if anyone ever catches me writing that on a whiteboard, Star Fury has my permission to arrest me. But also, surprise. What the hell does that mean? Surprise. Diversity. Actual ending. Actual ending? As opposed to what? As opposed to a fake ending? As opposed to a Rian Johnson ending? Maybe. Oh my God. You have got... This is like finger painting kindergartners who think that they're doing the next Monet, right? Feelings. They wrote feelings. They wrote feelings. God, this is the participation award generation reaching their final form, folks. This is the everybody get the participation trophy. This is that generation reaching their final form on this whiteboard here. Feelings should be in a story. Relatable characters. Relatable. Sweeping. Epic. Not pro-war. Dude, how freaking stupid do you have to be to the implication here is that they are looking back on the Star Wars saga and saying that it's pro-war. It's not. That But also it's the fact that they consider anything that sort of glorifies a battle against an empire, a battle, right? You know, battle against droid, whatever it is. They view that as toxic masculinity. That's maleness. That's male celebration of violence. That's what that is. So to them, that equals pro-war. So what they're saying is we need to take the war out of Star Wars. What else is on this whiteboard? Droids. Droids should be in it. Scope. Okay, mythic. Space and lightsaber battles. No single main character. What? What? This is another problem with all of Hollywood. This is actually a problem with Furiosa. This is anyway, but that takes me off course. The fourth. Yes, good. Oh yes, gold star for you. The fourth should be in Star Wars. Star Wars wishes. High Republic, Relic Hunters, is that university or diversity? I can't tell. Or is it invisibility? Dinosaurs! Exclamation point. This explains. Oh my God, this explains it, folks. The Mandalorian season 3, you know, why there were freaking tons of dinosaurs in Mandalorian season 3. I couldn't figure it out, right? All the Mandalorians are on this beach. There's nothing on this beach. There's no supplies, no nothing. They're just chilling. They have nothing. This is the last remnants of their civilization. They have no technology, no defenses, no food. They just have a beach and a cave. That is all they have, right? And this giant crocodile comes up and eats a couple snacks on some of the younglings, the foundlings as they call them. And oh no, a giant, and it's impervious. It is impervious to like all small arms fire, which is all they have, right? They just pew, 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 pew. That's how all sound effects are in Star Wars now. Pew, 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 pew. Does nothing. It's just, you know, the crocodile ignores it, right? Another episode goes by, a pterodactyl comes down, abducts one of their foundlings. And I'm like, what the hell is a pterodactyl doing in this? And then off it goes. Another episode goes by, a second crocodile shows up, and I'm like, what are you doing on this beach? Why have you gone to, your refuge is this dinosaur-infested planet? Why? Why is this your refuge? Why is it infested with dinosaurs? Why don't you get the hell away from the feeding ground of these dinosaurs? Well, folks, I just got the answer. It's right here on the stupid whiteboard. Dinosaurs! Exclamation point. Folks, these are stupid people that write Disney Star Wars. Dumb people. That includes Dave Filoni. Dave Filoni is a freaking moron. What else is on this board? Representation and diversity. What is this? Arthurian legends. Arthurian legends? Oh, what would you know? What would you idiots know about Arthurian? About a king? That's colonizing. About a male? Ew, gross. Cisgender male? No. About heroes doing battle? That's pro-war. What are you? You have no business putting Arthurian legends anywhere. Rival houses? Oh, that's the Game of Thronesing of everything. What did I tell you in previous streams, chat? Game of Thrones has broken the brains of Hollywood because they all want to be Game of Thrones now, right? So they write rival houses on their Star Wars board. That's a clue right there to what I'm talking about. They turn everything into Game of Thrones now. Sith Empire. Chaos Agents. Oh my God. And by the way, I need to take a break from roasting this whiteboard. Dude, I could go on all day. Staffiere says, Lesley Headland, procurer for Harvey Weinstein. Yes, well said. Stormcrow says, what's Metalhead? It's an episode in Black Mirror. It's an episode in Black Mirror. And I kind of hate about 60% of the episodes of Black Mirror. I actually kind of hate that show, frankly. I think it's mostly pretentious trash. But it does have a couple of episodes that are good here and there. And one of the episodes is Metalhead, which is season 4, episode 5. Season 4, episode 5 of Black Mirror. That's the episode I'm referring to. Watch it at your own risk. I'm telling you right now. It's a black pill, man. It will scare, it will frack you up for life. That is my official warning. Okay? Starfury with a £2 sterling super chat. Why Starfury? Thank you very much indeed. Now, what kind and generous, magnanimous words do you have for your dear captain? Now, let me see that. Says Starfury, put something alcoholic in your sippy cup? What? I'm quite sure I don't understand what you mean, Starfury. The captain is not in possession of any such thing. This is not a sippy cup. This is an elite athlete's water bottle. That's what this is. It even has, see, this is like the bike clip, right? You clip this to your bike. And you can take it with you. It is not a sippy cup. The abuse I endure from my own master-at-arms. Thank you, Starfury. Huge Atlas fan, by the way. Huge. Love J-Lo blew the doors off for our dear Starfury. Wrangler says, make herself ugly. Why not? It worked for Mimi from the Drew Carey show. Well, God, I miss those days. No, that's what's funny is Mimi was a joke. Mimi was a hilarious character. She was an evil shrew who hated humanity. I love Mimi. That was a great show. All right, Ultimate Kahuna says, I'm back. I'm cleaning and recording reactions. Starfury says, these frackers are appropriating my culture. Cancel these assholes. We're working on it, Starfury. We are working on it. But Wrangler says, that sounds like it's right up Stormcrow's alley. It is, trust me. Okay, back to the show. Back to the It's a Gundam show.
And equity in a thinly veiled attempt to shield itself from any and all criticism for bad writing and shit directional choices. Expanding beyond the Skywalker saga. Yeah, like that didn't exist before Disney. Kennedy, in all of her brilliance, decanonized the entire EU Star Wars to create her own expanded universe, oftentimes lifting stories from the very source material she wrote off. Oh my God. And so far, after 10 years of Disney owning Star Wars or more, it hasn't made back the money they spent buying Star Wars. Unfortunately, Kathleen Kennedy girl boss too close to the twin sons.
Amanda Stenberg stars as the Dreadlock Warrior who has a complicated relationship with a Jedi Master played by Lee Jung-jae from Squid Games in his first English-speaking role. Jodie Turner-Smith, Queen of the Slims, plays a lesbian leader of the Regal Coven of Witches, while the Filipino-Canadian actor Manny, I don't even care. The Acolyte also breaks new ground behind the camera.
It broke new ground!
While women have directed episodes of the show, The Mandalorian and Obi-Wan Kenobi
both suck.
Headland 43 is the first to create a Star Wars series.
Well, Lottie freaking da.
It was like working on a razor's edge. You're thinking, this is what people want from Star Wars, and this is what people don't want. It can mess with your head. During the creative process, she continued, I had to give myself forgiveness as an artist to fall off the razor. As long as I got back up, that was my promise to myself.
This is shaping up to be the WNBA of Star Wars, where a group of women are giving large amounts of money to fail. And if you say it sucks or it's not interesting, you're a misogynist incel that hates women. What a stupid time to be alive, and what a terrible time for art.
Lesley wanted the show to be accepted.
But see, now here's why I read that excerpt from The War of Art with Stephen Pressfield, because I think it shines a light on this. It's like this racket, this con of diversity, equity, and inclusion, it is a means of them shielding their fragile egos from criticism. It is not even just criticism. It's not just criticism. It is the total cataclysmic failure of every project critically. Fan reception, financially, utter failures. Folks, every Disney Star Wars project on Disney Plus, with the slight exception of Andor. Well, with the exception of Andor, is an absolute dumpster fire. I mean, yeah, I would throw in Mandalorian season 1 and 2. I will allow a slight exception for those. Everything else, a level of bad writing, bad editing, bad directing. It's unbelievable. It's an absolute embarrassment. Anyone involved with a Disney Star Wars project in the world of Hollywood 20 years ago, TV writing 30 years ago, would be a laughingstock. They would be run out of town on the rails. They would be unhirable. Unhirable for producing garbage at this level. But they have found a grift. And that grift is they can hide behind, oh, if you don't like it, it's your fault because you're a bigot. Folks, Resistance has never found a better ally than arguing diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Accessible. No homework needed before watching, said Jocelyn Ball.
I probably got her name wrong, and I can't say I care, to be honest.
She asked me what I knew about Star Wars, and my answer was Harrison Ford runs around space with a giant dog. Ballhour crawled, laughing, and Lesley said you're hired.
Isn't this the same mindset they had for
I'm
the...
sorry, I
Laughing
need to
around
process
space
this.
with a giant dog.
Lesley wanted the show to be accessible. No homework needed before watching, said Jocelyn Bio. I mean, which, you know, in principle, that makes sense. Oh my God, just the way that they are twisting themselves into knots to call out all the diversity. The Ghanaian American, right? Dude, how about just American? American. How about just that? How about just leave that out? Just say the writer. Jocelyn Bio, the writer. These wackos. They want us all to be tagged and collared in little groups. We all have to talk about our identities and our racial heritage and all this bullshit. All this bullshit. It's like, look how dehumanized. This is why I say the woke mind. It's a sick worldview. It is sick to look at humanity this way. I'm not saying we don't acknowledge our ancestry in the right context. I'm saying it is sick to be so constantly obsessed with where are you from? What is your race? What is your heritage? How many types of genders do you sleep with? It's sick to be this obsessed with it. Just say Jocelyn Bio, the writer. The writer. Oh my God, it's just the inmates are running the asylum. They are smearing the walls with feces. To call him here, the captain will compose himself on the deck. Captain will compose himself. So Lesley wanted the show to be accessible. No homework needed. Okay, got that. She asked me what I knew about Star Wars. Okay, so this is what Jocelyn Bio, the stunning and brave Ghanaian American writer, is asking. She asked me what I knew about Star Wars, and my answer was Harrison Ford runs around space with a giant dog. And Lesley said, you're hired. Oh my God. Oh my God. I had to reread it to process it. It's something when I say these people are stupid, this is what I mean. Like, this is a stupid human being. This idiot, Jocelyn Bio. Stunning and brave, Ghanaian American. Because that's what she is. She is Ghanaian. It's important that everyone knows she's Ghanaian American. She's not an American. She is a Ghanaian American, according to this article. She is interviewing for the job of writing on Star Wars. She is asked by the showrunner, an ice cube shaped human. She is asked by the showrunner, "What do you know about Star Wars?" Her reply is, "I don't know. I think Harrison Ford runs around space with a giant dog." Oh my God, you're perfect. This is how we got here, folks. This is why the Marvels is the greatest flop in MCU history. This is why the Eternals was a failure. This is why Echo was a failure. This is why Secret Invasion was a failure. This is why She-Hulk was a failure. This is why Mandalorian Season 3 was a failure. This is why Boba Fett was a failure. This is why... this is why every one of these is a failure! These people are idiots. They are stupid. They have no credentials. Lesley Headland has no business directing a Star Wars series. Kathleen Kennedy is a moron who has run the entire property into the ground. She has presided over every single project failing, horrible ratings, box office disasters, Indiana Jones and the Diaper of Destiny, the Dial of Destiny, stunning and brave, a complete disaster. Failure after failure after failure because these are stupid people who eat glue. Roll tape.
Bauer crawled, laughing, and Lesley said you're hired.
Isn't this the same mindset that they had for the last few phases of the MCU and the new trilogy of Star Wars?
Flashback.
I was not very steeped in the comics.
I didn't read any comics or do any research.
I wasn't familiar with the comics. I wasn't familiar with the movies.
We didn't lean into a whole lot of the history of the comic books.
Yeah, candidly, we were not enormous comic fans.
I wasn't super into superhero comics when I was a kid. I read a lot of like indie press stuff.
First thing I was told is don't read the comics.
Really?
As a creator, they put you in a bubble. They don't let you talk about any of the other projects, right?
You know, they're up for anything.
We ultimately decided to redefine it for the series and thought that it worked better for the story that we're trying to tell.
Did you ever read you've never read the comic book?
When the DVD comes out, I'm going to read a Thor comic book and just see where we went wrong.
That led to mountains of failure at the box office.
Folks, hat tip. Once again, hat tip, it's a Gundam. This video is incredible. This is an incredible video. I mean, the way he is breaking down like every stage of this disaster is phenomenal. And I just have to say, that one clip alone, folks, does that not just floor you? I mean, every single creative involved. I did not read the comics. I know nothing about the comics. I've told not to read the comics. I'm not allowed to read the comics. Gee, I wonder why our movies are failing. Dude, that's why I say, I mean, just, you know, all joking aside, when I say stupid people, I mean, I don't have another explanation. I don't have another explanation. Your movie failed. It lost money at the box office. Nobody went to see it. Nobody's watching it on streaming. You are now faced with the question of what went wrong. You chose to not allow any writers on the project to read the comics or invest in the source material. To not consider that as a possible reason for the failure, in my view, means you are not a very intelligent person. You just are not. If you cannot analyze what went wrong and have some inkling of what went wrong, I think it's because your diet includes too much lead-based glue.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. The fact that I'm reading this and everyone is laughing it off like this is really great. Would you hire someone to fly a plane and they're like, well, I'm pretty sure flying a plane is pressing buttons and moving levers. How hard could it be?
Folks, and the terrifying thing is we're not far from that. DEI is in the airplane industry. My freaking God.
It'll like, yes, you're hired. You can work for the Boeing 747 here at American Airlines.
The first Acolyte trailer released in March, racking up 51 million views in the first 24 hours. A record for any live-action Star Wars series.
God, they're such liars. The media are such liars. Look at how they spin it.
Views in the first 24 hours. A record.
Dude, that's the ratio, at least at the time he was making this video, 712,000. Actually, no. I think the Acolyte trailer, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe it's up to 1 million. Let me double check this real quick. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to look that up, but I think it's up to 1 million.
For any live-action Star Wars series, including The Mandalorian, according to Lucasfilm's blah, 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 blah. But a loud, primordial part of the Star Wars fandom was pushing back in predictable fashion.
So most of the fans weren't feeling it. What this article in Disney continues to ignore is that most of the fan base is now sick of Star Wars. And the rest of the fan base is apathetic towards it, having no interest in engaging with the franchise at all anymore. The people who say it sucks are the last bit of fans you have left that care enough to have an emotional response in this day and age. And much like Papa John once said, the day of reckoning is coming.
It's a version of the same misogyny and racism that greeted Rey, the female Jedi, played by Daisy Ridley, who made her debut in The Force Awakens in 2015.
Let's keep in mind that the character of Rey is a 100% Mary Sue. That was the problem. The girl literally knew how to do mind control with the Force with no training. That's why the fan base got upset. We all know what The Force Awakens was. A kick in the balls for anyone that was actually a Star Wars fan. Pure trash.
Kelly Marie Tran ran off social media.
Let's face it, the girl didn't have much of a career before that. She literally was doing commercials about anti-smoking. Suck my balls.
Kathleen Kennedy, who runs the Lucasfilms, also experienced it with South Park harshly attacking her in an episode last year. The cartoon depicting Kennedy giving the same feedback to Star Wars creators over and over. Put a chick in it, make her lame and gay.
Indiana Jones, put a chick in it and make her lame and gay!
Is it not accurate? So we have almost 10 years of fans disliking Disney Star Wars, and South Park finally starts making fun of the franchise's comedically bad, repetitive decision-making. All this criticism is summed up by saying everyone who doesn't like the direction of Star Wars is a misogynist and a racist, repeating the same tired rebuttal we've heard for years now. At this rate, the article just should have said, all the disgruntled fans are incels and chuds, and they'll probably vote for Donald.
The fact Headland chose to place the Acolyte at the very beginning of the Star Wars timeline, so canonical issues would be minimal.
Yes, this is so these creatively bankrupt jack shits could come up with anything and everything they wanted and get away with it, essentially. They did everything but create their own new intellectual property. God forbid someone does that today. Let's see, but here's the funny part.
The Acolyte that...
Hey, Zack Snyder tried it, and how did that work out? Zack Snyder tried that. Which I was in favor of. Yeah, let Zack Snyder do whatever he wants. Let's see what he comes up with. Dude, I've never been so open to something being good as I was to Rebel Moon. I really was. I was like, dude, oh man, if this turns out to be something good, this could be really cool. Oh my God. don't try this at home, folks. You know what's really funny too? Chris Gore, okay? Chris Gore recommended this film, Battle Beyond the Stars. Yeah, Battle Beyond the Stars, okay? It came out around 1984-ish, I think. So it was in that time of like the Star Wars craze. And I'm thinking, okay, well, this must be a cult classic that I missed. So I went and picked up Battle Beyond the Star. I start watching this thing and I'm like, oh my God, why does Chris Gore like this? This is so awful. It's so awful. It's so weird and wonky and I hated it. I turned it off after like 20 minutes. I couldn't take it. And a thought occurred to me, right? Star Wars was this. I'm talking about the 1977 film. Star Wars was this close to being one of those. It was just this close, folks. It's like, it's a razor thin margin to go from kind of like total camp to like genius, transportive fantasy, right? There are very few creatives that can really walk that line of doing something really fantastical, really out of this world, and landing it, and just really landing it. And even for someone like George Lucas, George Miller, Christopher Nolan, I mean, it's difficult. It is difficult to land these high concepts that creatives like this, and I admire them greatly. Even when they fail, I admire them greatly for what they're driving at. But I think the problem is that low IQ, low talent people like Lesley Headland, Kathleen Kennedy, and these idiots that are running the Wokolyte, the problem is they think that's easy. They think that because George Lucas makes it look easy, that it's easy. It's like, no, it's not. I actually think what we're seeing with Disney Star Wars is that, I mean, this is what kind of Star Wars could have been in just slightly different circumstances. Just if a couple things had gone wrong, if the wrong editor had been on the project. I mean, what we're seeing with Disney Star Wars is kind of what Star Wars could have been. It would have been a forgotten footnote in film history. And I am not dismissing Lucas's talent. Don't misunderstand. I'm saying he is talented. I'm saying he pulled it off 3 times with the original trilogy, and arguably not quite as well, but I would argue he pulled it off fairly well with the prequels. Not as good as the originals, but he pulled it off pretty well. It turns out what Lucas did, he made it look a lot easier than it actually was. And I think that's a big problem that we have. These are unprofessional hacks. These are unprofessional hacks who have giant egos, Lesley Headland is not a talented person. She's not, I don't think she's probably very good at anything except corporate scheming. I think she's probably pretty good at that. Okay. She believes she is entitled because she is an ice cube shaped, unfortunate looking woman of a lesbian persuasion. She believes that those are the reasons she is entitled to success. She is entitled to fans loving her work. And I'm here, unfortunately, she's about to find out how not entitled to that she is.
Previously existed anywhere in the franchise as a Jedi Master from novels named...
Even Google can't translate that last name.
Varestra Rowell. Headland cast her wife, Rebecca Henderson, in the role.
Good God. Oh, my God. You know why this is so cringe? Is the sheer nepotism of it. Just folks, these are Tumblr weirdos who are putting all their friends and family in the movie. That's just unbelievable. They're like children. And no, that's disrespectful to children, quite frankly. Children don't know any better. They're still learning. This is an adult person that is acting like a child. Oh, you know what? I'm going to put this person in it. I'm going to put, because I like them. Oh my God.
Giving her a lightsaber that can transform into a whip.
A little nepotism. It's all right because she's gay.
Gay. Some trolls have nicknamed Headland's series the Wokolyte.
Great name. Notice how trolls are just so absolutely creative, and the people doing these shows couldn't shit out a new idea if their life depended on it.
In a brief telephone interview, Kennedy supported the Acolyte and was steadfast. My belief is his storytelling needs to be representative of all people, she said.
Well, here's the thing, if it's a male-dominated franchise, you probably want to cater to the people who will buy the shit that are interested in it. You're literally making a show for a fan base that doesn't exist.
Kennedy continued, I think Lesley is struggling a little bit with it. I think a lot of the women who step into Star Wars struggle with this a bit more because of the fan base being so male-dominated. They sometimes get attacked in a way that can be quite personal. Headland...
You notice something about this? So this is Kathleen Kennedy. And she's saying, this male-dominated, because men are bad, and we are very enlightened and tolerant people. And because men are bad, and because this is a male-dominated space, which is bad. It's okay if it's female-dominated. It's okay if it's lesbian-dominated. It's not okay if it's male-dominated. They sometimes get attacked in ways that are quite hurtful and personal. These are the same wackos that created terms like male fragility. These are the same wackos that lecture, oh, why are you so fragile? Why is your ego so fragile? Look at how fragile these people are. Look at how little heat they can. This is why I say they are not professionals. These are amateurs. These are amateurs that have ego-driven mindsets. They are thin-skinned. They are as weak as wet tissue paper. Notice how everything they claim is the exact opposite of what they do. Every single thing they claim they stand for, they had that quote about how Star Wars, Kathleen Kennedy, had that quote that Star Wars should be representative of all people. Really? Because you're flat out saying it should not be representative of a male audience. It should not be representative of that. It should not represent the massive amounts of fans who claim it should be about something else. You don't care about them. You are literally undertaking to make a series which caters to a very small niche audience of cube-shaped humans like Lesley Headland. Those, you're literally making it. It's only representative of fat, unappealing lesbians. That's basically, there it is. I said it.
Tries to limit her exposure to the online conversation, both good and bad, instead relying on friends for weather reports.
Yes, shield yourself within your echo chamber. It will all come crashing down on your head like it did Rian Johnson, and no amount of Kennedy meddling can save you on this one. Before reading this article, I was slightly indifferent towards the next Star Wars TV show, choosing to ignore it myself, but after this, I now know that it might suck on a level I once thought not possible. Star Wars is so dead. Like, if they had any brains, they'd probably stop making Star Wars stuff for a while. They're so desperate to try and make back the $4 billion they spent on this that they're literally flinging shit at the wall to try and see what sticks. but this time they spray paint the shit rainbow colors to be more inclusive.
Oh, it's a hat tip. It's a Gundam with a brilliant analysis of everything wrong with current day Star Wars. Disney Star Wars. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a like, give them a follow. As Gary over there at Nerdrotic says, it's a Gundam criminally undersubbed. Criminally undersubbed. In fact, your captain is criminally undersubbed, so subscribe to Swords and Starships. Hit the like, hit the subscribe if you're enjoying the content, and I'm glad that you're here. You know, maybe we can't save Star Wars, but we'll damn sure avenge it. We will damn sure avenge it. Wait, I got that one. Let's see, where? I think I saw someone else in the chat. Staffere says... as a bigoted incel, I hate Star Wars. I know, right? They say the fan base is toxic and fragile, and yet look at the way they talk about, oh, I don't want to hear anything bad about it, and it's mean, and it's hurtful, and it's very terrifying. And it's like, who's fragile? Who's fragile? It's like they say that, oh, well, men dominate everything, and men control everything, and they're bad at running things, and we should be running it. It's like, and yet you can't take the heat. You're flat out saying, I can't take it. I can't take the heat. And you say that you would be better at this. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. Yeah, Redoubt Productions is in the chat and says, why are we smearing feces? We are not Redoubt. I'm saying these wackos that are running Lucasfilm are doing that. They're inmates running the asylum. That, you know, it's like the Joker for Leadu. You know, it's like if the Joker gets out and then the Joker becomes the guy running the asylum. That's what we're dealing with. Redoubt says, "'Tis the battle cry of Hollywood. Let us ride to Rebel Moon." And also says, on second thought, let's not go to Rebel Moon. 'Tis a silly place. Oh, a nice reference to Monty Python. I appreciate that. Starfury says, Chris Gore loves the film because it's pure schlock. It is shit, but it's fun schlock. And Sybil Danning's push-up bustier deserves special mention. I mean, fair enough. I guess you're right. That's why he likes it. He likes it because it's campy. I can't get on that level with it. I just can't. It's... I really did not like it at all. I was like, it was like bad camp. It was like, I am a robot. Okay. Avenge me, Norman Osborn says Redoubt Productions. Dude, I love Willem Dafoe's Green Goblin. He is so good. So good. Maybe my favorite live action. I think that's probably my favorite live action rendition of a supervillain ever. Of a comic book supervillain. Like, that is my favorite. Willem Dafoe as the Green Goblin. He was so good. And I would say probably my second favorite is Heath Ledger's Joker. I think those are my two favorite supervillain portrayals of all time. Just absolute nailed it. And man, Willem Dafoe in Spider-Man No Way Home, he freaking killed it. He hit that one. He scared the hell out of me. When I watched that movie, I could not believe how terrifying he was. When he goes full Green Goblin and he's just laughing as Peter Parker, as Spider-Man's punching him and it's no effect, you know? And he's just like, ha, 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 ha. And I was like, it was weird. I was like, I haven't felt this in a, you know, there is something to be said for a villain that's intimidating. I mean, seriously, folks, like, there is something to be said. Like, I actually think the most intimidating movie villain ever was the Brujo. There's a film with Tommy Lee Jones and Cate Blanchett called The Missing. It's a Western. It's phenomenal. It's an excellent film. If you have not seen it, you gotta watch it. The Missing. And it's about this, basically a Native American shaman, which is called a Brujo, abducts Cate Blanchett's daughter and plans to sell her into slavery across the Mexican border. And Tommy Lee Jones and Cate Blanchett, who they go on this quest to say, it's a Golden Fleece story. It's a brilliant Golden Fleece story. And they go on this quest to bring her home. Folks, this guy, this character of the Brujo, is, in my view, the most intimidating movie villain I've ever seen. And that's, say, it's like terrifying. Terrifying, this character. I love that. The bad guys are always the reason to watch the movie. They are, because they scare the hell out of you. That's the whole point. And that's why girl boss bad guys suck. Dude, Durbin in the Marvels, like, she's like the opposite. If the Brujo is the most intimidating movie villain of all time, Durbin in the Marvels is like the opposite end of the spectrum. Redoubt Productions says, I rejoiced in cinemas watching the MCU heads getting their first dose of Defoe. The Raimi trilogy is the best standalone superhero film series out there. I really disliked the third one. There were elements of it I liked, but yeah, they mangled the black costume plot so badly that I did not like that. There were elements of it that were okay, but Spider-Man 1 and 2 are as close to perfect as I think you can get. I mean, Spider-Man 1, by today's standards, the effects are a little bit campy, but they're charming. There is a significant plot mistake in the first film, which is double mumbo jumbo. The fact that the Goblin and Spider-Man both get their powers at the exact same time, totally independently of each other, is a bit silly. But who cares? It works. The film overall, it's like everything is in the right place. And that is probably one of the best things I've ever seen in theaters. Like, I would say Lord of the Rings, Gladiator, the first Spider-Man movie. I mean, those were magical experiences, man. Like, I had always wanted to see Spider-Man in live action. And when I finally saw that, I remember Tobey Maguire was getting a lot of heat when they announced his casting. A lot of Spider-Man fans thought he was going to be terrible for Peter Parker. And I was worried about it. I was like, he doesn't look kind of like what I would have pictured, you know? But then I heard he voiced the video game. So they made a video game that came out before the movie. And he was the voice of Spider-Man in the video game. So I saw a friend playing the video game, and I was kind of against Tobey Maguire as Peter Parker. Because, he just seemed kind of, he just seemed kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Scrawny. He seemed kind of scrawny, Then I hear his voice in the video game, and he's doing the little Peter Parker quips, the little jokes at the bad guy's expense, and I was like, oh, he's perfect. I was like, he's good. Like, I'm good with it. He sounds exactly right for the part. And I stand by that. And then the movie came out, and everyone mostly came around to embracing it. But yeah, as soon as I heard his voice in the video game, I was like, Toby's perfect. He's nailing it. That's exactly how Peter Parker should sound. He is absolutely the GOAT. The GOAT. Redoubt Productions says, so many memes from the Raimi trilogy, so many glorious memes. I mean, the beauty of good art is that the imperfections of it become a feature, not a bug. And that's the beauty of really good art. And I do think that's one of the problems with this committee-driven, corporate-driven storytelling that we're seeing. In a way, it's a kind of perfectionism. The idea, I actually think that Furiosa, to some extent, suffered from a brain drain, right? Because there's a romance story that just stops just short of getting somewhere, right? Between Furiosa and Praetorian Jack. There's a kind of lifelessness to her character. I hate to say it, but there just is. There's a kind of lifelessness to her story. I don't know how to explain it. It just doesn't quite get there. They show, spoilers for Furiosa, they show the death of Praetorian Jack kind of, it wasn't quite off screen, but it was sort of from afar, which stole a lot of the teeth from the emotional experience of it. Like, you compare that to the death of Peter Weller's character in RoboCop, it's like, which is brutal as hell. Why are you taking the brutality out of this death? In other words, what I'm saying is almost all modern movies seem to be sanitizing everything. It's so bizarre. The last time we were in a period of artistic, censorship at this level was like the 50s. The 50s and the Hays Code, where everything had to be Leave It to Beaver. Everything had to be, this pleasant, inoffensive world. We've re-entered another phase of this. It's very strange. And some of it is wokeness, but some of it is just this bizarre period of like everything is so corporatized. Everything has to be safe for a certain level of consumption. We don't want to have too much romance. We don't want to have too much sexuality. You know, on Furiosa, I watched the Mad Max trilogy all the way through again. That would be the original, actual Mad Max trilogy. And something struck me about all three of those films, Mad Max, The Road Warrior, and Beyond Thunderdome. What struck me about them is that these stories were more about characters, right? There are these periods in those films that are just about the characters. Like, for example, take Beyond Thunderdome. Max finds himself in this little oasis run by, essentially, they're kind of like the Lost Boys, but they're basically a bunch of kids that are running this little town. And they are waiting for this captain to come back and fly them to safety. And this captain that they're looking for has never come back. They think Max is this captain. Max wakes up and finds himself in this bizarre situation of mistaken identity. And it's just this little story about how he starts to form a relationship with these young people that are trying to, like, survive. And he's trying to convince them that the world's ended. There's no safety out there. You need to stay here. This is home now. And they don't believe it. And then he winds up, and then that leads into the battle. My point is, that's like a character story, right? Fury Road and Furiosa are not character stories. They are spectacles. Enjoyable spectacles, but they're spectacles. And I find that fascinating. That's a fascinating dichotomy between those two bodies of work. The Fury Road saga is what it should be called. The Fury Road saga is about the Mad Max world, and the Mad Max trilogy is about Mad Max and the characters that he encounters. It's very fascinating that George Miller has chosen to depart in that direction. But in any case, we march on. We march on. I want to let's close the loop on this. So we're now going to talk about who is a professional. Who is a professional? And we're going to get into that. How will we avenge Star Wars? Well, that's coming right up, but the captain needs a quick break. So I will be back in just a moment. Do not go anywhere, my dear chat. There is much more Captain's Cast to come. In fact, and we will have Grizzy Shills. We're going to go find some Grizzy Shills, so we'll be right back. Back. You are watching the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel, YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. I'm going to stop saying that. I think I'm going to just go with that. But in any case, folks, this stream has been growing. I've been watching the view counts. They've been creeping up, and I've been posting no videos because I just have not had time. I'm working on it. I'm battling resistance of my own, but that's another story. But I will just say that without almost any promotion, any regular posting of videos, live streams. The view count is creeping up. And what I want to say is thank you out there watching on the restream, joining me here every Sunday. I appreciate it. We're building a little fellowship here, and it's growing by leaps and bounds. So now. So we've seen the morons that folks, the Acolyte. This is why I say it is going to be the worst one of these. I'm going to review every episode of The Acolyte. I'm also going to review every episode of House of the Dragon. That's coming up very soon. I believe next week The Acolyte starts, and I think next Sunday, if memory serves, is House of the Dragon Season 2, which, folks, I am so excited. Shut the frack up, Ryan Kennel. Stop spoiling it. I know you've read the books. I don't care. I don't want hints. Sorry, folks. I just get frustrated. I get frustrated. Look, I'm not going to tell you what it is, but there was a Friday Night Tights episode in which just a little tiny comment, it might have been a Geeks and Gamers Daily, I can't remember. Ryan Kennel, the angriest man on the internet, said something about what's going to happen in the first episode of House of the Dragon Season 2, and what he said, I figured it out. I'm not even going to say, like, there's the title of the episode. What is the title of the episode, if I'm not mistaken? Hang on a second. House of the Dragon, Season 2. I don't want to say it unless it literally is the title of the episode, because I wouldn't even say that much. But Episode 1 premiere. Oh, wait. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Episode title is a son for a son. Okay. I'm not going to... Okay, I'm getting off that page. I need to stay the hell away from that page. What am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, never mind. Then I'm not going to say the phrase, because I thought it was in the title. It's not. Okay. But Ryan said something that it was like it connected it, because someone in the chat said a word, and then Ryan, of that word, said, what did he say? He basically said something along the lines of, oh, you're going to find out. And it was the word that the person in the chat said, and I connected it all together. I've never read the book, folks, but it clicked in my mind. I'm like, oh my God, I know what's going to happen. Not exactly. I don't know exactly which character, is going to be involved with which. I know what the event is going to look like now, without ever having read it. And I'm like, dude, it was that hint. And and it pissed me off, because I'm like, damn it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what's going to happen, which is a great way of getting my chat to probably put a spoiler in there to troll me. But you wouldn't do that to me, chat. Anyway, we'll see. Staffyade says, glad the view count is rising. Quality will out. What Star Fury? You'll need to clarify that. Redoubt Production says everything from the mainstream media is safe because they don't want the masses to think that they don't want the masses to think and address the real world is not okay and needs urgent attention. They keep validating their narrative, not truth. I mean, that's a part of it. There definitely is very much an ideological component. Everything's a platform. Everything has to be for the message, so that's one element of it. But some of it is just inertia. It's just rot. Like this, it's just rot. It's creative rot. This is a company, or I should say an industry, that has become very insular. It's become very circular. It just is, and it's become very referential and derivative. It's very disappointing. So I think that's part of it. They just want, and you've got these corporations who just don't want to take risks. They are risk averse. And so they want everything sanitized. They want it safe. They want it vanilla, which is odd because they also want, they also want the trans messaging and everything. It's weird, isn't it? We can't have Furiosa, just going whole hog on Praetorian Jack. We can't have Praetorian Jack and Furiosa, doing the nasty. We can't have that. What we can have is Drag Queen Story Hour. We can have, that's not a problem for corporations. I don't know. I guess I can't explain it. I guess I can't. Starfury says he's clarifying quality tells. Well, thank you, Starfury. I appreciate that. Will out is a phrase meaning quality will tell. Is this some? This must be what part of your strange British dialect. That's all. That's the only thing I can guess, Starfury. He's saying that glad the view count is rising, quality will out, and that is, I think, that is a British phrase, which means quality will tell. Well, thank you. As you know, I am a great admirer of our friends across the pond, our special relationship. We Yanks and Brits. British culture is the antecedent to American culture, and therefore, we are the descendants. We are the idiot stepchildren of Britain. What else do we have? I have way too much in the stack of stuff. Let's swerve into something funny. Hat tip Knights of Melvin. I came across this, and it's awesome.
Shills! Disney boy triggered. Hey, I got a shit on the comments to expose he's a Disney boy. Ray lover big mad and having a Star.
Hang on, take this damn page will not load properly. Hang on. I gotta probably kill this tab and start over.
Shills! Disney boy triggered. Hey, I got a shit on the comments to expose he's a Disney boy. Ray lover big mad and having a Star Wars meltdown. Shills! Disney boys crying. Oh, we triggered the Ray.
Okay, so this is Knights of this is Knights of Melvin. So make sure you give him a like, give him a follow. It's so funny. I haven't watched all of this. I just saw part of it. I was like, we gotta roll with this.
Watch me trigger that Disney boy, all the shills I destroy. Now watch me trigger that Disney boy. 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 Disney boys crying. Watch me trigger the Ray lover. Watch me trigger that Disney boy, all the shills I destroy. Now watch me trigger that Disney boy. 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 Disney boys getting trolled. Watch him fume, watch him cry. Gotta trigger that shill more. Then watch him rage in a reply. Disney Shill is now big mad, fucking with them haters, man. Disney Star Wars is fucking bad. Avenging Star Wars is my plan. I'm triggering your bitch ass. And if we get to fighting, then I'm slicing.
Dude, how can you not love the internet? It's like, the level of creativity is like so amazing.
Your bitch ass. You catch me on YouTube, I expose shows every day. Haters get mad, yet they can't fucking stay away. Disney boys crying, watch me trigger the Ray lover. Watch me trigger that Disney boy, all the shills I destroy. Now watch me trigger that Disney boy. 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 Disney boys crying, watch me trigger the Ray lover. Watch me trigger that Disney boy, all the shills I destroy. Now watch me trigger that Disney boy. Now watch me trigger that Disney boy.
Oh my god, dude! Oh no! I love reading it. So I love how he's screenshotting all of his replies to the shills because they're commenting on his video. The guy says, so this guy's whole channel, him hating everything about a franchise he claims to like, LOL. And then he responds, Knights of Melvin is his channel, but he calls himself Darth Melvin. He says, that's what they all say, Disney boy. Just zero
shills, I just now watch me trigger that Disney boy.
Dude, folks, I mean, what in the hell is happening to our civilization? I understand different strokes for different folks. I'm not judging exactly, but I'm a little bit judging right now, okay? This is a grown man in tight jeans and a giant Ariel t-shirt. I mean, folks. Oh my god, and he's got like a Sailor Moon picture on his iPhone. Oh, jeez. Oh my god.
Now watch me trigger that Disney boy. Now watch me trigger that Disney boy. Now watch me trigger that Disney boy. I'm exposing Disney Shill. Watch me trigger that Ray boy. Gonna make him unhinged. He's got exposing Disney Shill.
Oh no. Oh my god. Look in the lower left corner. Oh my god. Oh no. What the hell? I didn't even see it. It went by so fast I had to go back. He does a thumbnail with a Disney shill holding a fleshlight, and it's got Grogu's face. It's Grogu's face as a fleshlight. Oh my god. That's so messed up.
Watch me trigger that Ray boy. Gonna make him unhinged.
Dude, I want to read what these are saying.
Boy, I'm exposing Disney Shills. Watch me trigger that.
So he gets a comment on one of his videos. Worrying about, quote, fake fans is such a chronically online thing to do. If someone has seen one Star Wars movie and likes it, that's a fan. Oh, sure. Unless you're Lesley Headland and you're saying if you're not woke, you're not a fan, right? That's how this works, right? Oh, yeah. We're fans until we're toxic fans, and then we're not fans. We're fans until we're bigots, according to you idiots, and then we're not fans, right? That's how that works. Oh, but if anyone sees a movie and they like it, then they are a fan. These idiots, they cannot hold one consistent thought in their minds, okay? So anyway, this commenter says, if they've just played with a lightsaber for 10 minutes and liked it, that's a fan. Stop gatekeeping and stop acting better than people. Knights of Melvin, he just responds, hashtag fake fan, hashtag Ray boy.
Ray boy, gonna make him unhinged. He's got MDS for sure. Haters like to watch me Darth Melvin, I'm the man. They be looking at my stack, crying about my success, man. Watch me trigger.
Oh, no. Dude, he's going too fast, man. So he has his Twitter, right? And it says, are pronouns essential to Star Wars? And he gives 3 choice options. Yes, we must support mental illness. No, there's only 2 genders. Or 3, Disney Star Wars is trash.
Thread gets bigger. Shills whining, get mad at me. Shills defend shit ass Disney. Shills, I see you triggered by me. Man, that shit is fun. Disney boys crying. Oh, watch me trigger the Ray lover. Watch me trigger that Disney boy. All the shills I destroy. Now watch me trigger that Disney boy. 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 Disney boys crying. Oh, watch me trigger.
All right. If you want to see the rest of that, go over to Knights of Melvin. Give him a like, give him a follow. I do. Dude, if you think Grizzy has rage, oh my God. This guy, Knights of Melvin, he is, he hates Disney Shills. He hates them. It's so funny. You know, and he is a Darksider. He's a flat out, he says, I am a Darksider, basically. What was it you said, Starfire? You said, as such a fan of English culture, you can't even understand the King's English. I can't. Well, I mean, that's true. That wounds me, Starfire. That wounds me. I know. Oh my God. He puts a Baby Yoda flashlight in the thumbnail. That's so fucked up. That's so and incredibly accurate. It is these shills, man. I know, Fu Man. It's like I just, dude, that one killed me. It's so funny too, because like, you know, I see the image go by, and then right as the image was sort of going off the screen, I suddenly caught it. I'm like, wait, what was that in the lower left corner? Oh my God. Oh, that's freaking amazing. Oh, we needed that palate cleanser, did we not? Listen. Let me just grab a couple of quotes here to wrap this up. I'm just going to grab a couple of quotes to close the loop on this. I think this is bounding into comics. We need that Spencer Bakuli article again. I want to read that article again. Because Kathleen Kennedy's out there saying we're misogynists. She's saying, I'm literally just going to Control F. Because I'm looking for this quote. Yeah, so this is Kathleen Kennedy. She says, operating within these giant franchises now, with social media and the level of expectation, it's terrifying. I think showrunner Lesley Headland has struggled with it a little bit. I think a lot of the women who step into Star Wars struggle with this a bit more because of the fan base being so male-dominated. They sometimes get attacked in ways that can be quite personal. Let me translate this for you. Men are brutes. Men are brutes, and it's their fault that they don't like the brilliant genius things we're making, okay? How about this quote? In case I missed it, from Lesley Headland, former assistant to Harvey Weinstein, cube-shaped human. Let's see here. Oh my God, this article is so long. Headland said, as a fan myself, I know how frustrating some Star Wars storytelling has in the past been. I have felt it myself. Bullshit. This woman is so full of shit. She's saying she was disappointed in Mandalorian Season 3. Is that what I'm supposed to believe? She was disappointed in Boba Fett. Obi-Wan screwed the pooch. Is that what you're saying, Headland? In a follow-up text message, she then declared that Star Wars fans who oppose wokeness are not actually Star Wars fans. She said, I stand by my empathy for Star Wars fans, but I want to be clear. Anyone who engages in bigotry, racism, or hate speech, which is whatever I say it is, I don't consider a fan. Okay. Let me break this down for you, Lesley Headland, and Kathleen Kennedy. I need to explain. So, Mr. Producer, if you would. Let me explain something to Kathleen Kennedy, Lesley Headland, and all the idiots, the wackos, that have run Star Wars into the ground. You are not professionals. You are amateurs. You are intensely ego-driven individuals who take no responsibility for your craft, such as to the extent there is one, there isn't. You've demonstrated heretofore low talent, low humility, low class, no class. Look around you. The property that you are the so-called stewards of is destroyed. It has been rejected. Box office, in all the years, in the decade since Disney acquired Lucasfilm, they have failed to recoup the $4 billion they invested. In business, failures on that level have consequences. In most businesses, failures on that level have consequences. In your business, the consequence of such failures is promotion. On the basis of ideology, you have hired mediocre people. You have hired people without the proper credits to their name to be entrusted with such a massive project. There it is. Thank you, Mr. Producer. Appreciate it. You have hired people based on nothing more than their skin color, their identity, who they sleep with. You have sowed division and lies in the fan base. You have divided the fans. You have blamed your audience for your failures as artists. You have failed to take responsibility for becoming good writers, good filmmakers. You claim to embrace diversity while shutting out anyone who doesn't think like you. You claim that your idol, your sacred cow, is inclusion, while insisting that male fans and male-dominated spaces are the enemy. I call it tyranny, hypocrisy, and perversion. That's what you stand for, not diversity, equity, and inclusion. In your subtle passive-aggressive attacks, you imply that the films, which are the reason you have a job, George Lucas's original saga of 6 Star Wars films, you claim that those films were too male, had no female protagonists, were not diverse, were not celebrated, were not representative of people. Well, look around. Everything that you've done in the last 2 years has been a failure. Andor, which is the best thing that has come out of Disney Star Wars, failure. Mandalorian Season 3, failure. Obi-Wan Kenobi, a disgrace, an embarrassment, a laughingstock. Every single one of these, every single one is it's losing money, it's losing subscribers, it's losing fans. And so I say unto you, you may claim that we the fans are your enemy. You may claim we're toxic, we're male, whatever it is. But one fact remains unalterable. One fact remains the same. The Acolyte will be a disaster. It will fail on its merits because it has none. It will be an embarrassment. It will be fuel for our YouTube channels to laugh and mock and meme, and you will endure defeat after defeat after defeat. Because we, the customer, we, the fans, we are the final say. We are the arbiters of what is good and what is not. Toxic or no, we will be your judge and jury. We shall not be denied. The Acolyte will pay. That's all I have to say about that. In fact, allow me to put a final point on it.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
We shall never surrender! We will fight in the fields, we will fight in the beaches. If we cannot save our blessed Star Wars, we'll damn sure avenge it. That's all I have to say about that. Take heart, my dear chap. What say you, chap? Fu Man Blue, Lesley Headland is a living platonic solid. That's what Terrence Howard said. Dude, she is! Star Fury says, we are the assholes with the money you so desperately want. Lesley Headland, well said. Well said. There it is. Our battle cry. We will take back our franchises. We will build new things. God, I love that. That's a great piece. That's the Magnificent March. A living platonic solid. I find that hilarious. Star Fury says, your definition of professional and amateur is white privileged, you supremacist bigot. That's what they would say. And yet nothing is going to stop what's coming. Lesley Headland, Kathleen, all these wackos, they're going to get what's coming to them, folks. They will keep getting exactly what they deserve every time they make one of these dumpster fires, and I am here for it. I'm going to watch it burn with great glee. In fact, even in the last few days, I would say my glee at watching their ideologically driven dumpster fires burn, it's a little more heightened than it's ever been. That's all I will say about that. Now for a palate cleanser, because while these are amateurs, these are stupid people who eat glue that are running the Acolyte, there are those in the space that are professionals. Let's have an example of a professional, shall we? Share screen. Let's have an example of a brilliant professional with amazing assets. Wait, hang on. Nope, not that one. Hang on, wrong tab. Hang on. There it is.
Come on.
Madam Web is my first ever studio project, studio film that I ever got cast in. And I am so thankful to Sony because it was such a building block for me. And while I was filming that, I was actually building the packages for both Immaculate and Anyone But You. And I then took Anyone But You out once I put the whole package together and put the pitch together. And I called up Sony and I said, hey, I have this movie. We're filming together. Let's build a relationship. And that's how Anyone But You got made. And I would never have been able to do that without Madam Web.
Yeah.
That is a professional mindset. Hat tip, Sydney Sweeney, a brilliant. That is an artist who understands how to take your lumps. Now I'm overloading StreamYard. StreamYards can't handle it, folks. I'm running too many tabs now. One day I'll have a meta PC, something with a little more horsepower. One more for in our palette cleansers. Here we go.
There's something really interesting with this character that
come on now, internets, you can do this. All right. It's an oldie, but it's a classic. Oldie, but a goodie. Here we go.
I find fascinating, which is that he genuinely really does just want to do the right thing. But everywhere he goes, whether it's a new town or a new bar, people just kind of give him a hard time and they rag on him despite the fact that he has great intentions. I'm curious if that's comparable to this sort of world, this culture of toxic fandom, where like if you make a movie, especially if you make a superhero movie, like you have great intentions, but there are always going to be a small yet vocal group of people there can kind of just be toxic.
I understand what you're saying, but when it comes to fans, it is a fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have. And people are going to be upset because, especially when you're talking about books or games, because you're never going to be the exact person who they had in their head or who they played on Witcher 3, for example. I don't necessarily consider that toxic. I just consider that passionate.
And there you have it. That is Henry Cavill with the absolute GOAT of professional answers. Absolutely brilliant. So we here on the Swords and Starship channel, we recognize that if the professional mindset were easy, everybody would do it. If it were easy to be a professional artist who separates his or her ego from his or herself and understands that fans are not the enemy, critics are not the enemy, resistance is the common enemy we all share, that's not easy to achieve. And so we celebrate it when it is. We celebrate it, and we also use it to understand the mindset, the mind of the species that is Ice Cube Head. That would be Lesley Headland. Now, speaking of the species, there is a man who studies the very strange subset of the human animal, which actually enjoys Disney Star Wars and enjoys Disney's mistreatment of them. It's very sick, folks. It's very sick. On the one hand, they have their Baby Yoda fleshlight. On the other, they ask for Disney to please step on their face. And they enjoy that very greatly. They are called shills. And they make me sick! But there is a man who has a very strong stomach and is able to study this species with a healthy remove, with a clinical and scientific mind to understand what makes them tick. And his name is Grizzy1989. And totally unplanned, I just feel like a Grizzy video. Do you feel like a Grizzy video? I sure do. Well, let's pick one, Let's pick one, chat. What do we have here? As Kathleen Kennedy lose it over fan criticism? That looks fun. Woke Disney Star Wars shills cry over fan criticism. Oh, that's where we're going, folks. Hat tip Grizzy1989 throwing a like on the video now. Here we go.
So after the massive failure,
give it a second to load. Take it away, Grizzy.
Of the Disney Star Wars The Acolyte trailers, here we sit 1 week out from the show premiering, and the Disney Star Wars NPC shills are still whining about the toxic fan base who just won't give the show a chance.
My thing is, like, if you're
toxic fan base who...
Okay, what are you... Oh, okay, got it. So he's showing the fan reaction. Got it.
Just won't give the show a chance.
My thing is, like, if you're gonna hate on something, at least give it a chance before you start hating on it.
The sort of backlash that this series has already been getting, despite the fact that it's not even out yet.
Oh, yes, the echo chamber of...
It's gonna be garbage. That is why it's going to be garbage. Can't you see that? You know what's so funny, though? It's like, I love that Garrett Nerdrotic started this trend of always referring to Lesley Headland as former assistant to Harvey Weinstein, because you know what's fascinating about this? Because these are the wackos. These are the wackos that lecture us about believe all women and toxic masculinity and evil men. And it's like, isn't it amazing that they don't want more information about this? Isn't this incredible that they never demand answers about what Lesley Headland knew? Why is she getting this job? Has she accounted for any, why are they not curious? They're all defend women, protect women. Unless it's Lesley Headland running the new Star Wars, then it's fine. Then she gets a pass. It's the hypocrisy of it. But genuinely though, why aren't they curious? I mean, this is not even a rhetorical, I'm genuinely asking, why are they not curious about this? It's fascinating. They never respond to these criticisms, or they don't even actually, well, maybe they will in this video. I haven't seen it yet. But I've never seen the shills take on this argument about Lesley Headland being associated with Harvey Weinstein. I've never heard them defend her from that. And I've never heard them ask about that or demand it. I have seen a Reddit thread here and there where someone was sort of asking about it, but that's about it. So I'm curious why they have such a blind spot there. I mean, I have theories.
Of losers review bombing trailers, just like they did car commercials starring...
Yeah, let me explain something to you, loser shill. The loser is going to be the Acolyte. This show is going to go down in flames. It is going to be a laughingstock. It is going to be an embarrassment. It is going to be an albatross hung around the necks of every fool dumb enough to be part of this project. And incidentally, the real losers are going to be the clapping seals like you, who clap for this nonsense because you are low IQ people who cannot see that Disney is still all Disney. Give me another Disney. Who's the loser? Seriously.
Brie Larson.
Why are you crying? It's just a small group of very loud, obnoxious people.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's just a small group of very loud, obnoxious people.
You fucking stupid bitch!
Now, I know I say this a lot with regards to these shills, but it's something I'm seeing more and more frequently, which is that they can't stand the fact that we have more fun ripping Disney Star Wars and making fun of it than they do enjoying it.
But this is a fascinating theory that Grizzy has. Seriously, I need to give this its due, because he's saying that what makes them so crazy is that we have more fun ripping on Disney Star Wars than they have watching it. Okay, that is a fascinating theory, and I'm starting to think he's right about this. I actually think he's onto something here, because think about this for a second, chat. I struggle to find an example because my opinions are so unfailingly accurate on pretty much everything I watch. Star Fury's gonna roast me, Star Fury. Roast me, chat. But anyway, my opinions are so unfailingly insightful and accurate all the time that I struggle to find an example. But let's say there's something I love and almost everyone else hates it. And the only example I can sort of think of is maybe like Avatar. I love the Avatar movies. But even that, I mean, I feel like there's a sizable normie audience that, I mean, they make $1 billion, $2 billion every time he makes one. So whatever. Maybe a better example is like Stranger Things Season 3. I know a lot of people hate Stranger Things Season 3. I love Stranger Things Season 3. I do generally agree, though. I've heard people's Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, recently started watching it, and his comments on Season 3 I pretty much agreed with. He said he liked it, but his problem was that Hopper is a clown, which I agree. Hopper and Joyce are clowns in, I would argue, Season 3, and to some extent Season 4, more Joyce than Hopper. And then what was his other criticism? I would say the only other criticism I have is, well, that's really the issue. I think some of the characters slip out of character. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Okay, mostly I seem to hear in the Fellowship, people tend to hate Stranger Things Season 3. Now, what I'm getting at is, now imagine if I said, well, that's just a very small, angry minority who hate Stranger Things Season 3. Almost everyone loves it. Why would I make that argument? Why would I ever say that? That's not reality. If most people don't like it, most people don't like it. That's reality. Why would I say something so delusional as to say, well, okay, it's only a very small vocal minority who don't like Avatar. Well, that's not true. There's a lot of people who don't like Avatar. Moreover, I find myself curious. More than anything, I find myself curious if people who I generally agree with strongly dislike something that I like. My natural human inclination is curiosity. Why don't they like it? Why don't they see what I see? Or why do I see something they don't? Right? That's generally what my curiosity is. That was what it was with Stranger Things. Avatar, that's another great example. A lot of people tend to hate that movie. And I'm like, I understand not liking it, but how can you not love Pandora? It's such a brilliant, it's such a great fictional world to immerse yourself in. Nevertheless, a lot of people don't like it. Well, why don't they? That's my question. Now, I have my reasons, but that's beside my point. In other words, I've come to my conclusions about the answer to that, which I've discussed on previous live streams. Notice how the shill dismisses reality. Their casual dismissal of reality. Well, what could explain this? Well, I think Grizzy's onto something. I think it's because they can't stand the fact that they don't actually like it. If they were just alone in a room, by themselves, no cameras, no microphones, nobody around to hear, alone in the forest, no bears or men to worry about, just alone in the forest, safe, I think they would admit, when Ezra refused his lightsaber, I hated it. I hated that. No, I said it. I hated it. Oh, it wasn't as good as Star Wars Rebels. Oh, no, but Dave Filoni's so good. Oh, but he really shit the bed. Ah, they can't stand it. They know, folks. They know it's crap. But they have to, but they're not, they're either lying to their audience or they're lying to themselves. It really doesn't matter which it is, but they are delusional. And deep down that bothers them because we are not lying. We are enjoying ourselves making fun of the Acolyte. Folks, I'm excited for this one. I really am. It's Christmas come early. We are going to rip the shit out of the Acolyte. We're going to tear it to shreds. It's going to be so much fun. You got to be subscribed to this channel, Swords and Starships, because we're going to have a great old time. We're going to have a great old time with it. They hate it. They hate it that we're having a good time. It's so great. We are warming ourselves by the dumpster fire. Star Fury says, please, Disney, can I have some more? Yes, Disney. Yes, Disney. Vader all over me, Disney. That's what they're saying. They're sick, folks. They have a disease. Fu Man Blue sees it. He's laughing out loud. Star Fury is saying curiosity suggests intelligence. Now, that is a very stringent point, Star Fury. It does, doesn't it? It does suggest intelligence. Stupidity is not a lack of knowledge. Stupidity is not making mistakes or failing. Stupidity is not even necessarily doing dumb things. Stupid is what stupid does. Wrangler, why do you hate Forrest Gump? Put that in the chat, Wrangler. I need to know why you hate Forrest Gump. And if I missed it, I'm sorry. I'll make sure I catch it. But it's the lack of curiosity that to me connotes like either mental insanity or low IQ, maybe a combination of the two. And I did not intend to rhyme there, but I did. Stop Fury says, curiosity suggests intelligence. Now a Disney shill is synonymous with retardation. All jokes aside, Star Fury, I think that's exactly accurate. Because what I notice about just the those wackos, they're not curious. They're not, why did the orange man win? They're not curious about that, right? You know what I'm saying? Like that, why did Britain vote for Brexit? Like they don't want to know the answer to that question. See, when something that I believe, like for example, I really enjoyed Mission Impossible Dead Man Reckoning Part 7, Part 1. Whatever the hell it was titled. What was it? Dead Reckoning. Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning. I enjoyed it. Not the best entry in the series, but I really loved it, okay? Why did it fail? It failed. It went down in flames. And my reaction was not to get angry. My reaction was not to be salty about it and say, oh, well, that's just a small vocal minority review bombed it. No. My natural reaction, my natural inclination was curiosity. Why? Why did it fail? You are onto something, Star Fury. The sea is always right.
If you're going to do that, don't watch it. And don't keep hate watching it to make content off of it.
What are you going to do?
Bitch. Combine that with the down.
What are you going to do about it, Shill? Cry about it, Shill. Cry about it. We are going to make millions of hours of content off of Acolyte. The collective views of all of the media making fun of the Acolyte is going to utterly dwarf the audience of this show, created by stupid people who eat glue.
Downward trend of Disney Star Wars in general, the fact that both trailers were ratioed, and the fact that these people are such sensitive little cunts that they're getting triggered by the comment section of the trailers.
I mean, I went on the comment section for this Acolyte trailer. It is just all kinds of sarcastic, toxic, vile, mean comments, trying to be funny, trying to be, cool like everybody else.
Oh, my God.
I swear, I feel like sometimes people are...
If you're just listening, Grizzy showed a picture of Gorlock the Destroyer compared to John Roca, and he has a little a thinky emoji. I'm telling you, there's a resemblance.
They're just finding things to complain about.
Imagine being...
Oh, my God. This little doughboy here, oh, I think people are just finding things to complain. Listen to me, idiot. Listen to me. I would be grateful if I were having to look for things to complain about. I would be grateful because it would mean that a lot of things were actually good, is what that would mean. It's quite the opposite, sir, madam, or it, however you identify. It's actually quite the opposite. I am absolutely gobsmacked. I am shocked. For 2 years, folks, I cannot understand how fucking stupid you have to be to create this many, Tommy Wiseau level disasters. Disasters. We're not talking about mediocre writing. We're not talking about, stories that they tried something, it didn't work. We are talking about these are glue-eating, finger-painting, drooling morons who cannot write a character, they cannot block a scene, they cannot choreograph an action scene, they cannot even develop lore or world building. I mean, it's the most embarrassing level of writing I have ever seen in my life, times 27, okay? So spare me this stupid narrative that I'm looking for. I'm just out here with my little metal detector, sweeping the beach, just looking for a flaw. Oh, my dear sweet doughboy. Oh God, don't clip that. that could sound the wrong way. That is, I can quite assure you, sir. That's like saying I am looking for trash at the dump.
Swayed by grifters so hard that you have nothing better to do than to watch their 12-minute video ranting on something, then to go actively search out something out of your own way to dislike it and leave negative comments.
Do you hear that? He's making fun of you, chat. He's saying that you don't have anything better to do on a Sunday except tune in and watch me bitch about the Wokolyte. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he's right. maybe you should do something better with your time. No, please don't go. Don't go. Like and subscribe. Please, chat, I beg you.
Yes, God forbid people voicing their opinions in the comments section. Unacceptable, right? But it's perfectly fine.
Good God, folks. I can never. The woman is uglier this fat cow, Lesley Headland, this dumb, stupid, low IQ, low talent hack. She's uglier in every picture I see.
Being a connected, paid Disney shill while praising and defending everything Disney Star Wars does.
When Lesley Headland was talking about how there were people in the writer's room who were not Star Wars fans.
Right.
And for some reason, that set off a portion of the fandom.
And you have...
My God. What the hell is wrong with this woman? What is wrong with you? What is so complicated? What is so hard for you to understand, babe? You know what I'm saying?
No idea why that is.
Tell me what kind of...
By the way, is it toxic of me to... Is it toxic of me to have said that Lesley Headland is a fat, ugly cow who doesn't have any talent and is an idiot? Is that toxic? That might be toxic.
What Star Wars fan are you?
I am the type of Star Wars fan that doesn't even have a favorite movie.
How can you expect writers who aren't fans of Star Wars to understand the lore behind what it is they are writing? How can writers who are not fans of Star Wars respect George Lucas's vision? And how can you expect writers...
Geez. Oh my God, it's unbelievable, folks. She's like eye cancer. Good God.
Who are not fans of Star Wars to not break canon, which, as we all know, the Acolyte is on the verge of doing.
Impossible. The Sith...
Folks, let me make another bold prediction for the Wokolyte, okay? It's set 100 years or whatever before episode 1, okay? In theory, it's relatively safe from interfering with any of the lore, any of the world building. Folks, you watch. They're going to introduce something. I don't know what it's going to be, but they're going to introduce at least one thing in this show that just breaks apart the entire canon of Star Wars. These never put it past these stupid people. They are so good at this. They did Secret Invasion is the perfect example. Dude, the level they literally shattered the entire story of the MCU. What was it like? What was it? I think it was 27 interconnected films. That might be too much. Maybe it's 18. How many MCU films for up to Endgame? That's what I'm looking for. How many was it? I think it was 23. That's the number. I think that's what it is. I think it's 23 films. 23 interconnected films leading up to Marvel Phase 3 ending of Endgame. Secret Invasion introduces several ideas. One is that maybe all the characters you saw in like half of those films were Skrulls. Nick Fury was not the brains behind the Avengers at all. In fact, it was the Skrulls. The Skrulls were what basically created S.H.I.E.L.D. Totally shatters the world, shatters the canon, completely undoes half of the story arcs you even saw leading up to Endgame. Introduces the most powerful being in all of the Marvel universe, who is a boring, forgettable character played by Emilia Clarke, who has cloned all the abilities of all the heroes. Folks, I am telling you, they are going to do shit that stupid in this Acolyte show. You watch. You see if I'm wrong, chat. You see if I'm wrong.
I've been extinct for a millennium.
I do not believe the Sith could have returned without us knowing. What are you?
There were people in the writer's room who were not Star Wars fans.
This is like calling...
Dude, I think Grizzy just now I feel dumb because Grizzy they've already done it. They already did it. In the trailer, they're already undoing the canon because by Mace Windu's own words, in 1,000 years, the Sith were unknown to the Jedi. They were not detected by the Jedi in 1,000 years. So they've already broken the world. They've already broken it. You watch, though. It's going to get worse. It's going to be so much worse than that. I can absolutely guarantee it. Because they're stupid people.
Up a dentist to come and do brain surgery. But hey, they're both doctors, as this dumb broad would say. Maybe the dentist would bring some new and unique ideas to the table on how to perform the surgery correctly.
Yeah! Yeah!
And one other thing about these people I find interesting is that they refuse to talk about Lesley Headland and her connection to Harvey Weinstein.
Did I not say that? I agree with Grizzy. This perplexes me. This perplexes me. It's not that they defend her. It's not that they brush it off. They won't even acknowledge it. That's what perplexes me. It's as if they don't even see it.
Ironically, the only person I've even seen mention it was Chlamydia Burns, and the only reason she did was because somebody sent her money asking her about it.
And then Uncle Baby Billy says,
okay, this is interesting, chat. This is fascinating. So Grizzy is pointing out here that the only person he's ever seen, that is of the Shills, that he's ever seen acknowledge the Harvey Weinstein connection to Lesley Headland was Grace Randolph, a.k.a. Chlamydia Burns, as he would have it. And the only reason she mentioned it is because she got a $2 super chat with the question, how much did Headland know about Weinstein?
Uncle Baby Billy. I do not know anything about Lena Headland and her history working with Harvey Weinstein.
Lena Headland?
Lena Headland and her history working with Harvey Weinstein. That is something that she's probably going to have to address. But, I do not know. And I think, you got to be real careful with stuff like that, with questions like that.
Completely.
You've got... real careful. These are the Me Too people. These are the believe all women. Men are evil. Men are bad. Men are pigs, and they're predators. These are the people that say you have to be careful with accusations. How much you want to bet Grace Randolph has been made very happy by recent events in the last couple days? You know what I'm talking about. On this June 2nd of the year of our Lord 2024. You know what I'm talking about, what happened in the last couple of days. I bet she's very happy about it. Yes, you have to be very careful with asking questions like that. Very careful. This is weird, folks. It is weird. Weird how they want to protect this evil cube-shaped human, Lesley Headland.
Dismisses it and then takes like a low-key shot at the guy for bringing it up.
You got to be real careful with stuff like that, with questions like that.
Please disperse. Nothing to see here.
The Acolyte is fastly approaching, and if history is any guide, these Disney shills will be crying and whining harder and harder as this series unfolds. Thanks for watching. Make sure you check out some of the other Acolyte.
Thank you, Grizzy, a scholar, a gentleman, a man, a myth, a legend. That is Grizzy 1989. He is a curator, a student of humanity, performing a service to humanity. He studies the Shills. He has a doctorate degree. He wrote his doctoral thesis in Shill studies. Nobody understands the mind of the Shill as well as Grizzy. Is it not fascinating? I find it fascinating that one person in Grace Randolph's chat, right? He's not even a troll. He's not even making a joke or a meme about it. He's genuinely just curious what she thinks about, hey, how much do you think that Headland had to do with Harvey Weinstein? You know what? Grace Randolph immediately shuts it all down, right? Shuts it all. Oh, well, I don't know anything about that. I'm not going to. And you got to be real careful. You got to be real careful with questions like that. Totally unrelated. It was also Grace Randolph who said she refuses to watch Sound of Freedom, refuses to watch that movie. refuses to review it, won't give it the time of day, won't platform that evil movie about stopping the sex trafficking of children. It's just got me curious, chat. There's a weird thing about these. Why is the Acolyte worth defending this weird bitch over? You know what I mean? Like Lesley Headland, why defend this bitch? Why defend her? That's what Acolyte's going to be trash Grace. It's going to be, no one's even going to remember it. The only thing people are going to remember is the memes and the fun we're having with it. Why is it even worth it? Why is it even worth it to defend her on it? That's why I say the wokeness is a sickness, folks. Pity them. I pity the shills, and so should you. Could you find it in your heart to donate $1 for a shill? As a matter of fact, it's an illness, shillery is. It's my poor internet. My poor internet. Ladies and gentlemen, shillery is a debilitating illness. It's congenital. Millions are suffering from it. They defend Disney with no reason or cause whatsoever, no matter how terrible the writing or the show, no matter how great the failure or the financial catastrophe. Those affected with shillery syndrome, they will, with Tourette's-level compulsion, defend it. Their quality of life is greatly diminished. They can barely perform everyday tasks, such as asking interesting questions or having relevant opinions. Your donation of just $1 a day will help a shill enter recovery. You will receive a picture of your sponsored shill, and you will receive regular updates on their progress. You can save a life. You can help cure a disease. You have that power. Don't look away. I know this ad can be difficult, but there are millions suffering. $1 a day is all it takes. Save a shill. Save a life. Save the world entire. There it is. I can't keep it up anymore. Star Fury says, to ask questions about Headland's involvement with Weinstein would open the floodgate to the truth that would destroy their narrative. Women are just as bad as men when it comes to grasping for power. You know, that is an excellent point, Star Fury. That's exactly it. We've nailed it. And Fu Man Blue agreed, Star Fury. Fu Man Blue says, I can't wait to sponsor a shill. Yes, I have a very safe PayPal link routed through a Ukrainian bank account. And as soon as you enter your bank draft information, Fu Man Blue, you will your sponsorship will begin. So sponsor a shill today. They need your help. They're suffering, folks. They're suffering. No, but that's exactly what it is. You know, at the end of the day, that's what it is. If they admit that Lesley Headland is an odious bitch who has no business running any show. She has no business running any creative property. She is a talentless hack. She is a weirdo. She is a ice cube shaped loser. Like what is she doing? She is nothing except a corporate parasite. She is a corporate climber. She lives like a tick off of sick slobs like Harvey Weinstein. And that's what we're getting. If you ask questions about that, what you will uncover is that men and women share something in common. I know this is difficult for a sick, woke wacko to understand, but men and women share something very much in common, is that we are both human. We are human. And humans do ugly things to one another. Frankly, you know, if I could say one really complimentary thing about George R.R. Martin. It's that. He's accurate when he portrays men and women in roles of power and roles of trying to climb playing the Game of Thrones. He is brilliant at showing, men and women with both, flaws and strengths, weaknesses, blind spots, brilliant masterstrokes. They're humans. They're humans. And I love the fact that he was once asked, how do you write women so well in the Game of Thrones universe? And he said, well, as strange as it may sound to say, I just think of them as humans that have wants and desires, strengths and flaws, like all other humans. Wow, what an idea. But see, that's the problem, right? Modern feminism, modern identity politics is actually not an equality movement. This is very important to understand. It is not an equality movement, because equality would mean that we are all judged by the merits of our actions, that essentially what it is responsibility. A meritocracy is one in which you take responsibility for your own life. It does not mean your life's going to be fair. It does not mean that you're going to get a fair deal. Nobody gets a fair deal. Everybody has been screwed unfairly in one way or another in their life. Some people more than others, some people less than others, but everyone has experienced unfairness. Everyone. It is a universal human experience. It's why we root for underdogs in movies. It's why we love the dude with the problem, because he's like us. He got screwed. He got dragged into a life and death battle he or she doesn't deserve. That's why we root for them. That's why we like them. What intersectional feminism and intersectionality actually is it is a supremacist movement. It is a supremacist movement. Look at the way that they talk about people. The Ghanaian American writer, the Filipino Canadian actress. What is wrong with these people? How sick do you have to be that you've got to hyphenate all the family tree of every person you talk about? It's like they're not a person until you identify where they're from. How sick is that? That's sick. Because they are supremacists. Why? Because where you're from and what your identity and victim group determines your level of supremacy in the pecking order. It's a pecking order. And the higher you are in the victim group, the more supreme you reign over everyone else. And guess who's at the bottom of that? In their worldview. That would be males. Look, Alfith, males are the problem. They are a female supremacist movement. That is why the Force is female. The Force is not female. The Force is not male. The Force is neither. The Force is the Force. You stupid glue-eating people. You wackos. The Force is neither male nor female. It is the Force. And it is with all of us. The Force will be with you always. That's universal. That knows no race, no creed, no religion. It is simply universal. That's why it's beautiful. That's why it's beautiful. The infected, diseased minds of woke people do not understand that, because they are part of a supremacist cult. And that's why they won't talk about Lesley Headland being the assistant to Harvey Weinstein. They won't ask questions about it. They won't investigate it, because if they did, it would undermine their female supremacist narrative. Their female supremacist narrative. And there you have it. Staffieri says 100% of your contributions will go on an administration of the scheme. I like that. Yeah. There's only a very small 99% administrative fee on your donation, and all of the remaining 1% of your $1 donation will go to a shill in need. Dude, I'm excited. I love the shills. I don't hate the shills. I love the shills, man. Dude, what would life would not be as fun without the Shills. You know, everybody needs a freak show. You know, we need a freak show. Freak shows went out of style in the early 20th century. You know, they used to have the carnival, and it was like, oh, the incredible bearded lady. It's like now, well, now that's normal. Now they're giving tours at Disneyland. The freak show has moved. It's gone public, man. Dude, you used to have to pay $1 to see a bearded lady. Think about that. In 1924, right, you would have had to go all the way out to the boonies. You'd have to drive out to the country fair. You'd have to pay $1, which back then was like $100, just to get a look at a bearded lady. And you'd pay it. You'd pay it. The little kid who saved up all that money mowing lawns is like, Mommy, Daddy, can I go see the bearded lady? I don't know. That might scare you and give you nightmares. No, I want to see it. You promise you won't have nightmares? I won't. Okay, but you're going to have to spend your own money. Are you sure this is what you want? You worked hard for that money, Sonny Jim. Are you sure you want to spend it to see the beard? I've never seen a bearded lady, Mom. I've never seen a bearded lady, Dad. I really want to see it. Okay, well, if that's what you want, get out your quarter. And it goes into the little... There it is. Oh, my God. It's horrible. Oh, jeez. Get it away. I'm going to have nightmares. We warned you. We warned you, Sonny Jim. That's what it used. Now, the bearded lady is greeting little Sonny Jim at the Disney store. Think about that. Jesus. But listen, what I'm saying is we need a freak show. Freak shows are fun. Shills are the freak show now. Acolyte's gonna come out. It's gonna be the worst thing Disney has ever done, folks. It's gonna be the worst thing. I know I could be wrong. It's rarely, but it has been known to happen. The captain has had to retract. You know, I had 3-body problem. Fu Man Blue, you got me. You got me on that one. Captain was wrong. I was wrong about 3-body problem. Well, actually, I really wasn't, though. No, that's actually an example of when I was correct trending to even more correct. Because I said, I'm only evaluating the first episode, and based on the first episode, this doesn't look good, and I might not watch the rest of it. That's all accurate. That was all true. And then I watched the rest of it, and the rest of it was good. So that's actually not even an example of a time I can't even think of one. Can't even think of one. I could be wrong about the Acolyte, but what I am saying is I'm not going to be because it's going to be so... Look at the people running this. They're freaks, man. It's the bearded lady. She's escaped the freak show and she's running the Acolyte. Folks, you know, it's a pathology. Like Russell T Davies with Doctor Who. Look at how pathological the guy has become. The worse he runs his own legacy. He runs his own legacy into the ground with you know, these just abysmal failures of Doctor Who's Christmas specials, and he just gets more deranged. He gets more dedicated. And I'm telling you, I think that they are Tumblr wackos. And cough button for just a second. Hang on, just a second. Tumblr wackos that they're trying to go mainstream. And what's happened is, and by the way, no, I'm not casting if you are in your little Tumblr corner, enjoy yourself. God love you. But if you think that you're going to go mainstream and you're just going to be embraced because of whatever strange fetish you have, well, what these wackos are finding out is they're being rejected, and they can't handle it, folks. They can't handle it. We are rejecting them. We're rejecting their wacko ideology, and we're actually starting to take back our culture. That would be Western civilization. Truth, justice, and the American way. We're taking it back, and it's pissing them off, folks. It's doing their heads in, and we're going to keep it up. We're going to, yeah. Fu Man Blue with a $2 super chat says, 3-body doesn't count against you for the record. Well, thank you. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. I appreciate that. Thank you, Fu. Yeah, I'm revising. I'm revising my self-assessment of my accuracy. My accuracy on that matter is intact. All I said was based on the first. If I had said the whole show sucks based on one episode, then I would have to issue a retraction on this stream. But as it happens, Three Body Problem turns out to be a fairly brilliant show. Actually, I have to say. I will stand by the fact that the first couple episodes kind of dragged a little, but I will say this: like the characters started out as being a little bit melodramatic, but it turned out that there was a lot of setup in those characters, and there was a lot of great payoffs later. Like for example, there's a character suffering from pancreatic cancer in the first episode, and I just rolled my eyes. Because I'm like, oh geez. Every show has to have a character with pancreatic cancer now. It's getting really old. Well, it turns out the payoff to that is like, it's excellent. It's excellent. It's absolutely perfect. And it was powerful and moving. It was a brilliant meditation on life, death, eternity, afterlife. I loved it. The meaning of life. What is your life worth in life or death? Like that was, there was a lot there. I credit that to the author of the novel, not to the idiots Dan and Dave, by the way. They do get credit for a skillful and well done adaptation screenplay-wise, but I don't credit them with the brilliance of that. Fu Man Blue, you know, he's giving... These are donations that need to go to a shell. Fu Man Blue. Oh, he's so generous, though. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. Another $5 super chat says, Paul Harvey said this... and with a YouTube link. Oops, I'm sorry. Cut off my own applause there. For Fu Man Blue. All right, let me check this out. Hang on. See if I can grab this real quick. It's taking a minute. Oh, it says the video's not available anymore. That's weird. Oh, maybe I... Hang on. Let me try this again. Okay, I found it. All right. Oh, If I Were the Devil by Paul Harvey. All right. We'll play a little bit of it. You know what? $5. We'll play a little bit of it. All right, hang on. I do got to watch it, though, because sometimes you never know what's going to trip, especially with like an old radio show. I don't know if that would trip anything. I'll keep an eye on it. Let me get my share screen.
If I were the devil. If I were the devil. If I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. Thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills.
Yeah, that's pretty good. The audio's a little rough on that, so I'm going to leave it there. But yeah, so that is If I Were the Devil by Paul Harvey, and that's on... what channel is that? Brad Dyson? All right, check it out. Check it out. The link's in the chat. Very astute point, Fu Man Blue. I will say, well, look, I'm an artist myself, so I get... I would say that 5 or 10 years ago, I would have bristled at that. You know, where he says, oh, they demonize the Bible and all this stuff, and I would have seen that as prudish. I would have seen that as very rigid and old-fashioned. However, I've changed my mind a lot about that. I've actually begun to see that I think that we are living through the fallout of a very destructive and narcissistic ideology. And that's really what wokeness is. It's a kind of insane narcissism. When he talks about making the lurid attractive, I mean, I definitely understand his point. And my view is, I just happen to believe, I believe that beauty is something roughly objective. I think it is. I'm not saying beauty isn't in the eye of the beholder. It certainly is, to some extent. But I do think that beauty has to be something like an ideal, right? The pursuit of art is actually, in my view, the pursuit of beauty. And it's a very difficult pursuit. In fact, it's a great theme in the Ripley show. It's a brilliant theme in the Ripley show. It wouldn't be worth the pursuit if it weren't difficult, right? You know, something like Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, for example, is like, it's up there with the Mona Lisa in terms of like, wow, what an achievement. That cost, I think that probably took a decade out of the lives of everyone that was involved with it. I think that an achievement that staggering, frankly, comes at a cost. I think, probably for Peter Jackson, a worthwhile cost, but a cost. As it should. But I believe the artist must be free in that pursuit. And sometimes that means pursuing the lurid. I just think it does. Now, I don't like gratuitous... I don't like gratuitous... Like, I do... For example, Game of Thrones was extremely famous for... The show was very famous for all the graphic nudity in it. And a lot of people like it for that reason. I'm not against nudity in a film. I do think it should serve the art, right? And so... I guess what I'm saying is I feel like that's a tad prudish. However, he's making a lot of points I agree with. He's making a lot of points I agree with in that. I think that the artist should consider whether this element is serving the art and serving the audience or not. But I believe the artist must be free to try and fail. And so I'm not interested in woke censorship, and I'm not interested in any censorship of art. That being said, I think the role of the critic, especially in our day and age, the role of the YouTube critic is ever the more important because the proper way of criticizing art that is bad or that is antithetical to decency, that's what free speech is for. That is what free speech, I mean, one element of what it's for. Obviously, it's for other things as well. But that is one valuable service that free speech presides. We are performing, you and I are performing a service to humanity by criticizing the Acolyte. And I know how self-serving that sounds. but what I'm saying is, look, it's a piece of trash. And they have weaponized all of media to gaslight and divide and insult and harass. They are harassing the fans. They are using all the power of a multi-billion-dollar company, Disney. They are using all of the power of the mainstream media to literally defame and harass the fans. In my view, criticizing the pathetic, embarrassing, catastrophically stupid work that we are about to witness, produced by Lesley Headland, the former assistant of Harvey Weinstein, I believe that is a service to humanity. Never in my life would I ever say that the Acolyte should be banned, suppressed, or censored. Quite the opposite. I want the world to see this trash fire. And I want the world to cry out in one voice, to this cube-shaped, narcissistic woman that created it, you're a disgrace. Lesley Headland. Kathleen Kennedy, you are an embarrassment. You are an embarrassment. You have no business being in the role that you are in. Your pathetic, fragile, thin-skinned defensiveness in response to genuine response to the fans you were hired to serve. It says everything about you, and it says nothing about the fans. It says you are in over your head, madam. It says You did not deserve this great honor you were entrusted with. You have betrayed the trust of George Lucas. You have betrayed the mythos of Star Wars. You have betrayed all that is decent, laudable, and praiseworthy in creative pursuits. You're a disgrace, Kathleen Kennedy, Lesley Headland. You're pathetic people. You are small people. You have no class. You have no humility. You have, frankly, no moral standards that I can observe. You are part of a company that has become so greedy, so vain, so vicious and dishonest and deceitful. Disgusting is the word I would use. And I would never in my life advocate that your shitty, pathetic, gross product should ever be censored. Not a shred of it. Which is not a courtesy you would extend to us. You would not. But we extend that courtesy to you, Kathleen Kennedy and Lesley Headland. We want to see this garbage. Because we want the world to see you for who you are. And that's exactly how I prefer it. That's exactly how I prefer it. So anyway, thank you, Fu Man Blue, for that wonderful super chat. You sent me on a tangent. Wrangler says, I blame the modern chaos on Forrest Gump. Not really. We all know I blame Canada. And fair enough, Wrangler. Fu Man Blue says, the lurid bit is just one aspect of the process. Yeah, I mean, fair enough. It's like, I'm not 100%. I'm sort of agreeing cautiously with what Mr. Harvey is saying. I mean, I agree with what he's saying in spirit. I guess what I'm saying is, when you hear someone like Matt Walsh say that anime is satanic, this is the place it's coming from, right? He views it as something that is indecent. It violates a moral standard in which he believes, and that's fair enough. He's entitled to that. I have no issue with him having that feeling about it. The problem is, I think conservatives, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way. I just think that if you're more of a conservative mind, and frankly I am more on the conservative side, but I think that when you trend conservative, you trend a little bit more close-minded, and I don't mean that in a disparaging way. I'm saying that I think you've decided these are the values I hold dear, these are the traditions, and I want to conserve them, right? And I think the more you trend towards progressive, the more open-minded you are. And I'm not even saying that's always a good thing. I'm saying somewhere in the middle is where I think people should be. That's just my opinion. And I'm saying it is both a strength and a weakness of conservatism that it is so close, that it can be rather rigid. And yes, it's good. It's a strength to have high moral standards, but that is the same. It is that same attitude which leads to anime is satanic, video games are a waste of time, comic books rot your brain. Right? These are all worthy and valuable artistic forms, and it's why the right tends to lose the culture, in my view. I think it's what, and I'm not disagreeing with Paul Harvey. I'm saying there's much merit to what he's saying. I'm just saying that there's a downside, in my view, to some of that. That's all. But I appreciate the point, and I do encourage the audience to go check it out. Fu Man Blue goes on to say, Paul was seeing the beginnings of things and predicting how they would evolve. And I agree. He definitely was. He was right about where we were headed. And I agree with that. And then you go on to say, it's just interesting to hear how he thought it would play out. It's eerie. I mean, it's eerie. But also Rush Limbaugh, the great L. Rushbo, he would say things like that all the time. And he was dead on accurate. He used to make the prediction that one day, the day is coming when our leaders will tell us that in order to save democracy, we have to end elections. That's exactly what's happened in Ukraine. And when he would say that, I was like, that's, of all of his predictions, that seemed the most outlandish. Tell me if that sounds outlandish to you now. I'm telling you, scarily enough, I think he's right about that. He's like, I don't know when. Someday they are going to make the argument that to save democracy, we have to get rid of voting. Managed democracy. Dude, I'm like, dude, I hate to say it. I think he's right about this. They are going to they're building the case for this. You know what I mean? Star Fury says, all Kathleen Kennedy is good for is making coffee and, gee, Star Fury, I can't read that. I mean, I you know, and, performing fellatio. And her coffee was better. Oh, Star Fury. Oh, Star Fury. Are you saying that Kathleen Kennedy was better at making coffee than other services not necessarily described in the job description? Star Fury says certain anime is indecent, but that's just like saying all books are lurid because you read Lady Chatterley's Lover. Yeah. I love Lady Chatterley's Lover. What's not to... No, I'm just kidding. I've never read it. Wrangler says... What now? Wrangler says, yes, conservatives tend to be more of a stick in the mud than others. Again, a strength at times, and at times a weakness. Wrangler says, you told him to get... I did say... You know what? You're right, Wrangler. Wrangler, you are correct. I told Star Fury to get the flamethrower. How dare I? I'm not saying I disagree. No, listen. Let me put it back up. This is what Star Fury said. I have it on the screen. All Kathleen Kennedy is good for is making coffee and bleep, her better's bleep, and her coffee was better. I'm simply saying it's YouTube, okay? I got, you know, I agree with you, Star Fury. Thank you, Star Fury. Star Fury with the flamethrower, and dude, it's freaking great. I'm doing a little reverse psychology with Star Fury there. It's like, you know, I'm trying to get him even more amped. Trying to get him even more crazed. Redoubt Production says, what is that? All I'll say, okay, Captain can't speak today. All I'll say, says Redoubt Productions, is I saw some horrific shit in Berserk Deluxe Volume 6. Yeah, Volume 6 would meet, or I'm sorry, Berserk would definitely meet the definition of lurid. Like, definitely. Oh, dude, if you're only on Volume 6, Redoubt, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Oh my God. Berserk is like, it's one of those things, like if the Wokies ever discover Berserk, like really? See, that's the problem is they don't read. They don't read. So they don't actually care about anything unless they can see a screenshot of it and get like an out of context clip of it, then they'll go into orbit, right? But if they actually have to dig for it, they'll never find it, right? That's why Warhammer has been safe for so long. I actually think the real issue with Warhammer getting taken over is that the people that work at Warhammer are woke, and that's why that's why it's on the radar. Also, it's getting a little bit of mainstream popularity. That's part of it. So it got on the radar. Berserk is, every once in a while, Berserk gets on their radar. But, like, if the Wokies really just read that whole series, oh, my God, they would go absolutely apeshit. Like, they would go apeshit. But now, I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to defend it exactly. All I will say is Berserk is amazing, and I love it anyway. So, there you go. Redoubt Production says, we're heading toward the Tower of Conviction. We passed the horse that does things to Farnese. I don't even remember that. It's been a lot. That's only Volume 6? I feel like there's like, I was on volume, I think like 20-something when I left off. Are you sure you're that? Volume 6? That sounds like that's not far. Anyway. Yes. Well, look, it doesn't matter what volume you're on. Something worse is around the corner with that series, I promise you. However, it does make it all the more glorious when Guts gets the massive Dragon Slayer sword and just cleaves all the demons in half. It just makes it all the more exquisite. So, dude, no joke. Berserk, the Berserk main character of Guts is one of my favorite characters in fiction. Like, he's one of my all-time... He is an amazing character. And I love the voice actor that plays him in the original anime series. That voice actor should be the only voice actor allowed to play Guts. The American voice actor I'm speaking of. His performance of that character it's awesome. It's masculine. It's grizzled, but it's also got this vulnerability and this soulfulness to it. It's fantastic. And he did the voice in the the Golden Arc trilogy of anime films. I was so happy. I love all the voice actors. I love the voice actor that does Griffith. I love the voice actor that does Casca. I think they did an amazing job. Casca, by the way, female character, badass babe. She's a very well done female like warrior. You know, she actually is not, like, she has to outwit her male opponents. I mean, she's talented. She can win with a sword. She's good at combat, but like she can get in over her head and she's got to like outwit them. So yeah, she's great. Word 789 says, have you seen the monkey listening to Berserk theme in a Walkman commercial from the 80s? No, I have not. You're gonna have to let us know where to find that. Wrangler said they read. They'll spend days reading through someone's Twitter to find a post from 17 years ago that they can use to ruin that person's life. Well, they will do that. They'll doom scroll. They'll doom scroll. But see, that's a dopamine guided behavior. They get like a Pavlov's dog reward from that, so that's why they do that. Honestly, I cannot remember. You're saying volume 16 to 18? Oh, okay. Okay. That makes more sense then. That makes more sense. Okay, what else do we have in the stack of stuff? I suppose I should stop for a second. Well, not stop for a second, but I should move into talking about Ripley. Ripley, which is, so I stumbled upon this on Netflix, okay? There is a film from, I think it's like 1997-ish, with Matt Damon and Jude Law, and it's called The Talented Mr. Ripley. It's a great film, really love it. It's based on a novel of the same name, and it's based on this character of Tom Ripley. He's this sort of, he's just kind of a grifter. He's kind of a parasitic guy. I would say he's at least, I would say he's a sociopath. I would say that's basically what you could define him as. He's essentially a sociopathic character, but it's almost more like he's just a guy that he just doesn't fit in with anyone. He doesn't have a personality of his own. So he kind of latches onto other people and adopts, I'm kind of speaking more of the film than the show, but I really love the film because Matt Damon plays the character of Tom Ripley, but he's clever and he's smart. He's good at thinking on his feet, but he has very low impulse control. Actually, I take it back. He has a lot of characteristics of a psychopath. He has glib, superficial charm. He doesn't really have an identity of his own. He kind of latches on to people and lives on them. Well, the story is this. He's kind of a low-grade grifter. He doesn't really have much going on in his life. But he gets approached by this wealthy guy who has a problem. Let me pull up what's the name of the guy? Greenleaf is his name. Now, let me know if you get the clicking sound, because I'm pulling up IMDb, and this is what caused the clicking sound last time. I think. But in any case, Herbert Greenleaf. Okay, so Herbert Greenleaf owns this shipping yard. He's a wealthy guy. He has a wealthy, privileged son named Robert Greenleaf. His problem is that his son is kind of a layabout who doesn't really do anything, and he's whiling away his time in Italy. He's living in this, luxurious estate in Italy, and he won't come home. He's just living a playboy lifestyle. So Herbert Greenleaf wants his son to come home, but his son kind of hates him, won't talk to him, and he can't convince him. So he gets the idea that I'm going to hire one of my son's friends to go convince him on my behalf to come home, right? Because maybe he'll listen to one of his friends. Well, it turns out that Tom Ripley just happened to find himself at a party where he didn't really know anyone. It turned out it was a party where Robert Greenleaf was at. And so because of this, Robert's father thinks that Tom Ripley is a friend of his son. That's why he's approaching Tom Ripley. And he says, I'm going to hire you, Tom Ripley, to go to Italy, convince my son, I'll pay your expenses, I'll give you a stipend. Your job is to convince my son to come home. That's all I want you to do. And he says, and because you're a friend of my son, and you're the only friend that'll return my calls, so I really need your help, right? Tom Ripley isn't really Robert's friend, but this is a rare opportunity, and he's kind of a grifter, shit, parasite. And he's like, okay, you'll pay me money? Sure, I'll go do it. Yeah, I'm a good friend of your son. And so he heads over to Italy. And what happens is he finds, now in the film, right, it's Jude Law plays Robert Greenleaf, and he's a very charismatic guy, and everybody loves him. He's got this beautiful girlfriend. I think it was Gwyneth Paltrow who played his girlfriend in that first film, and her name is Marge. And they're just living on the beach, having a great life in Italy. And what's great about Robert Greenleaf is, in a way, he's kind of the opposite side of the coin to Thomas Ripley, because he's otherwise a upstanding guy, but he has all this money, but he doesn't really do anything. He just tours Italy, hangs out with friends, goes to jazz nightclubs, goes to art museums, goes to the Alps to ski in the winter. So in a way, he's kind of similar to Thomas Ripley in that he's actually not doing anything with his life either. The only difference is he's wealthy and he has all this money, and so he can just do whatever he wants. Anyway, what's great is that he kind of strikes up a friendship with Thomas Ripley, and Thomas Ripley kind of enjoys being friends with someone who's a somebody, and he just kind of latches onto him and becomes this sort of leech, right? And that's kind of where I'm going to leave it, because that leads you to the events of the story. Now, I love this movie. I think it was fun. Maybe not a perfect film. Yes, you're right. Words to 789. Philip Seymour Hoffman plays a guy in the movie who's friends with Jude Law's character, which is Robert Greenleaf. Philip Seymour Hoffman is brilliant, and I'm gonna circle back to that in a second, because that's an important point. Now, Netflix has done a new adaptation of this story. It's an 8-part series. They are calling it a limited series, which doesn't make any sense to me, because it turns out there's like 5 books in this series. There's 5 novels you can base this on. So I think this is fully, and I hope it is. I hope it's going to be a multi-season show, because I'd love to see more of it. So in any case, the new show, the actor that they cast to play Thomas Ripley is Andrew Scott, and he played Moriarty. He played Professor Moriarty in the BBC Sherlock series with Benedict Cumberbatch. Great actor. He is excellent as Tom Ripley. And then they have, I don't know this actor. He's kind of a new actor, Johnny Flynn, who plays Dickie. I keep saying Robert. He goes by Dickie. Richard. No, damn it. His name's Richard Greenleaf. He goes by Dickie. Okay. Correction. Dickie Greenleaf. So the setup is pretty much the same as the film. The difference is the Matt Damon version of Tom Ripley strikes me as more of a... He's more like a guy who just doesn't fit in and doesn't have a personality, and he just wants someone to latch onto who loves him, right? Who loves him he just wants a genuine friendship. The problem is he's boring, and he's a leech. And when he latches on to Dickie, Dickie kind of eventually gets bored of him, and this causes a sort of fatal attraction, a friendship fatal attraction, right? Now, at first, I did not like the Netflix rendition. It's all in black and white. It's done like an Alfred Hitchcock film, which turns out, I think, to be a pretty smart way of doing it. But at first, what I didn't like was Andrew Scott plays Tom Ripley as a much more... with a flat affect, right? Which is he's very cold, and he's much more of a sociopath version of the character. Like, he's just a psychopath. And it starts out with, he has all these really, he just has all these petty crime schemes. He rips people off for like checks that are supposed to go to doctors' offices. He rips them off, so he's kind of a low rate grifter in New York. And then he gets this offer to go and bring Dickie Greenleaf back to the New York. So the story proceeds pretty much the same way in the show. What's different about it is it's less that he's a guy just looking for a friend to latch onto, and more that he's a grifter looking for a con. It turns out as the show goes on, I actually think this is intensely fun to watch. So he's this psychopath who is looking for an opportunity, and Dickie has become this meal ticket. It's fantastic. I highly recommend this show. And just for my own amusement, I was kind of asking myself, like, which genre is this? Because I couldn't quite place it. You know, that would be in the Blake Snyder Save the Cat genres. And I landed on this is a monster in the house story. It's a monster in the house story. You have a monster that is pure evil. That's Tom Ripley. And you have a house, which in this case is Italy. And you have a sin that unleashes the monster, right? And in this case, the sin that unleashes the monster is, well, ignorance, for one, because, Greenleaf does not understand he's hiring a psychopath to go find his son, not realizing that this man isn't even a friend of his son. So ignorance is one. But actually, the real sin that's unleashing the monster in this story is Dickie Greenleaf's father disapproves of his son, thinks his son is a loser, and because he doesn't take his son's, aspirations in life, which his son wants to be a painter and an artist, and he's trying to control his son. He is trying to make his son live the life he wants for his son, rather than kind of seeking to like reach an understanding with his son and like understand his. So in other words, his father's desire to control his son and his cold disapproval of his son and lack of empathy, I think, is the sin that unleashes the monster, because it's what leads him to hire Tom Ripley. So there you have it. It's a monster in the house story, and Tom Ripley is the monster. It's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. I love this show. I wonder if I should reveal what happens in Act 1, because I feel like if you've seen the movie, you definitely know what happens. There are a couple negatives with the show. Some of the performances are not great. They have a character that plays Freddie Miles, who is a friend of Dickie. Freddie is a great character because while Dickie is kind of blind to Tom's grift, like he doesn't see Tom for what he is. Tom has all these little superficial ways that he charms people. Dickie can't see through it. Dickie has a blind spot in this area, which is great. So he kind of just believes a lot of Tom's con jobs, there's a great scene in the show where Tom and Dickie are walking down the streets of, I think it's Naples. And there's a woman who's like, she's curled up on the sidewalk nursing a broken ankle or something, and she's crying out for help. Right next to her, there's a taxi that's parked. And Dickie runs up to her and he's like, "What's wrong, miss?" And she's like, "Oh, I hurt my ankle, but I don't have enough money for the taxi. He won't take me anywhere." So Dickie helps her into the taxi, and then he pays money to the taxi driver. The taxi driver says, "That's not enough." And so Dickie happily, whips out a few more, bills and hands them over to the taxi driver. And then she says, "Oh, thank you. Bless you, sir. You're my hero. You saved my day." And off the taxi goes. And Dickie has a big smile on his face, and he's very proud of himself. And he walks up to Tom. And again, Andrew Scott as Tom Ripley is excellent in this show. And Tom is just sneering at him. And he's like, "How can you not see that for what it is?" And Dickie's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "That was a con. She obviously is working with the taxi driver, and they're now splitting the money you just gave him." And Dickie looks at him. He's like, "You think?" Because Dickie can't see. That's a great scene because it shows, again, showing, not telling. It shows that Tom lives in that world. A grifter knows a grifter, right? Dickie is the opposite. Dickie is completely without guile. He's completely without deception. And so he views it as it's obvious this is a woman who needs help. And what's fascinating is it's left to the viewer to decide which of them is correct, right? Because they don't reveal if that's actually the truth. All they're showing you is what each character thinks about it, which, by the way, is brilliant character work and storytelling, which something Lesley Headland knows nothing about. So what I love about this scene is that Dickie hears this, and he's like, "Oh, you think that was a con?" And Tom is like, "Absolutely, that was a con. How can you not see it? They snookered you." And then Dickie shrugs his shoulders and says, "Oh, well, at least I get to feel like a hero, and who doesn't want that?" And I was like, that's brilliant. So he's basically saying, well, if I got conned, I don't care. I thought, now that's excellent character work. So the show is very well done. Anyway, returning to my original point. Dickie has a friend, Freddie, who in the film was played excellently by the genius actor Philip Seymour Hoffman. He's just, he could read the phone book, and he's just one of those actors, right? Now, what I love about Freddy is Freddy meets up with Dickie and Tom, and immediately Freddy sees right through Tom. He's like, Tom, don't I know you from somewhere? And Tom does not like being recognized. He never likes it when the sunshine is the best disinfectant, right? So Tom never likes it when someone is actually seeing him. He always speaks in vagaries. He always avoids telling the whole truth. He likes it if people don't quite know who he is, can't quite place him. He likes that. So the minute that Freddy looks at him and says, I know you from somewhere, he's like, I don't think so. I don't remember. And he's like, no. A party in New York. You were there. I think I spoke to you. I don't remember, says Tom. Tom immediately does not like Freddy because Freddy sees people. Freddy understands who... Freddy can see past deception. Now, in the hands of Philip Seymour Hoffman, this character is amazing. Just amazing. The actor that they gave this role to in the Netflix show is a very odd choice, Elliot Sumner. I will just say this actor is, shall we say, a transmission. And while I don't necessarily, I don't hold that against the actor at all. It could still work. It doesn't come across as believable. This actor does not have the gravitas that Philip Seymour Hoffman had. So, I don't know. I would appreciate it more if it were actually a talented actor that was in the role. It works well enough. The problem is Philip Seymour Hoffman was so brilliant as this character that that's all I can see. So there are some flaws in the show, but that being said, I binged the whole series. I loved every minute of it. There are some brilliant detectives that play a cat and mouse game with Tom Ripley. The best thing about Tom Ripley is this. Tom Ripley is like the Joker. He doesn't have a plan. He never has a plan, but he's really good at thinking on his feet. Like, really good at thinking on his feet. He makes dumb, stupid mistakes, but he kind of just, with a combination of quick thinking and luck, he manages to kind of work his way out of things. So anyway, you got to see it. It's a great show. You sort of root for the bad guy. Well, you don't really root for him, but he's fascinating. It's super interesting to watch him do what he does. So Ripley on Netflix, I'm going to say is, what would I say it is? It's an 8 out of 10. I would say it's a solid 8 out of 10 monster in the house story. Yes, and as we pointed out, Words has seen the movie. I love the movie. I thought at first the show is different. It definitely, I think the film makes more sense for a feature-length film. You don't have the time for the detailed character study that the show is doing with 8 episodes. So I think going from the angle of Tom is more like an obsessed, he's kind of just a loser with no personality. And for some reason, Dickie takes a liking to him. And that creates a kind of fatal attraction between Tom and Dickie. And that's the movie version. And I love the movie version. The TV show takes a kind of different angle with it, which is more that Tom is a psychopath looking for a mark. And that's pretty much it. And at first, I didn't like that. But as the show unfolds and finds its footing, I'm like, no, that's pretty brilliant, too. That's a pretty fun ride to go on. He's basically just a psychopath, and he's found a grift, and it's a good one. And he loves it. He loves this grift. Dude, now, here's why I bring up Ripley, right? I recommend, my dear audience, that you watch Ripley on Netflix because we are going to be entering with the Acolyte a level of glue-eating just debauchery as far as writing standards go that is going to be, it's going to kill brain cells. It's going to kill some brain cells. And I am willing to take the hit for you. I'm going to take the hit for you with this, and it's going to suck, man. Actually, it's only 30 minutes an episode, and it's so bad, I think it'll probably be kind of good from that perspective. So maybe this one won't be so bad. Atlas, the Star Fury. Atlas was killing brain cells, bro. like Atlas, Atlas was bad, man. I couldn't take Atlas. At least Acolyte, the incentive is I get to watch it and then I can watch the shills, you know? Atlas doesn't have shills. There's no shills for Atlas. Well, except for you, Stafford, eh? No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to roast my audience. My audience is too good to me. I don't... Star Fury is not. Star Fury is not a shill, because Star Fury is a genuine fan of Atlas. Anyway. No, I recommend you watch Ripley, because we're about to see a level of low IQ writing with the Acolyte. Superficial, one-dimensional characters, on-the-nose... not even on-the-nose. On-the-nose dialogue is one thing. This is going to be circular... dialogue that uses chat GPT derivative lines that don't show character, that just state exposition, just dumps exposition, and it's going to be circular melodramatic dialogues that go nowhere. You just watch. Or let me watch for you. And what I think will help is to have a nice palate cleanser. Because Ripley is a show that does a lot of its storytelling visually, which is what a show should do. It's a visual medium. It should do that, right? I know. And there's scenes where Tom Ripley is just kind of looking at art, and he's thinking about things. And it's they use that visual storytelling to show you what his personality is and what his disorders are and why he is the way they show that to you. Through the way he interacts with characters, the way he appreciates art, without understanding how evil it is that he got in the position where he's admiring it in the first place. There's a scene where he has killed someone, and just the how can I put this? Watching him go through the motions of kind of thinking through how to conceal the crime, but then also admiring jewelry of his victim and taking the jewelry off and putting it this show is methodical in how it lets these scenes play out. And the amazing thing is the scene is very quiet. There's no music. It's very deliberate. It's very contemplative. Everything he does, there's whole scenes in the show where it's just him doing things. He doesn't say anything. There's no dialogue. It's just Tom Ripley alone with a body doing his thing, right? And going and just thinking through things. And the way they do all of this in the quiet visual medium, and it's all the tension is through the roof. The suspense is through the roof. You're just watching him quietly work out how to conceal a crime, and it's just riveting. It's fantastic. It's edge of your seat. And I'm thinking, look what a talented writer can do with a scene with no dialogue. And you are going to see what a glue-eating idiot can't do with hours of dialogue in The Acolyte. It's going to be great, folks. You're going to love it. In fact, I was going to say also, who wrote Ripley? Because, yeah, so this is, let me share this. Let me share my screen for a second here. Stop screen, present. Here we go. Yeah, here's the IMDb on Ripley. It's all in black and white. It's like an homage to Alfred Hitchcock, which I think was sometimes it's a little on the nose. It's a little bit overkill with it. It's okay, I get it. This is supposed to be like Alfred, but it's still pretty well done, and it's a pretty great homage. Now, Dakota Fanning is in this. I kind of really dislike her performance in this show. It's not that it's bad. I just don't. Her performance strikes me as too. It's too. I mean, she plays a character that's very intellectual and sort of reserved, which is fine, but for some reason her performance still comes across as very lifeless. I think it was Gwyneth Paltrow in the original who was very bubbly and lively in the film, and I much prefer her rendition of this character to Dakota Fanning. So in some ways I prefer the film to the show, but in other ways I sort of prefer the show to the film. All cast and crew. I hate how IMDb makes you do that. I really hate that. But anyway, directed, written, and created by Steven Zalian. Or is that Zalian? Maybe Zalian. Steven Zalian. Dude, look at this guy's credit. The guy co-wrote Schindler's List. The guy co-wrote Schindler's List. You want to see some of his other credits? Not all of them are good, by the way. Exodus, Gods and Kings. Oops. Yeah, oops on that one. But he's got The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, fairly well-reviewed. Moneyball, that was pretty good. American Gangster with Denzel Washington. That was a pretty brilliant film. All the King's Men. Gangs of New York. I'm assuming he was a co-writer on that because I think Martin Scorsese co-wrote that, didn't he? I want to say he did. Gangs of New York. Yeah, Steven Zalian, Kenneth Lonergan, Jay Cox on Gangs of New York. That is an incredible film. Incredible film, Gangs of New York. Hannibal. I love Hannibal. I love that movie. That was a great movie. Also written by Steven Zalian. He wrote the first Mission Impossible movie. Arguably a good film. I didn't like the first Mission Impossible. Okay, so my point is, look, this guy has chops. This guy is a talent that wrote this show, The Talented Mr. Ripley. And I'm just going to tell you right now, it shows. It shows. Dude, IMDb kills my... It causes the stream to lag, so I'm killing that tab. But anyway, check that one out. Sneaky Pete. Who said Sneaky Pete? Fu Man Blue. I've heard this is a good show, Fu Man Blue. Sneaky Pete. I got to check this show out. Thanks for reminding me about that. When was that? What's that on? Wasn't Sneaky Pete on HBO? I want to say that was HBO. Fu Man Blue says, a transmission with no gravitas. Shocking. Well, listen. I don't like it when people demand I agree with their perception of reality when I don't agree with their perception of reality. So while I wish individuals well, and I say live your best life, I feel that I am entitled to feel that I disagree with your version of reality. Now, this is someone who presents as a man in the show, and this is in the 1960s, by the way. This is the problem I have. The character is a playwright, right? Which actually, I think you could have a transgender person who is a playwright in the 60s. A bit of a stretch, an openly transgender man in the 60s as a playwright. But if that individual is going to exist in this way, in that time period, right, that would make sense. It's a playwright, it's someone who's already in a progressive world where, they would encounter much more tolerance. The weird thing is Dickie is kind of implied to be homophobic in the show. Because there's a scene, which, it's the 60s. What do you want, right? Dickie is, he makes a point of pointing out to Tom, like, hey, I'm not queer. Okay? So don't get any ideas, right? Because Tom's coming on a little strong is kind of the idea. Anyway, so the show kind of implies, not that Dickie is like a raging homophobe or anything, but that Dickie is a product of his time. He lives in the 60s. There's a lot of stigma. So what I'm saying is the show is pretending that this is not a transgender man. It's pretending that this character is just a man to the world. And the issue I have with that is that in the 60s, I think it would make more sense if the character was written as this is a transgender man in the 60s. That's a playwright. I think the show should have acknowledged that, and it would have seemed more authentic. The problem I have is this character is playing a very masculine, alpha, womanizing man, just a ladies' man. And it's like, I ain't buying it. I'm sorry, I'm just not buying it. So that's my issue with the performance. But aside from that, this actor is not very talented. This actor's delivery of lines, honest to God, seemed like an imitation of the Philip Seymour Hoffman performance. It pretty much seemed to me like this is someone trying to be Philip Seymour Hoffman and failing at it. But the character, other than that, the character's pretty well written. I mean, it's basically the same character that was in the film, the character of Freddy. And I like the character of Freddy a lot because Freddy is the character that sees through Tom. And there's something very satisfying about that. So anyway, there you go. Word 789 said, you gave me the heads up with Atlas. Dude, watch 5 minutes. You'll have all the heads up you need. The minute that you have a walking mech say my pronouns are she, her, it's like, oh, shit. Here we go. It's a film on Spin Cycle. Star Fury says, J-Lo in her black spandex pants really did it for me. Oh, geez, Star Fury. Is that all it takes, man? Is that all it takes, bruv? Star Fury is a simple man with simple desires. But you would not let Sydney Sweeney play in our Dungeons and Dragons game. Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. Word 789 says, I avoid it. Yeah, as Ron Swanson would say, like skim milk, avoid. As Atlas to skim milk, just avoid. Yeah, it's Starfury. We love having fun with Starfury because he's a good sport. He is. So that's Ripley. Now I'm rewatching House of the Dragon, which is, oh god, it's so good to watch good TV. Even when I've already seen it twice, it's still pretty brilliant. So I'm watching that in preparation for reviewing and watching House of the Dragon season 2. So that is going to be on tap. Let's check out. I did want to comment on this as well. So, Ryan Reynolds had a really great ad for Deadpool 3. I'm starting to think Deadpool 3 is going to blow the doors off. And this is a big reason why. So I'm just going to hit present, share screen, Deadpool 3. Here we go. This is fantastic.
We're very excited to be joining you July 26. Many of you are very excited, but we should set the table correctly. This film is as paper thin as a sequel to Battlefield Earth. We're mostly going to beat each other senseless, make enemies with Disney, tell a few dick jokes, make a few jokes at my expense, make a lot of jokes at Hugh's expense, and completely sidestep Marvel's mandated after-credit sequence, which, if you haven't figured it out yet, is always just a commercial for another movie, which will invariably end with a commercial for another movie. So sit back, relax, let us lower your IQ and raise your heart rate while we travel to a vapid dreamland, a place where grown men and grown women walk around in tights and act like it's not a giant cultural cry for help. This is cinema.
Dude, that is so brilliant. That is so funny. I think this, dude, that, you know what that is, folks? At the end of the day, do you know what Ryan Reynolds is demonstrating there that Kathleen Kennedy and Cubehead, that would be Lesley Headland, and all these acolytes do you know what he's demonstrating there that they don't have? Self-awareness. Self-awareness. And like an awareness of he knows his audience, he knows his project, he knows himself, he knows what he's doing, he knows his brand, like he knows the brand of the film, like he has actual self-awareness and a sense of humor about himself and the project. And that's, dude, that creates a bond with the audience is what that does. Because you know, what's interesting there is he has that little line in there about we're gonna be grown men in spandex pretending that this is not a giant cry for help. Now, in the hands of like one of these idiot shills, or you know, one of these idiots working on like the Acolyte or something, or your typical She-Hulk writer, you know, that would have been a derisive comment aimed at the fans. But the way he does it is he's having fun. He's having fun with the concept with us. He's laughing with us, not at us. And that's the key difference, because he also points out, like, we're going to piss off Disney. We're going to do all the things you love. We're going to have a great time. We are not aiming to wow you, which is hilarious, which is kind of that's kind of a way of saying we're going to wow you. We know what we're doing. We know what you want. That's really the difference. He's acknowledging that this is what the audience wants, and get ready because we're gonna give it to you. We're gonna give you what you want. He's not talking down to us, the audience. He's talking to us, and that's the difference right? He's not talking about himself. Do you notice that? He's not saying like, oh my God, this is such a great opportunity. It's always been my dream to do a movie with Hugh. I put so much into this, you know, and I really just had to go into my space and just my safe space and walk that razor edge and, you know, just take good care of myself and be the artist I want to be for myself. Do you notice how, like, he doesn't talk that way at all? None of that. We don't want to hear any of that shit. We want no part of any of that shit. What we want to hear is, how are you going to entertain us? Dance for us, monkey! That's what we want to hear. And he's saying, I'm a monkey. I'm going to dance for you. You're going to love it. Dude, that's brilliant. That's a professional at work. That's a professional. That's a talented person. That's a POT, person of talent, which is what Kathleen Kennedy and Lesley Headland are not. Full stop, folks. Full stop. So I'm just saying that, like, his level of awareness of like what this project is, what the audience wants, what he's aiming for, what the brand is. I think all of that, I think this movie is going to blow the doors off. I've just got a feeling that, you know, the interesting thing is, like, I'm watching Furiosa, right? And obviously I'm not, you know, I wouldn't have predicted that was going to blow the doors off. But, like, one of the things about that film is George Miller understands the tone of the world. He understands the theme and the feeling of it, the pulse of it, the pace of it. Like, he just has, I would argue, a pretty good command of all of that, right? Now, whether you like the character Furiosa, whether you like this individual story, you know, that's another matter, and fair enough. But I just think the feeling of this world, the world building of it was excellent. Was excellent. Like, the craziness of the world, the insanity, the fever dream quality that sort of draws you into this madness with it. I love that. Only talented professionals with vision are able to create that. And what I'm sensing here is that Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman, holy shit, they have absolutely, I think they're nailing it with the way that Hugh Jackman is playing the surly straight man to the zany, you know, sexually ambiguous Deadpool is hilarious. It's hilarious. They are nailing the pitch. They are nailing the pitch of the movie. And I think that's why it's going to just blow the doors off. So we'll see. I sure hope it does. And of course, it will change nothing for the MCU at large, but it'll be a fun diversion. Staffieri says, I'm up for Sydney in a tight black catsuit, meow. Well, I can say with some confidence, Staffieri, that I'm in agreement with you on that point. Fu Man Blue says, hell yes, noting his agreement as well. And Starfury says, it won't happen. Disney will put someone like Lizzo in the role, bring on the cottage cheese butt in the catsuit. Oh, Starfury, the flamethrower, it's fully fueled today. And I love it. Dude, Lizzo. Lizzo reacting to South Park just burning her, and she's like, oh, I'm that bitch, huh? I'm that bitch that taught everyone how to not give a frack. And I'm just like, go you, Lizzo. You fit. You should be in the Acolyte. Lizzo, you should be in the Acolyte. You are perfect for that crowd. A bunch of people that are delusional, have an unhealthy mind, and give zero Fs about any, who take no responsibility for their lives or anything they say and do. You would fit right in with Disney Lucasfilm. So yes. Wrangler says if they cast Lizzo for Felicia Hardy, her Monica should be Garfield. Yes, indeed. Dude, Felicia Hardy. I'm kind of team Felicia when it comes to Spider-Man. Everyone's like, oh, I'm team Mary Jane. I'm team Gwen Stacy for Spider-Man. I kind of love Felicia Hardy. She was kind of my favorite love interest for Spidey. She was kind of like the summer fling for Peter Parker, you know? She's a great fit for Spider-Man, I think. That's just my personal opinion, apropos of nothing. I thought, how about we have a nice little... Oh, you know what? No. Okay, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do next, chat. You've got to see this, okay? I stumbled across this. Is it in my stack of stuff? It must be. But Major Grin, right, who does these amazing like takedowns of Star Trek Discovery. He has these little clips. Well, he also has another channel where he reviews Star Trek Discovery. Yes, I have it. Okay, I have it. Well, I think I do. Do I have it? I think I can find it here. Star Trek Discovery reverse timeline. That should find it. Yes, I got it. Okay, I got it. So his other channel is Nitpicking Nerd. Nitpicking Nerd, which is what we are here on the Swords and Starships channel. So Star Trek Discovery, aka STD, as you know, is a disease. It is a disease. It is written by stupid people. That would be Alex Kurtzman and Akiva Goldsman, the dumbest men in entertainment. They really, I would love them to just be locked in a room with Lesley Headland for all eternity. I think that would be a fair punishment for all of their pathetic destruction of Star. You know, I think Kathleen Kennedy, Lesley Headland, Akiva Goldsman, and Alex Kurtzman, they are matches made in heaven. They all deserve each other. They're disgusting scumbags who've ruined amazing legacies. But in any case, one of the problems with Star Trek Discovery is it makes no sense, except Nitpicking Nerd has discovered a fascinating and intriguing fact about Star Trek Discovery, and I want to share it with you now. So definitely check it out and like and subscribe.
Hello everyone, this is Nitpicking Nerd, and recently I had a funny thought about Star Trek Discovery. You know how often I complained about things not making any sense and being illogical in the show, and often even the upside down of what would make sense is what happens, and especially with the characters, the way that everything is literally in reverse of logic. For example, Michael was raised by Vulcans, and yet she's the most emotional person ever and cannot hold...
Dude, think about this. Think about this. This character, Michael Burden, played by Sonequa Martin Green, who, you know, I like her as an actress, although that's based on Walking Dead. Based on this show, I've changed my mind. She literally breaks down in tears and bawls about freaking every 5 minutes, about freaking everything in this show. She was raised by Spock's family on Vulcan. She was trained in emotionless logic by the Vulcans. She's the most emotional character in the show. And he's saying like it doesn't make any sense. Dude, God love this guy. He still watches this show. He watches every episode. I can't believe he has the stomach for it. It's unbelievable, man. Okay, but anyway. Now listen to what he has discovered here. It's amazing.
Hold back her tears. She constantly cries about every little thing, even though she was raised by Vulcans in the Vulcan way. And Tilly is the heaviest person on the ship, and then she's the one who always wins all the marathons. And
I know, man. She's fat. She's fat, and she wins the marathon against Michael Burnham. Okay, dude, folks, this is the picture I'm talking about. Remember I was telling you earlier in the stream that these characters, these actors on the show look like they're becoming unhealthy? They look like they've contracted a disease and they're dying. Folks, look at this character. On the right-hand side, this is how the character looked. This is the they, them on the show. This is the non-binary they, them. No gender. It's a she. This person is a female. But anyway, the they, them on the show, on the right-hand side, you see an individual who generally looks fairly healthy. You know, looks like a human being that's, you know, physically healthy. Look at this. Look at her on the left. Folks, it's creepy. It is creepy how these actors, as the show has gone on, they've gotten sickly looking. And it's not creepy because, oh my gosh, what's going on in that actor's life? Why are they looking? No, it's because the show is celebrating them for being sickly looking. Tilly is celebrated for being, you know, ginormous. This character is celebrated for going from sort of generally healthy and physically fit to round and like, modeled, does not look healthy. Anyway, resume tape.
Adira started out as a soldier in the Earth Defense Forces and was totally confident. Then she got the memories of her previous trill hosts and then became totally insecure and a shy, little, inexperienced person without any confidence. And so literally the opposite of what makes sense is what happens. And then it occurred to me that this show would make a lot more sense if we actually reverse the flow of time. If everything happens backwards, then everything will suddenly make perfect sense. For example, if Tilly starts out as fat, then she runs a bunch of marathons, and then she becomes thin like she was in the first season.
See, do you see what I mean, chat? This is how she looked in the beginning of the show, on the right. This is how she looks now. Dude, it's creepy. It is creepy. And the show loved the fan, to the extent there is one, the weird, creepy fan base for this show, they love her. They love this character. It's like the more sickly and unhealthy she looks, the happier they are. That's what I mean when I say it's creepy. It's the culture around it that creeps me out, folks. It creeps me out.
It will make perfect sense. And if Adira starts out as an insecure, shy person and then gets the trill memories and then becomes totally confident and experienced and a badass who serves in the Earth Defense Force. And if Michael starts out as an overly emotional person who keeps crying all the time and then goes to study under the volcans to learn some self-control, then it will make total sense. And even the ship itself, one of the problems in the show is that the ship is overpowered, especially in the first 2 seasons when it was a prequel set before all the other shows. And yet they had the most powerful ship ever, and then they classified it for absolutely no logical reason. It will make so much more sense if the ship actually started out in the future and then traveled to the past, and that will explain why it's the most advanced ship in the fleet and why it has all the holograms and all the technology that no other ship had at that time. If they simply started out in the future and then went to the past, then that will explain why their ship is the most powerful ever with all the holograms and other things that no one else had, and the Red Angel suit, if it came from the future, it will explain why it seems like magic in the past. And the ship's computer being sentient will make sense.
Dude, it's unbelievable. He's so right about all of this. He's basically saying the show is a prequel to the original Kirk series, right? This ship, the Discovery, can warp to any point in time or space. It has holograms. It has all this technology that Kirk never had 10 years before Kirk. How does that make any logical sense? Then it gets flung 900 years in the future and becomes even more hyper advanced. It's more freaking advanced than the Enterprise D. And what he's saying is, well, imagine if it started out in the future, got flung into the past, then it would explain why it's got all this advanced tech. And then we could take Michael Burnham's suit, which was invented before Kirk, but it's like this super hyper advanced suit. Well, what if it came from the future and went to the past? Well, then it would make sense. And he's right about all of this.
The ship is from the distant future and it traveled to the past. And with Michael's character development, the way she was promoted despite doing a lot of bad decisions. But if we reverse the flow of time and she starts out as a Starfleet captain, then makes a lot of bad decisions, like needlessly risking her ship and crew, violating the Prime Directive, starting wars, betraying other captains, would explain why she keeps getting demoted more and more until eventually she's thrown into a prison and maybe she gets a pardon for good behavior, but only if she agrees to go into a Vulcan school and learn to control her emotions. And that's why in the end of her story, she'll be studying under Vulcans to suppress her volatile emotional state. Also, regarding her...
Dude, what? That is insane. He's so right about that. He's so right about that. That's actually a great story arc. She starts out as an unstable... emotionally, just an emotional wreck who keeps making bad decisions. She gets demoted by Starfleet. She gets reprimanded. Over the course of the show, she gets thrown in the brig. They send her to Vulcan. She gets control of her emotions. She becomes disciplined. She redeems herself, and now she can control, and she... Dude, that would be a great character arc. It would actually play against type in the Star Trek universe, because usually we're following captains that are legends that actually might be kind of interesting to follow a screw-up captain at the beginning who gets rightly punished for it, but then gets a second lease on life when she studies on Vulcan. That could actually be a pretty interesting story. If you do the exact reverse opposite of what Akiva Goldsman and Alex Kurtzman, the dumbest men in entertainment, have done.
Relationship with book, it will make sense if
they've literally written the reverse opposite of a character arc in every case. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's like the character that starts out confident and capable becomes incompetent and emotionally unstable. The character that's a complete emotional, she starts out as a disciplined logic master from Vulcan, becomes an unstable, insubordinate wreck. It's amazing.
They start out as a couple, then after he betrays her to try to commit genocide against that 10C species, then they break up, then he gets kicked out of Starfleet, then he becomes a courier and a criminal. Also will make much more sense than the way they showed it. And because the ship came from the far future, that's why they have to classify it in the past. Maybe Starfleet wants to use it to help win the Klingon War. And as for the Klingons, you know how silly it was that they look totally different without any hair. And then later in season 2, they suddenly gave them hair and tried to explain that they all were shaving their hair because they were at a time of war, and Klingons don't have hair in a time of war, which doesn't fit the rest of the Star Trek universe. And Worf even said that the Klingons view their beards as a sign of courage and all of that, and so it made no sense. But if we reverse the flow of time, then we can explain that the Klingons only shaved all their hair because they lost the war. And out of shame of having to stop the war, that's why they all had to collectively shave all their hair as a species. Then that also will make much more sense. And
that's so incredible. He's basically saying, like, if they shaved their heads out of shame after losing the war, now it makes sense. He's so right about this.
Character of Ash Tyler also didn't make any sense because he started out as that Klingon Vok, who then transformed himself into a human to infiltrate Starfleet, and that plan totally...
Dude, this storyline is so insanely stupid. It's unreal. It's unreal how stupid this plot is. That he's the Klingon that's the key to everything, who then converts himself to a human who's the key to everything, who's like a Manchurian candidate, but then never does anything that a Manchurian candidate would do, and then goes back to being a Klingon who is ostracized by Klingons. It's the weirdest, dumbest plot.
He backfired because he didn't do anything for his own species. He only ended up basically betraying them, joining the other side. So that plan made no sense, and he eventually joined Section 31. Why would Section 31 trust the Klingon to be the leader of Section 31? It makes absolutely no sense. But if we reverse the flow of time, and he starts out as a Section 31 agent who then transforms himself into a Klingon to spy on the Klingons, then it will make perfect sense. And so he starts out as a Section 31 guy who impersonates an unknown Klingon named Vok, who looks a little bit different, and he excuses it by being an albino and all of that. And so that's why all the Klingons think he looks weird, and they don't realize it's because he's actually a human pretending to be a Klingon. Then he manages to become the right-hand man of the Kuvma while actually working for Section 31. So things will make much more sense if that was the case. You know, since when do the Klingons resort to such sneaky tactics? It's kind of against the Klingon way. But if it was a Section 31 guy doing that, then it makes perfect sense. Maybe then he falls in love with that Klingon woman and so on. So it will make so much more sense if it was all the other way around. And if it ends with Michael being demoted and thrown in jail, she gets pardoned, but only if she agrees to attend the Vulcan school to learn how to control her feelings. And as for the character of Grey, who probably has the most convoluted storyline ever, because she starts out as a Trill host, who then gets killed, her symbiote gets transferred to Adira, then Grey becomes like an imaginary friend in Adira's mind, then becomes a hologram, then they transfer that hologram to a robot body which suddenly has pimples for some reason. So all of that was so convoluted. But if we reverse the flow of time, then Grey started out as an advanced robot who had pimples to look more human maybe, and then that robot gets damaged, and then they salvage it and it becomes a hologram, which then possesses Adira, then becomes Adira's imaginary friend, then becomes part of the Trill symbiote and then gets transferred into its own host body, then I guess it still makes no sense. It's still kind of too convoluted. But
no
anyway,
sense.
most of these ideas, I think it's kind of funny that because this show was so illogical, the things literally made more sense upside down. If you reverse the flow of time, suddenly it feels much more logical and makes much more sense. And so that's kind of a quick thought I had. I had to share it in a video. Let me know what you think, and we can discuss it in the comments.
Dude, hat tip nitpicking nerd, that was absolutely genius. That was absolutely on the money. I can't believe that. He reverses, if you just reverse the flow of time, actually every plot in Star Trek Discovery actually becomes kind of an interesting character arc. You start out with, if the Discovery starts out in the far future, it goes back into the past, so it's super advanced, and it has to be classified by Starfleet because we can't, the Prime Directive, the Temporal Prime Directive. Well, then that makes sense. That makes sense. It's unbelievable. So no, I love that. I love that video. I was like, damn, what a great way to illustrate how bad the show is by simply illustrating that if you simply reverse every arc in the story, it makes sense. If you literally, like, my favorite one is that one androgynous character where it's like, she starts out as confident veteran soldier of the Earth Defense Force, and she becomes a sickly, unhealthy, insecure, completely incapable person. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, it's the opposite. So do you know what this tells us about the woke mind virus? It tells us that they see the world in the exact reverse of the hero's journey. Folks, do you realize this? This is what we've all been sitting here scratching our heads, spinning theories, doing entire YouTube video series on the study of this subject, and the answer was staring us in the face the entire time. It's not that the woke don't like the hero's journey. It's not that they don't understand the hero's journey. It's that they simply do it in reverse. You start out as the victor. You start out as a successful, powerful individual, and you simply go backwards until you're a sad sack, or you're a loser, or you're an evil person who's doing, all these bad things to get cheap, superficial rewards. And it's like, no, that's the exact opposite. In a good story, it's kind of the never-do-well who learns a lesson, like in the District 9, one of my favorite films, right? You start out with this character who's this evil little bureaucrat screwing over the aliens, right? You hate his guts. He's an awful, craven, cowardly little character, and he'll screw anybody to get ahead. But as the story goes on and he gets unfairly persecuted, he comes to understand the alien beings, the prawns as they're called, and then he winds up actually becoming a hero by the end, and he saves their lives. In the woke journey, it's the opposite. He starts out as a good guy, but then he realizes he's a colonizer, and that's bad. And then he learns that power is its own reward. And it's like, dude, it's unbelievable. They're just doing the reverse opposite of the hero's journey. It's unbelievable. That's why Rey starts out as a superpower character. That's why Rey is what she is. She starts out as the end result. She's super powerful. Nobody can oppose her. She just defeats all the bad guys, and it sort of goes in the by the end of the story, she's sleeping with Kylo Ren. It's the reverse. Okay, if we reverse Rey's storyline in the sequel trilogy, would it work? Okay, so that means that in the beginning of the story, we meet this character named Rey, and she is the concubine. She is a fallen Jedi who is sleeping with a aspiring Sith, leader of the evil empire, which is Kylo Ren. And they are together, but then they are betrayed by an evil, cunning little gutter snipe named Snoke, who then lays them both low and seizes power. And Kylo and Rey get separated. Rey winds up on an island with Luke Skywalker, but she's pretty much evil, and she wants to get back to her squeeze, Kylo Ren, And meanwhile, Kylo Ren is being sort of tormented and broken down by Snoke. And then Luke Skywalker has to train her how to be an actual Jedi. He brings her back to the light side. And then in the final story, she faces off against Kylo Ren, stops Starkiller Base, and it is finally the hero who is able to defeat Snoke and Kylo Ren at the end. And Kylo Ren is, of course, it's close. It's closer. I have to say, that's closer. You just reverse it. You reverse the flow of time, and every woke story works. Or at least a lot of them do. God, I've got to play with this concept. Give me another one, chat. What's another really good, just eye roll story? We'll play with this some more. What are you saying in the chat? What's the chat saying in the chat? Star Fury says, oh, actually, let me grab this one first. Wrangler says the Discovery is like the Magic School Bus. Yeah, it's more like the short bus. No, Star Fury had some great... I've got to go farther back in the chat here. Star Fury says, another interesting fact about STD, it is really shit. And accurate you are. Star Fury also says they need Tilly as artificial gravity for the ship. I agree. They could save on power costs. And we all know that being sustainable is very important. They have freaking windmill farms in the future. Dude, I can never get over this. Okay, first episode of Strange New Worlds, right? Christopher Pike is living in Montana. It's a cold winter morning in Montana in the future, the 23rd century. He saddles up his horse and goes for a ride across the plains. There are ugly, disgusting-looking windmills ruining the beautiful mountainous terrain of Montana. And I'm thinking, this is how sick leftists are. They think that the thing that would improve the gorgeous natural landscape of Montana are ugly, gross windmills that kill birds. In a future in which we get our power from freaking antimatter. That's a future where we need windmills. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's why everything in Western civilization is becoming ugly. It's becoming ugly. Only a sick mind can think that the most ideal future imaginable is one in which there are ugly freaking windmills ruining the mountain vistas of Montana. Only a woke idiot would think that way. That's why I say it's a sick worldview, because it is. It's strange. There are windmills in the Star Trek future. I mean, God, what a loser mindset. What a bunch of losers think this way. What small-minded people think this way. Gene Roddenberry should be rolling over in his grave. But you never know. For all we know, if Roddenberry were still alive, he'd be like, well, I agree. Star Trek was always woke. And yes, the far future is powered by wind. I could almost forgive, but that's almost as bad as Zack Snyder having a interstellar starship powered by coal. Staffieri says, stop access to the replicators to those fat bastards. I know. Wrangler says, I thought she was the best looking chick on that show because she actually had a sizable rack. Well, there's even more to love, Wrangler. More than ever to love. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, the more money the actors make, the more they eat. Fat is just a red letter to the gluttonous. Listen, what creeps me out is the show's weird celebration of it. That's what it is. It's the fan base and the show, just the wacko Redditors that celebrate that shit. They just think it's great. The more fat and ugly these poor actors become, the more sickly, the more stricken with diabetes they become, the happier these weird Reddit wackos are for this show. And that's what creeps me out. It used to be that when you saw an actor in like a later season of the show suddenly like look weird, like, oh my God, they've lost all this weight. They look gone. What's gone? What's happened in their life? Are they on drugs? People used to worry. Now they celebrate. It's Lizzo. It's Lizzo. Wrangler says the Discovery. Oh, yes, I got that one. Magic School Bus. Star Fury says, if you follow that logic, Starfleet Command is super crap because they appointed a moron to captain. Yes, I mean, basically I agree with you, Star Fury, but I think his general point is it makes at least more sense that you have kind of an idiot, like you have a bad Starfleet officer who does bad things, gets demoted first because, you know, maybe she made some mistakes, but then she does it again or something worse. She gets put in prison. Then, as part of her punishment, she is sent to Vulcan to learn to control her emotions. She learns the Vulcan discipline, comes back to Starfleet, and starts to earn back her trust and proves herself. That's actually a pretty good arc. I think that's what they're saying. Obviously, yeah, you'd have to smooth the rough edges out in terms of writing, but just as a general outline, that makes way more sense than she was a Vulcan master. She's a Vulcan master trained by Spock's father, no less. She enters Starfleet, and she's an emotional wreck who just does terrible things, and she gets promoted. Which of those makes more sense, Starfleet? That's his only point. You know, that's his only point. Star Fury says, you're saying diabetes wrong. It will always be diabetes. Oh, yeah, diabetes. But diabetes. Ask Wilfred Brimley. I know. Are you suffering from diabetes? Dude, you know what? You know what also is a pronunciation that just irritates the absolute hell out of me? Divisive. Jeremy D-Day, he says this. Why does he say this? This is not how normal humans say this. It's divisive. No, that is how snobbish, like CNN and Fox News reporters say it. That's how weird politicians like Hillary say it. They say divisive. It's divisive. It's divisive. That's how lizard people say it. you divisive. It's divisive. That's how you say it. I don't know why people say divisive. It's weird. It's weird. That's all I'm saying, okay? What else in the chat? I think I caught up on almost everything. Oh, dude, Fu Man Blue, you're so on the money with this. This is bizarre. It makes, meaning that sort of reverse timeline thing, it makes me feel like we've seen a crack in the code of the Matrix being exposed in real time by a YouTuber. It does, doesn't it? It is, dude, when I watched that video, I was glued to it. I was like, wait a minute. Hang on. Holy shit. I mean, really, that's a crazy, literally, you just reverse everyone's arc in Discovery and it suddenly makes sense. Or at least it's an outline for a story that would make sense. He's onto something. Nitpicking nerd is onto something. Staffhead says, I say Kane Mutiny in Space would be a great Star Trek movie. You'd probably be right. Wrangler says in the Marvel universe, those Klingons would be considered deviants. Deviants in the Marvel universe. Staffhead says, I am so sick and tired of the character that is the key to everything trope. It is so fracking overdone. I am so with you on this, Star Fury. I am so tired of this. By the way, now this is why I say, like, I think one thing that happens is that it gets in creative's head. It becomes a meme, and all memes replicate themselves. That's why they're memes. They replicate themselves in the minds of others. We're all vulnerable to this. And I've caught myself outlining story points and sort of focusing too much on a character being like a chosen one, not literally, but like they are the key to everything. And I've become more aware of that. I'm like, you know what? I've got to look at this a different way. How can I get at this a different way? Because you're right. It's way overdone. It's too much. We got to stop doing the key to everything. I think that every plot needs a linchpin. And there's just some that are being overused, you know. Star Fury says the character as the key to everything is just poor writing. It becomes a Deus Ex Machina to fix all the holes in your plot. I think it can be done well. I think the story for like the Last of Us video game, for example, is a really good example of the key to everything. The person who's the key to everything being done well. I do think that works. But it has to be done well. Has to be done right, I should say. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, Luke was a great hero, but he couldn't have achieved what he did without his friends. Absolutely. Absolutely. He could never have made the shot if not for Han's timely arrival, but Han isn't the key to everything. That's a very good point. You know, especially with a Golden Fleece story, which is what the original Star Wars is, it's about a team and a road trip. And the best Golden Fleece stories truly are a choreographed, sort of an unchoreographed dance of different characters and their talents. For example, I would say the film Serenity, which is in the Firefly universe. That was a really good example of this. The way the characters each have a strength and each have weaknesses, and they sort of, it's a relay race, you know? Good team dynamics in any story are a relay race of talents, right? And by the way, Stranger Things does this excellently. This is one of the reasons why I love Stranger Things so much. Each character is kind of part of that same relay race, which is going to the final goal, which is defeating the bad guys, defeating the Upside Down. And like almost every single character has a part to play in that race. And frankly, as bloated as the cast has gotten by season 4 of Stranger Things, there are some cracks that are starting to appear. I'm still freaking blown away by how well they're able to execute that, the Duffer Brothers. I cannot believe how good the ending to season 4 was of Stranger Things. I really can't, because there was a lot in the beginning of that season I was worried about, and I was like, I don't like where they're going with this. But then where they landed, all the characters came together, all of their talents pooled, and they just clicked into place. And I'm like, dude, that's what it should be. 11 could easily become a girl who's the key to everything in Stranger Things, and she gets close. She is the MVP. She's the most valuable player, right? She's the MVP. She's the MVP of Stranger Things. But she's not the girl who's the key to everything, because she needs help. She can't do it alone. She needs Hopper. She needs Mike. She needs Nancy and Jonathan. She needs all those characters doing what they do to come together in the end in order for her to win. And it was never better than in season 4. I would say that season 4 is 11's ultimate superhero story, and I mean that in the best way. She has a nemesis. She has a curse she has to grapple with. She has a journey. She has to go through hell. She has to face her worst fears, her worst memories, both in order to become this character. It's brilliant. Her story arc in season 4 of Stranger Things is amazing. Really powerful. I love it. Oh, but I'm a toxic male and I don't like women in stories. I really wish we could go back to Star Wars where there were no women in it. Star Fury says, and the requirement to train and struggle with your self-doubt to overcome and become the hero the universe needs. Are you saying you like that or dislike it? I mean, I feel like that's a requirement for a good story art, unless it's a detective story, a whodunit, in which the hero does not change. Whodunits, the detective is a constant. It's our perception that changes as the story goes along. Fuban Blue says, that's how you do it. Right, Star Fury. Good point. If not for Obi-Wan, his head, he would have choked before Han even got there. Agreed. Star Fury says, Rey is a thought. She is. I think it kind of works. She was a trained Jedi who was having an affair with a Sith, Kylo Ren, and, they were up to no good over there with the First Order. And then evil Snoke, pitted them against each other. And he made them fight in the throne. He convinced Kylo Ren he had to destroy Rey in order to become the greatest of the Sith. And so he did. He tried to destroy her. And she was cast down. And she lands on the island with Luke. And Luke sort of like rebuilds her, removes all the brainwashing, trains her to be a Jedi. Then she faces Kylo Ren. Now with the full power of the Force, she could resist his mind. He was mind controlling her before. Now he can't. Dude, it would make more sense. It really would. Just reverse the flow of time. A little editing will be necessary. But yes, you are correct, Staffy. She would still be a thought, is the technical term. Now, Wrangler says, if you play the modern movie soundtracks backwards, you'll get a message from Ozzy Osbourne. I agree. I've experienced it firsthand. Star Fury says, you're saying diabetes wrong. Oh, yes, I got that one. Let's see. Jason and the Argonauts is the story for which Blake Snyder named the genre Golden Fleece. Agreed. That is exactly correct. Dude, it's gone very mainstream because I hear a lot of people now referencing Blake Snyder, and I love it. I love it. Dude, what's crazy is part of the reason I play this game with myself is I'm testing it. I'm testing his thesis of storytelling because, I'm skeptical of everything. The captain is a skeptical man. And so even when I largely buy into and agree with a thesis, I still am like, I'm stress testing it in my mind all the time. So I'm watching this show Ripley, right? And I'm thinking maybe I've found one that defies the model because I'm thinking, well, this is not a dude with a problem because Ripley is a man of extraordinary talents and but he's not a superhero. I don't think that would be the right model because it's not about an extraordinary individual who suffers with a curse. So it's not a fool triumphant because we would be rooting for the fool. The fool is lovable by his very nature. He's an underdog. It's not an institutionalized story because it's not really about a group per se, and it's not about a choice to join or defy the group or be sacrificed by it. So I'm just tussling this in my mind. I'm like, what genre is this? It's not a Golden Fleece story. There's no prize. There's no team. There's no road. What else? Out of the bottle. Out of the bottle. It's not about a wish fulfilled or a curse unleashed. It's neither of those things. It's like there's little elements of one or the other involved, and then I realized no, it's a monster in the house story, and I thought, but is it? Because the protagonist is the monster. That's the problem, right? So can you have a monster in the house story where the protagonist is the monster? Yes, you can. American Psycho is a monster in the house story, and Patrick Bateman is the monster, and we follow the monster, and that's that. And I was like, dude, does it hit all the rules? Was there a sin that unleashed the monster? Well, yes, there was. The arrogance and the callousness of Dickie's father is what unleashed Thomas Ripley. And Thomas Ripley is the monster. He's pure evil. Is there a house that we're locked in? Yes, we are. We are locked in Rome. We can't get out of Rome. Well, not Rome, Italy. We're locked in Italy. Fascinating, isn't it? Isn't it? Now, I even thought, there's a detective and mystery element in the show Ripley because a detective becomes involved. And I thought, would this make it a why done it? And I was like, no, it would not. Because in a why done it, there has to be a secret. There has to be a secret that the audience does not know. And the defining characteristic of a why done it is we've got to know why. We've got to know why the crime happened. And part of the revelation of why it happened is the dark secret. Well, the problem with that is in Ripley, there are no secrets from the audience. We know who did the crime. We know why he did the crime. And even though the detective doesn't know, we do. So it can't be a why done it. It's a monster in the house story. So that's me in my mind. I'm stress testing every single one of Blake Snyder's claims about the rules of storytelling and what works and what doesn't, because his claim is every good story fits into these genres, every single one. And so far, I've not found a good film or good story that doesn't. I haven't. Now, bad ones don't, and for good reason. Bad stories don't fit very easily in those genres because they don't really follow any consistent rules. So there you go. Look, I'm a nerd, man. I'm just a nerd. Freaking nerd. Starfury says, God rest Ray Harryhausen. I love the special effects in that movie. Skeleton fight, that would be Jason and the Argonauts, the OG Golden Fleece story. Starfury says, Kylo was red-pilled by Snoke. Oh, no. Oh, no. Kylo was red-pilled, and he went MGTOW. He went MGTOW. Is that your theory, Starf? If we reverse the flow of time, Kylo Kylo was just dependent on this babe. You know, he just needed her affection. And Snoke was like, yeah, you don't need them bitches, says Snoke. MGTOW, man. Go your own way, Kylo. And then Kylo red-pilled, got rid of, dumped her. Fu Man Blue, that was some painstaking shit, wasn't it, Star Fury? You guys are fantastic. Thank you for being here. Thanks for making a Sunday fun. I think there was like one other thing, and I didn't play it because I couldn't find the clip or whatever, but you heard the clip of like some of the Acolyte actors. Dude, maybe I can find it real quick. Just, let's see. I'm just going to type Anakin killed the Death Star. That should find it, don't you think? Yeah, I think Yellow Flash had it in his video. I can grab the clip from there. All right, here we go. Because it'll keep me up if I don't land this last point here. Share screen. All right, so Hat Tip Yellow Flash, he found it. Oh, it's on X. That's where I needed to go to find it.
Acolyte is generating significant excitement, at least according to X's AI, who
line about how Darth and in my mind it's so
the
here
same
we go. Person. But listen to this.
Hey, I did get in trouble for this answer at Star Wars Con. I got heat.
Yeah.
And in my mind, it's so funny to me because it literally, as a person who's outside and just a fan coming in, that was what was so beautiful and interesting to me. You know, people have been talking to me online about how Darth Vader is such a bad person. It's very clear, and it's very well established from those actions. But if you can't look and see that Anakin blowing up the Death Star possibly killed millions and millions of people, I'm going to get in trouble for
what? So Anakin blew up the Death Star.
Anakin, there you go, folks. Anakin blew up the Death Star. Right now, this is making the rounds of the internet. Now, I find this fascinating. And he said this twice in this interview. He said Anakin blew up the Death Star. I'm a super fan. Dude, where are you even getting that? Now, there's only one thing I can think of. He's confusing Anakin with Luke. That's the only thing I can guess here. But he's saying, like, everyone's so sure that Darth Vader is such a bad person. No, let me explain. He's the master of evil. He's the master of evil. That's what he is. As the Ahsoka 1980s trailer. I love that. Darth Vader. These people don't understand anything about Star Wars. The entire story of the Star Wars series is the fall of Anakin to greed, vanity. Now, here's what's interesting about this, right? I am actually going to offer a very half devil's advocate, half sincere defense to an extent of what they are saying, right? If you are a writer, there was a great line in the film American Fiction with Jeffrey Wright, and it's a great movie. I highly recommend it. And it's basically just about this black author who he wants to just be thought of as an author, and he wants people to love his novels as novels. The problem is the only way to sell a novel is to be in a marginalized identity. So everyone wants him to write black stuff. And he's like, I don't want to write what you define as black content. I just want to write my stories. Right? It's a hilarious movie. It's a great takedown of wokeness. It's fantastic. Well, there's a great scene in it where he's meeting this neighbor that he lives next to, and he's kind of attracted to her, and this is maybe the beginning of a relationship. And she says something about she reveals like something bad she did in her past or something, and he kind of says, well, nobody's perfect. I understand. I can understand how that happens. She's like, interesting. You're not judgmental of people. He's like, nobody's their worst sin. He says something along those lines. Nobody is their worst deed, meaning that we've all done things we're not proud of. And she said, that's not surprising that you're non-judgmental. You're a writer. And I kind of leaned in when she said that. I was like, well, that's an interesting point. And he said, what do you mean? And she said, well, in order to be a writer and to write complex, good characters, you have to be naturally not hyper judgmental, because you're going to be writing characters that are doing things that people might disapprove of, but you as the writer have to be able to write from a perspective of understanding, right? So if you're judging your characters, you will write one-dimensional characters. She says it very simply, but that's basically her point. You have to be non-judgmental to be a good writer. And I thought, she is exactly right about this. She's exactly right about this. Because if you think of your characters in black and white terms, actually, that's sort of how Wokie's write, right? That's how guys like Director X of Robin Hood write. It's like, you are evil. You are either the evil capitalist pig or you're not. You're either the victim or the oppressor. There's no in between, right? There's no redeeming qualities to the oppressor. And there's nothing evil about the victim. Anything the victim does is virtuous and good and justified. Anything the oppressor does is evil and mustache twirling. And that's why you get such cringe, stupid characters, right? And I thought that is a brilliant point. So it is the natural inclination of creatives, I think, to look at every angle of a character and to look at them in shades of gray. And to some extent, that's something you cannot do without as a writer. You must be able to look deeply into these characters in a non-judgmental way in order to get at what's making them tick. So from that perspective, there's actually some justification for thinking this way. The problem is, this idiot fundamentally misunderstands what the story is with Darth Vader, which is he was a defender of peace and justice, and he became a man who enslaves a galaxy. So what I find funny about this is, this guy is basically arguing that there are moral shades of gray to Darth Vader. Why? Well, because when you blew up the Death Star, Luke, I assume he means Luke, not Anakin, obviously. I don't know if he knows that, but I'm just going to give him the benefit of the doubt so that I can get my point across, which is, in theory, Luke destroyed the Death Star, and that is a morally ambiguous act because it killed the thousands, maybe millions of personnel aboard the Death Star, right? Oh, that's a very good point, Mr. Shill. You have compassion for all of the Imperial troops that were on the Death Star. Hey, did you know that the Allies in World War II razed about 100 German cities totally to the ground and killed all the Nazi officers and soldiers in thousands, and all of the workers under the Nazi regime working in industrial centers? We killed them by the millions. I'm assuming you have great sympathy for the Nazis that were killed, right? Like, you have sympathy about that, right? Oh, you don't, because they're just evil. They're just bad guys. And of course, they're just like MAGA people. They're bad guys, right? It's like, that's what I find ludicrous about this guy. He would have no problem watching Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare and just enjoying that Henry Cavill is just dismembering, mutilating, destroying every officer in a German uniform in Ministry in World War II. And that's fine, because they're all bad guys. But when we are in a galaxy far, far away, suddenly everything is moral shades of gray. And my issue is, that's why they're idiots. That's why they're idiots. Not because they are being non-judgmental towards a character. Well, there might be some nuance and complexity here. Because the minute that you say the N-A-Z-I word, the minute you say that, it's going to trigger their default NPC patch. Oh, yeah, all World War II bad guys were bad. They all deserve to die. You can make as many movies as you want where you kill all of them to a man, and that's good. Okay, but you just said that destroying the Death Star is different. Why? Because lots of them died, and that's bad. Okay. They ate glue, people. They ate glue.
Not Luke. And then I made a fun comment saying, Anakin Solo, the desert smuggler, hero of the rebellion, the last space knight. Because none of these people know what the hell they're talking about. And it's okay if he's not a fan. Like, you get your check, get your money, dude.
I totally agree with that. Like, if he's an actor just doing his job and he says, "Yeah, I don't really know the material, but I'm excited to learn." But by the way, this is what Sydney Sweeney said about her part in what was it, Madame Web. I respect that. Stop lying, bro. Stop lying. That is all we are saying. That's the problem with Shills. The problem with Shills is not exactly their shillery. It's that they're liars. They're liars.
Blowing up the Death Star. I better rewatch those movies. Right? So,
all right, so that's Yellow Flash. Well, thank you, Yellow Flash. Hat tip for that clip. So there you go. That's my final point on the Shills. Now, folks, all I can tell you... Let me kill that tab real quick. All I can tell you is that we are going to have a great time making fun of them and memeing on them. We are going to have a great time with the Acolyte. And this Acolyte show, it is going to be such a disaster. It is going to be such a catastrophe. It is going to be a monument to embarrassment, the likes we have never seen. And in the words of Sir Winston Churchill,
we shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender!
we shall defend our IPs, or at the very least, avenge them. Oh man, what's happened to my music? What's happened to my music? It's like the internet can't handle it. We shall never surrender. Oh, we're toxic fans, are we? Oh, we don't. Oh, criticism is terrifying. Oh, poor Kathleen, she's terrified of criticism. Well, let me explain something, Kathleen. We will never surrender. We will continue to criticize your woke piles of trash, your failure, your fiduciary failure as the leader of Lucasfilm. We're going to roast it. We're going to meme on it. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have a better time than any of those shills. And you, I urge you deeply, Lesley Headland, former assistant to Harvey Weinstein, cube-shaped human, Kathleen Kennedy, make another one. Make 5 more of these. Make your Ray movie. Make your Ray and Johnson movie. Because we will inflict defeat after defeat after defeat. So that's the Captain's Cast this Sunday on the Swords and Starships channel. Thanks for hanging out with me. Had a great time with all of you. Get ready. Get out your popcorn. We're going to have fun we're going to have a good show, House of the Dragon. We're going to have a fun, make fun of it show, Acolyte, and we're going to be here for all of it. And until next time, I am Captain Garrett. Please like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. There will be chapters in the description later, so to make it easier for you to check out the topic you like. And until next time, I will see you out there.